Okay, dude, fuck it. Game Awards time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there's absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancer as fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are gonna watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Oh, Bob! That's it! Game Awards!
Focus on this anymore because all of you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. Fuck you, dude. Fucking Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasan broadcast coming to you live from somewhat sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and enemies are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday, folks. That's right. It is Saturday, fun day, folks. I'm Hasan Piker. And I hope everyone is having a wonderful time, a wonderful day, regardless of all of the awfulness that happens in the world. And that's precise that because it's a beautiful Saturday, we're going to be having some fun. We're going to be having some immaculate vibes, and that's it. It's no matter what happens, we're going to have fun. Can we watch Bill Burr on sneaker shopping? Sure, we can. I saw the part where he talked about Luigi Mangione. He was like, these fucking billionaires. Yeah, people are very mad at very mad at Bill Burr. We'll talk about that as well. But this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker. There's a new Overzealous video. I'll be watching that as well. But in terms of what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker, shirt right here is also part of the new merch. But yeah, what's going on in my world is my brother's here. Well, he's not here right now. He's doing some stuff, but Fifi's here. Fiona. He's laying down somewhere in the house, but he's staying with me, and he really wanted to watch Zero Day, and I could not do it. I could not watch Zero Day. It's so bad. But having said that, I wanted to watch, what am I saying? I wanted to watch White Lotus, so I've been watching that. That's why I've been doing it. But today will be a fun day. Woke up early in the morning as always and worked out. Did some deadlifts. It was another it was another circumstance where I just truly did not want to go out and truly did not want to work out. I already watched the America's Downfall Gotsu video chatter, but I did it anyway. And the takeaway from that, for you should be to just do it. Not to get all Nike with it, but to just do it. Because in moments where you feel like you don't want to do something, but then you end up doing that thing you don't want to do, you only feel better, you know? As we just said, you'd be mad for the recent U.S. assassination of an ISIS leader in Iraq. That's an insane statement. But cool, I guess. Yeah, I love living in a world where I'm just getting straight up 2004 levels of Islamophobic animosity. But I doubt that he said that. It's probably another chatter who's just trying to fucking drama farm. Hi, Hasan, this is my first stream of yours. Not gonna lie, I fell for the Hasan is bad propaganda. I come from the drama side of YouTube, non-political. I wish I watched your videos before just accepting it, because you seriously opened up my eyes and taught me so much. I've literally been binge watching all of your videos on YouTube. Let's go. We got a new one, boys. It's important to maybe figure out like how this happens, like how people fall into that rabbit hole and how they get out of it. I think that that's good, you know. But welcome to the world of welcome to the good side, really. You open my sinuses the hottest it takes, yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I worked out this morning even though I didn't feel like it, and as always, my point here is you should too. There's gonna be moments where you don't want to work out. There's gonna be moments where you're like, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this. But you should. There has never been an instance where I've worked out and felt worse overall afterwards, okay? That's it. There's never been a moment. It's wild how a lot of us found the negativity came here and get mesmerized by Azan's arms. Yeah, that's usually what it is, honestly. Honestly, that's what it is. I just, people come in here and they're like, you know what, this Hasan guy is a really bad guy. I'm going to show him what's what. And then I do one of these and they're like, wait a minute. This guy seems to take care of himself. And he seems to have some opinions that maybe I misunderstood. Because other people were saying he was bad, but they weren't really explaining it. Your new NPR interview is great. I don't think I did an NPR interview recently. I think I did it in like a while ago. But we can listen to that. We can watch that. Assassin's Creed what? Yeah, they sent me a collector's edition for the new one. I'm very excited to work with it. New incident of local profile. Oh yeah, we're gonna do Cop Watch today. We're gonna do Cop Watch. I want to watch the Fent one. I want to watch the Fenty one, the one where the cop is like arresting or the one where the cop almost dies to a fentanyl or something. Like I want to watch that one too. But yeah, Death Stranding 2 trailer. Okay, I like that. Nico UK election video. Sure, we can watch that as well. We'll watch it all. We'll watch it all. We'll do it. Have you seen the Gaza Ghetto Uprising? I have not, but I heard it's very good. But I am fearful that it will have, I suspect, some TOS in terms of service violations in it. But yeah, Twitch CEO explains how they deal with high-profile bans after Hasan's suspension. Oh damn, that's crazy. He did that? That's cool. Let me see. We got Tornado Watch as well. As a union member and outspoken socialist, it was so nice to find a creator who I feel represents my worldview, and watching your content has tremendously helped me refining my talking points. Hell yeah. Ireland's most hated hero. What is this? Shakirla. Ireland's most hated hero. 70,000 views in one day from the channel called Stackers. Okay. But, where was I? What was I talking about? Oh yeah, let's blast off. Let's do it. Ice torture the green card holder. So yeah, we're going to be doing some news today, but then we're going to be doing some fun stuff. And by that, I don't mean, when I say fun stuff, I don't mean like, oh, it's just immediately going to be like juice reacts and shit like that. What I mean is like we're going to watch like longer videos, react videos, things of that nature. I will not be watching Was Nietzsche MAGA. Okay, I'm sorry. That, like when I say fun, I mean like fun for me. Okay, maybe not fun for you, because I think sometimes fun for you is not fun for anyone but you, you know? Like, much love to Philosophy Tube, great content creator, great channel. But I think if I watched that, it would break my brain so hard. Okay? Yeah. U.S. launches broad attacks on military sites in Yemen, of course. Anyway, light news, tornado watch, ice, tortures another green card holder. Where was I? Voice of America is closed. No, not Bloody Sunday. Bloody Saturday for Voice of America. No, I can't believe it. I'm so upset about that. R.I.P. Anyway, Saturday, fun day, cop watch, hog watch, fun reacts, gaming. We got it all. Isn't the reason you want Asmongold on stream with you just so you can get him banned again? You think I got him banned last time and not what he said on his stream? What? No. Do you think that do you think that I run Twitch? Like, do you think that I have like genuine power over Twitch? I mean, I just got banned recently. Was that like a fake ban? I really want to understand. I really want to understand where you're coming from with this. I do genuinely want to know, because like it's got to be some cool ass opinions. It's got to be some cool ass opinions up there. Yeah, we're gonna watch the Chinese support for Palestine as well. That's like a really cool 9-minute video. Please, Mimic Queen, give me something good here, because I really do. I really do want to hear what your perspective is on this. Do I control the media? Is it me? Is that what you're thinking? Anyway, do we have a blast off meme chat? No. And also, the reason why I want to talk to Asmongold is pretty clear, like pretty open. I'm pretty open about it. I don't care about Asmongold doing like transmog competitions or even like reacting to political stuff in general with his own seasoning. That's great, right? I do, however, care about, like, you know, Asmongold doing right-wing propaganda either deliberately or because he just doesn't have all the facts. And in that process, I've never not been charitable to Asmongold. I would still absolutely be charitable to Asmongold in a conversation, like in a direct conversation, you know what I mean? And I think that watching clips of one another is not going to give people the full scope of people's arguments. But what I don't understand is a lot of these people used to always say, oh, Hasan, you're like afraid of debates. You're too afraid of debates. I don't understand why you're so afraid of debates. And it's like, now they still say I'm afraid of debates while I'm trying to talk to Asmongold. So they have to like, like I saw something under Chris Cappy's post, because Chris Cappy was like talking about the new state of affairs of media on Twitter yesterday. Chris Cappy is a content creator on YouTube. You might have seen his stuff. Where he was like, back in the day, it used to be Tucker Carlson versus, you know, Bill O'Reilly, right? He says something like, back in the day, it used to be Tucker Carlson versus Bill O'Reilly. Here's the tweet. My generation had Jon Stewart versus Bill O'Reilly debates. This new generation has Asmongold versus Hasan proxy debates, commenting on each other's streams, the information age Cold War. And I said I'd do it in person to be fair. And there is, like, this is the funniest fucking response to that. This is what I saw in response to that. The Hasan system, the proven method for handling criticism, high, ignores critics' content to obscure their argument, alter, drastically misrepresent their opposing view, strawman. Also, I look pretty hot in this, so thank you. Once again, my haters, like, making me look hot. Strawman, attack the misrepresentation by grouping critics with deplorables. Avoid, debate only weaker opponents, not the original person. Name call, label frustrated, opposition is crazy or obsessed to discredit them. Now, what's really interesting about this is I think it's projection, but also it kind of fails because, like, there are a lot of right-wingers that I openly will say I want to debate, right? Like Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, Charlie Kirk. And what is really funny about it is that this basically demonstrates how stupid you are. You have to be as a Marine Corps veteran, because this is me literally saying I would talk to Asmongold in person. And you're just like, nah, dude, I bet you're running away from him. Like, it makes no sense. But hey, thank you for keeping a sexy photo of me in your phone. That's nice. Blast off. Gavin Newsom and this is Daryl Cooper. That's funny. That's meta. God damn, that Daryl Cooper stuff kind of, it was a little shocking, I will say. There is a real growing movement on the right of people who just like don't necessarily care like one way or another about Israel. Some of them really hate Israel. Some of them don't care. Some of them are like agnostic, but they hate Jews. Like, holy moly. Like, really. And it's always been there, but like now it's pretty out and about, like pretty much out in the open. Interesting stuff. Go look at the comments on the video, the Daryl Cooper video. I don't want to look at it anymore. The same executive order that shut down Voice of America also shut down the Wilson Center. I think that the Russia designated as an undesirable organization in 2022. Huh. I don't understand why they're doing the Voice of America thing. But anyway, let's get started on this. Twitch CEO explains how they deal with high-profile bans after Hasan's suspension. Twitch CEO has admitted it's tricky at times when it comes to banning streamers and has also lifted the lid as to whether he has the power to suspend channels. Twitch bans have been a hot topic within the live streaming community. Streamers have called on Amazon's own platform, blah, 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 blah. Speaking to Business Insider's Peter Kafka for his channel's podcast, Clancy revealed that some bans are tricky to do. On a VOD platform like YouTube, you can edit something or take something down. It's hard to sit there and talk for 6 hours straight and not step over the line, he said. It's 6 to 8 hours trying to make sure you don't step over the line. So it's the fact that sometimes people step over the line and you can't just edit it as you would on a VOD platform. I don't think it's contentious. It's just tricky for both them and us to make sure. Look, we keep it within the guidelines. So we have to see when somebody steps over the line and do something to make sure they don't step over the line consistently. That's a pretty good approach to it, I think. Obviously, people will not take this seriously because they've already made up their minds on Dan Clancy specifically and also Twitch specifically. I will say, like, regardless of my criticisms of Twitch or my immediate criticisms of Dan Clancy, I think that, like, for example, I don't like that he streams so much. Okay? That's one thing that I personally, that's my own personal opinion. You might not agree with it, right? I'm not like the biggest fan of that because I feel like you're opening yourself up to a lot of attacks in general, right? And yet him doing streams, unironically, I think, allows him to get a better understanding of the product and the content creators themselves and like what they go through. Does that make sense? Like, there are some issues as far as like the app, you know, the Twitch app is like kind of garbanzo and they're trying to fix it. But as a CEO, I think like Ford CEO also drives a Ford. No, it's Ford CEO literally does not drive a Ford exclusively any longer. He's now driving a fucking Yangwang, I think. But yeah, as a CEO, it's still good to understand like the service that the platform is providing. For fucking real, hilarious example to be wrong about. What? Anyway, the Twitch boss also noted that he personally does not decide on anyone's ban, be it hand one out or lift an existing suspension. We have a team that does that. It's not automated. I'll be aware of their decision for certain high-profile streamers, but it's not my decision because the whole point is to keep some degree of separation. That came off the back of being asked about Hasanabi's recent 24-hour ban. It also was revealed by Twitch streamer Amaranth that Clancy did, however, get a shadow ban on her channel lifted. So they asked him about me getting hit with the 24-hour one. No. At 6:58, the reporter says you were clearly not doing
Support for this show comes from Smart Sheep. Have you ever?
Yeah. Wow. We got guys. We clearly have shooters out there in the journalism. I do control the media. Okay.
You're watching on the biggest channels because those are the ones you've heard of, right? And on a big channel, it is the fact that chat flies by. The magic of Twitch is on the channels of there'll be somewhere between 200 and 1 or 2,000 or 3,000 people watching, 4,000. And chat doesn't fly by as fast then. Then you can really see chat, you recognize names. And the other thing is,
you're closer to being on a message board.
Yes. And also, you're dropping in once, okay? Part of it is you come again and again. And the analogy I often use now, I'm playing to my own generation, is back to the TV show Cheers, where everyone knows your name, and you show up in a chat room which you go regularly, and everybody screams out your name if you haven't been there for a while and says, "Norm, where you been?"
Yep.
Right? And you feel like you belong, and that they're happy to see you.
One of your biggest streamers, Hassan Piker, who's someone I'm familiar with. I've interviewed him. He's got a caustic edge to him.
Yep.
He was recently suspended on Twitch.
That's cool.
That's
a cool way to. Damn. He said I got a caustic edge to me. I like that. Damn, journalism is not dead, folks. Wow. This guy. Let's see what he says.
The point about healthcare. He was sort of extending a metaphor that involved killing Rick Scott, the U.S. Senator. He wasn't calling on people to kill Rick Scott. But he's making a metaphor. He was suspended. Apparently, he's been suspended multiple times. First of all, how does that work? How do you get suspended at Twitch? Do you get?
Damn, I can't believe an adult in the media who. I cannot believe that an adult journalist in the media who has spent a good deal of time studying communication, using language, covering the news, did not have the same exact attitude as like a Libs of TikTok or a fucking Asmongold on this issue. But of course, those are the guys who are gay and woke and wrong, and the based patriots are the dudes who don't leave their homes with YouTube channels. And it's not just Asmongold. I'm talking about like the way that a lot of Americans approach this issue nowadays, and their media consumption is like, no, every single person that's a fucking nerd is wrong, and they're just like, they have a secret political perspective and they're woke, and that's why they're sheltering this person. Huh. Interesting. All right. Hasanabi, renounce your citizenship. No, if U.S. is so bad. I'm good, man. Thank you, though. Thank you for the suggestion. Yeah, I'm just shocked that this journalist would actually report on what truly happened instead of immediately being like, well, this terrorist guy, this freaking terrorist Hasan, okay? I call him Hasanabi. Some people call him Hasanabi. I call him Hasanabi. Why the fuck's he still on the platform? Or, let alone, in the United States of America? As a journalist for Business Insider, I say, get him out of here. As a matter of fact, get him all out of here. Are you actually surprised, though? You apologized and admitted the words were hyperbolic? No, I was never surprised for being banned. I'm just showing you that, like, people do understand the difference. Like especially adults. There are still adults out there, because I think the more we look at just like right-wing commentary online and how much that has devolved throughout time, we get a false notion. We get a false notion that, or a false sense of reality that like everyone is incredibly stupid, right? And I don't think that's the case. I think that there are still intelligent people out there, and you can't like lose sight of that. You can't forget that there are normal humans out there who also look to like Elon Musk Sig Heiling and don't immediately rush to defend him. There are plenty of normal people who see that and go, oh, that's it, I'm done, I'm writing this guy off. There are normal people out there who are still intelligent, careful, considerate, maybe not like super knowledgeable on an issue, but don't immediately just like fly off in the most reactionary perspectives. That's what it is, right? We need to remember that. We need to remember that there are people like this in the media. There are people like this all around us. And I think I sometimes lose sight of that because I've read too much Asmongold comments, you know what I mean? Like Asmongold YouTube comment section. And I think when you stare into that darkness for an extended period of time, you end up developing a false interpretation of like what our fellow citizens are like. Not to say that there aren't truly people like that, and those numbers are growing, especially online, where there's just like an incredible amount. There's a definite like crisis of intellect, a crisis of critical thinking, a crisis of nuance in this country, for sure. But I do think that, you know, it's not as severe as we think it is. Living in a hate pit versus a hug box. Yeah. Are you going to talk about the U.S.-Yemen military op from today, or did you already cover it? Dude, can you calm down? I will, yes. It's right here. U.S. launches broad attack on militant sites in Yemen. I know. Trump is doing the same thing that, Biden did. Which is just like, let's just bomb Yemen again, you know? Just one big hurrah. It'll work this time. Yeah, Mr. Peaceful Dove, dude. Mr. I'm gonna handle this whole Israel stuff in a day. Mr. I'm gonna handle Russia in a day. We'll get to that. Okay, this is seemingly...
Get involved when it's a high-profile person? Is this automated? How does that work? And how do you get reinstated?
Yeah, so first of all, they're indefinite. I'm not indefinite. They're for a given period of time. They're not indefinite.
It's sort of a timeout.
It's a timeout. It's a timeout, so think of it like that, right? And all it is try to make sure people stay within the guardrails, right? And so the idea, of course, is, you know, look, if someone goes outside the guardrails a little, give them a little bit of timeout, so then it's like, okay, I'm going to work hard to stay within, you know, the community guidelines. And we have a team that does that. It's not automated. You know, I'll be aware of their decisions for certain high profiles, but it's not my decision, because the whole point is to keep some degree of separation, right? Where they're trying to make what is a consistent decision.
And it seems like it's an ongoing theme for many of your big name folks, that they constantly are but often are pushing the limits, getting in trouble, getting booted, getting reinstated, and then there also seems to be sometimes a question of did the streamer say something? Was it one of his fans saying something? Was it someone off camera saying something? How do you?
Yeah, I think it's like Twitch still as a medium is somewhat new, right? And a lot of normies don't entertain the idea of like tuning into a broadcast for like 6 to 8 hours a day. So they have no way of comprehending how you can easily manipulate language and take advantage of the nuances of any kind of statement, let alone political statements. That's pretty much it. It's just like, it's very difficult to fully understand what a person's perspective is when they're talking about political issues for 8 hours, 10 hours a day, and then you're just reading what they have to say through 12-second clips. It's just not. You're never going to understand a person's perspective that way. It's virtually impossible. And because people don't really know what this medium looks like in general, I think a lot of people get duped. I get duped, and I'm in this field. You know what I mean? I'm in the heart of this, and I still get duped sometimes. Like, I'll give you a high-profile example of this. There's that guy, the Black Captain America or whatever. Like, there's a tweet out there with like 100,000 likes, and I didn't even see what he actually said. Was it Anthony Mackie? Hold on, I think Your Rage responded. Oh, here it is. Like, this is what I want to show you in terms of context, in terms of like how we operate, right? Anthony Mackie has a 1 minute and 45-second response here where he talks about, I guess, like masculinity. And this person said, it feels so real to finally be being given a reason to hate him. Pivot Podcast. For the past 20 years, we've been living through the death of the American male. They've killed masculinity in our communities. At Anthony Mackie, right? Star actor Anthony Mackie has soared to the highest levels in Hollywood, but one thing he really doesn't play about is raising his boys to be young men. He talks to... Okay, when I saw Official Crowder, I was like, Steven Crowder, what the hell? He talks to these people about how he keeps them humble, he brings them up with respect and responsibility, but strays from society's trend of what they are trying to make young men think and feel, right? So let's hear what he had to say and whether he worded this or weirdly or not, and we'll see if he was clipped out of context.
I keep my boys humble. Like, my boys have never had a pair of Jordans. You know, my boys don't do all that internet fly shit. I'm like your kids.
None of this is controversial so far. He's literally just saying that he doesn't like the flashy, he doesn't like the flex culture that he sees, especially for younger generations online. I agree with that 100%. Let's see.
And no, I could be the biggest star in the world. Do not let me catch you being stupid. Do not. And my oldest gets it. My 15-year-old, he tells the other ones, he's like, yo, don't make dad mad. Because once you get one that's right, he's going to straighten the other ones out. So it's just that thing of, in the past 20 years.
This is such a funny, this is like the most old head podcast, by the way. It's like, I don't know anything about this podcast, but it's like, as soon as it panned over to the host, I'm like, oh, this is amazing.
We've been living through the death of the American male. They have literally killed masculinity in our homes and our communities, for one reason or another. But I raised my boys to be young men. And however you feel about that, you feel about that. But my boys will always be respectful. They will always say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. No, sir, no, ma'am. They will always say thank you. They will always open the door for a lady. They will always make sure that their mother is taken care and provided for. They will always be men. And that's always since they were 2 years old. Every time I left for a job, I tell my 15-year-old, you're the man of the house. You make sure these doors are locked every night, this alarm is on, you text me or you call me every night before you go to bed and you wake up. Love that. Because we're men. If I'm not there to protect, he got to be there to protect. Because you can have all the money in the world, climb through the window, that money means nothing. You can have all the celebrity in the world, jump through the door, that celebrity means nothing. So you got to have a little guard there, you know? And so for me, it's always that idea of American masculinity is very different.
Hold up.
Okay, so it comes across as like kind of right wing, right? And apparently the context of this, like it's not that controversial, like what he's saying, but immediately, like if you are tuned in to that frequency, if you know what like right wing commentary and right wing statements look like, yeah, it's understandable that people will go, oh, he's talking about like male bravado, like the pussification of like American men, like, because when you make a statement, there are a lot of things that you're not saying that you're operating off of, like underlying premises that you're operating off of, and that leaves a lot of room for interpretation for people. And if people are conditioned into recognizing right-wing sentiment, they hear this and they go, oh, this guy's a fucking real right-winger. Like, what do you mean? He's doing the classic, like, oh, kids are gay now. Now, what is ironic about this was that what he was actually talking about, apparently, because I saw someone else show the full context of the conversation, was literally about unlearning homophobia because he has a gay brother, and he also personally played the role of a gay man. Like, so he's not like the conversation. Yeah, this is the thing I saw. Yeah, if you bother to watch the whole interview, you'd hear Anthony explain how he stepped out of his comfort zone to play the role of a gay man early in his career to understand his gay brother better and not repeat the same homophobic attitudes he grew up in the South. Like, it's just, what's interesting about it is, like, this happens in every medium. This is just like a cultural thing that we all love to do. We hate when our enemies do it or our perceived ideological interlocutors do it, and then we love doing it ourselves. And sometimes we earnestly get duped by this stuff. We earnestly get duped by this stuff. We get clip chimped. It's basically the equivalent of not just clip chimping, but like simply in the old version of it, reading the headline of a news article and not reading the rest of the article, and not realizing that like the headline of the article actually left a lot of stuff out, right? It's like if you only look at New York Times headlines, especially on an issue like Israel, and not like the rest of the articles where they bury the lead pretty far down the article, you're like, oh, Israel has not done anything wrong. They're the most moral nation on the planet. Sometimes they mess up a little bit, but overall they're trying their best, right? And it's like, that's how it works, right?
Yeah, so if you guys remember,
and then there's obviously the other side of this where you got Captain America, they killed masculinity. Like, there's battle lines are instantly drawn, and people jump to this. People jump to their opinions, and then these wars are fought, right? Here, let's hear what he had to say.
Out in the 90s.
He starts the other clip with saying he doesn't like the money spread 999 Rolex, 1,200,000 or 1,200 haircut individuals. Yeah, for the record, he's a black man on a black podcast talking about his own community and his own interpretation of what he is seeing amongst the youth. Something that I have also talked about as well. Something that I also fucking get annoyed by in general by American culture is like American consumerism and flex culture has like completely gotten to a new level at this point where people are just like, they substitute having fucking expensive watches or expensive things and living a lavish lifestyle as a mechanism to say, like, I'm a good person. Look at how successful I am, right? It's annoying. And before there's like immediately people going Gucci shirt. Like, I know you're joking when you say this, obviously, but like, there's never been a moment where I have been like, look at what I got, bitch. Like, I'm the man. I fucking made it. It's usually people, because I'm a leftist, people constantly throwing it back in my face. There's a difference between someone flexing and versus, someone purchasing a stupid shirt in a moment of emotional weakness at Coachella multiple years ago. You do that every stream? What do you mean? Yeah, I do. I do my money spread. So that's it. It's like, it's very frustrating, right? I think it's a perfectly valid thing to get upset about, because I think it's a sign of it's a telltale sign of insecurity in general, right? You flex your biceps on us. Okay, that's a great example. Okay, that's a great example, because I think, jokes or not, like, I'm very proud of the amount of work I've put in to my own body. I'm very proud of my own accomplishments, and I want other people to also take the lesson. And that's why I like talk about my workouts, talk about my diet, talk about fitness in general, because I want to hopefully influence people positively and get them also to do the same thing. But even then, flexing your fucking biceps is like, well, yeah, you worked on it. You know what I mean? I totally think that like showcasing your prowess, like your art, or showing your body in that regard, I think is like infinitely more acceptable than just being like, look how fucking rich I am. Because while a lot of people have worked hard for it in terms of wealth, I think you never really know. And also luck plays a major factor in this. But yeah, I feel like he's talking about the Andrew Tate type. Yes, that's what he's talking about. Exactly. There is a real annoying culture, especially among the youth, that looks to guys like Andrew Tate and doesn't recognize the insecurity that these guys have, because if they were secure with themselves, like, they wouldn't constantly be talking about their Bugatti Veyron, right? Like, only insecure people do that.
In the 80s, you grow up homophobic, sexist, and racist. And we talking about the 80s and the 90s. That's just a fact. You know what I mean? So when I got to school, my roommate was gay. Like, I didn't know how to deal with that. Like, my brother's gay. I didn't know how to deal with that. So being a man, I used my art to better myself. I played Perry so that I could understand my brother better, so I could understand my friends better. Going to art school, a bunch of my friends were gay. You know what I mean? Like, when I was a kid, we had a record label. We had the first gay rapper. Nobody gave. You make good music, nobody cared. You know, Big Frida is famous here for sure.
Like, you think this guy's like a right-wing reactionary? I don't think so. Especially, like, a lot of people rob others of their social development, their world experiences. They never look to, like, how a person got to the position that they got to, right? Like, that's really interesting. That so many people will be like, well, I grew up sheltered, you know, I grew up in New York to, like, woke ass parents, and I expect everyone to arrive at my worldview and my position instantly, out of the womb. And it's like, of course that's not going to be the case. You have to look at these things. You have to be. That's why I always say, be normal, be a human. The reason why I try to educate people on this process all the fucking time is because, unfortunately, with the way that our information environment works now, with no third spaces, no sense of community, no, like, going out and being around other human beings, and constantly being in a social situation where you are forced to interact with other humans on a regular basis, we spend most of our time socializing online. So a lot of the nuances that you normally would use to filter certain pieces of information, for example, are just gone, right? It's the difference between watching someone talk or watching a video of someone versus reading their quotes on paper. It's an entirely different format, and the outcome and what your takeaway will be entirely different. And the same goes for the difference between watching someone on a podcast for a minute and 30 seconds versus seeing them in the wild, you know, interacting with them in the wild. Not saying that, like, you're gonna meet every single person, right? You're probably not going to encounter what's his face, Anthony Mackie, in the wild and get a full understanding of what his worldview is. But when I say be normal, what I mean is try to understand how a person that's in front of you that has this worldview, how do they get there? Okay, how do they arrive at these conclusions? I think it's very important to understand that.
For sure, you know what I mean? So the idea of being gay in New Orleans has always not only been supported, but it's been a part of the culture. But with me, I needed to figure out what was my holdup? What was my insecurity about that? And once I played that role, I realized everybody deserves to be loved. It's not my job to say who you love or who should love you. If you loved, I'm happy for it. That don't mean I'm gay. You know, so Perry was more so a statement piece for me with the love and admiration for my brother, with the appreciation and respect of my friends for that culture. It really put me in a position where I think it made me a better actor because I had to go so far out the box. I had to go to the furthest spectrum.
Yeah, dude is woke as fuck. Lamont people fell for the clip chip. Damn. But even the clip chimp itself, I think it's massaged in a way. Like this podcast in and of itself wasn't even trying to make him look bad. This is they probably have an opinion that is a little bit more conservative, right? Socially on that front. And instantly people jump to this and make up their own minds about what they think is happening. I watched this thinking he about to say some wild Ripple crazy shit or something. Bro even played a gay role in support of his gay brother. Nah, y'all internet motherfuckers is not real. There's a real figment of my imagination. The fact that this week got 100K likes is all bots. It's gotta be. You motherfuckers don't exist in real life. Y'all despawn when the internet turn off, said your rage. And yeah, I think the reason why I talked about this is because like it happens all the time. This kind of stuff happens all the time. And even I fall for it because when I saw this tweet and I just read this, okay, and I read this right here and I saw the tweet, I thought, oh, wow, okay, so maybe Anthony Mackie's like a bit reactionary because that's how it's presented. But in fact, the only thing he was talking about is like positive masculinity and teaching his kids to be like good men. teaching his male children not to be like not to fall into the Andrew Tate trap. You know, like that's it. And I think that you know, we just gotta be a little bit more. We got to be a little bit more gracious and a little bit more forgiving, even of people who engage in somewhat reactionary commentary, right? Because I mean, this is why I always try to preach some semblance of tolerance and grace to those who might even in context come across as intolerant, with the understanding that they are all, at the end of the day, a product of their social conditioning, a product of their material realities. Leftists who understand that America is this like hateful nation, leftists who understand that like there's so much systemic discrimination, oftentimes forget what the impact of said systemic discrimination will look like in the collective consciousness of those who don't really think about this stuff deeply and have never really entertained a counterexample and just kind of simply are responding to the to all the things that they see, all the things that they take for granted. That's it. But yeah, same goes for every single person. Every single person will eventually find themselves in the throes of being misunderstood. It is what it is. And the reason why I use the Anthony Mackie example is because I personally saw that and I initially thought, oh, what the hell? Like, is this guy like weirdly right-wing or whatever? Because I hadn't even watched the clip. Okay. And then I investigated a little bit further. I was lucky enough to be able to encounter someone else who had investigated a little bit further. And that completely changed my mind on it, right? That's it. And I think that's a good way that's a good teachable moment, right? For everyone. No room for intellectual elitism while we're all trying to live in solidarity. Yeah, I mean, there is a balance to everything, and I think that balance also should factor in, for example, like not treating people like they're idiots either. Like I'm an advocate for not doing like dense theory, and I think everyone plays a different role. My role is to do agitative propaganda, of course, and to help Americans understand their class position and who the real, like, what the real vectors of harm are in our current hierarchy, right? That's my goal, that's my role, but that doesn't mean that like I have this attitude that like the average American, the average working class person is too stupid and too dumb to understand theory either. So there's a balance there as well. But yeah, it's important to recognize that he was clipped out of context last month when he explained what it means to be Captain America, but that time he pissed off the MAGA crowd. Yeah. And now the MAGA crowd is going to make propaganda off of this, right? Like, they've killed masculinity. Captain America sounds alarmed. Well, yeah. That's important. It's a little brief moment, but we'll...
So we're gonna...
Good TikTok regarding conditioning and normies.
Correct. Come on up. You are next. And my understanding is you were in the overflow room?
Yes.
How many more are up there? Okay, if there are any of them that are going to be testifying.
Wait, hold on.
And we're getting down there on slip, so if they want to make their way down here, if they plan to speak, I would invite them down here now. So, all right, Larry, the floor is yours. You got 2 minutes.
First of all, I'd like to apologize to you people. I was invited here to give my support for Bill 401. I have very little knowledge of gay people and things like that there. So when I came here, my eyes were open. I was one of the critics that sat on the side and made the decisions there was only 2 genders. So I got an education that was unbelievable. And I don't know just exactly how to say this, but my perspective for people have changed. So I don't want to take no more of your time. I'd like to apologize for being here, and I learned a very lot about this group of people.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, this is why I always fucking say, and this is a truth that every single trans person in this community knows, okay? Being fucking normal and chill, especially as a trans person out in the real world, goes the distance. Okay? It is like the most successful weapon you have. You will brick the brain of grandpas like this, or even your own coworkers like this. Like, it played a role in my development, you know what I mean? If the starting position is like 2 genders and it's a rigid binary and that's all you hear and that's all you know, and then you got like a normal ass chill trans person being like, nah, this is not, you know, that's not the case. Like, it truly does allow people to change their minds on these issues, you know? This isn't also... What? Why are you talking about trans people? I haven't met a trans person in my entire life. I doubt you have even met a trans person. Like, why do we talk about people who barely exist? Chatter. Get down. You're fucking surrounded. Okay? Let me tell you. This is perhaps the stupidest community to say that in. There are a lot of trans people in this community, okay? That's awesome. I don't disagree in terms of like there aren't that many trans people in general. The hyper focus on trans people is totally constructed. and manufactured, and the anger and resentment that people feel towards trans people is because like people are gearing others to get mad at them. They're a vulnerable population. They're in the margins, and they're constantly presented as the villains for very cynical propaganda purposes. So you're not necessarily completely wrong on this issue, but like obviously every now and then we're gonna be talking about trans people, considering that they're like what, less than 1% of the population, but are comprised but make up like 95% of the resentment on the right. It's insane. But yeah, according to the Hasanabi census this past year, 14% of this community is trans. So trans people are 14 times more represented in this community than the American population. So, you know, I've shaken Hasanabi's hand so much for being a foe, shaking my head. Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize if you feel like you were duped because I keep saying I'm a foe to the LGBT community. I will continue highlighting the trans wrongs while sometimes speaking out about trans rights. Okay? I am an enemy. Okay? I am an enemy to the LGBT community. Make no mistake. No, not 40%, 14%. I'm not Germa, okay? No, my trans audience population size is not 40%. That's Germa. He's a couple doors down. Yeah, right-wing commentators dominate social media is not even close. True. Obviously, like, the metrics for this are not the best. Like, they're just simply looking at, like, raw follower numbers and follower counts. I don't think you can get a better... I don't think you can make a decent assessment of, like, who has the most motion, for example, or who gets the most... who has the most, like, unique reach. Because I would go so far as to say that, like, Asmongold's reach as a right-wing content creator is far greater than Ben Shapiro's reach right now at this stage. So like the size here, or even like my reach versus like the Young Turks' reach, or my reach versus Trevor Noah's reach, right? Like I think that I have a much larger reach at this stage as opposed to like Trevor Noah as a liberal or leftist or progressive left-leaning content creator. But this just looks at like raw follower counts. Like, or here, I'll give you another example. Patrick Bet David and Asmongold together have, I think, a much larger reach overall than the likes of Ben Shapiro, right? Or even Russell Brand, really. So it's not the best way to showcase like who has more influence. But yes, in terms of like raw follower counts, the collective follower totals, yes, the right wing dominates. But I think in terms of raw output, in terms of like audience penetration, right wing content creators also dominate on that front as well. Like they really do. It's not an accident that. It's not an accident that like online spaces seem more and more right-wing. And I think Twitter, like one of the social media platforms directly opening up the floodgates of neo-Nazi commentary, I think played a fairly large role in this. And I was wrong, okay? Initially, I thought, oh, Twitter is not the best platform. It's not the biggest platform. Who cares? I was wrong. I think that, like, even if it's a tiny platform, it's still one of the main social media platforms. And having one of the main social media platforms very clearly turn far right definitely played a big role in even changing the outcomes and changing the political dynamics in other platforms as well, other social media platforms as well, because there's like all of these social media platforms like still work alongside one another. And I would say that like Twitch becoming more right-wing in general is because of Twitter. You know, I think that my assessment initially was wrong, where I said it's not going to be that significant. It's not Twitter being, super right wing. I wasn't, I'm owning up to my wrong analysis, but also at the same time, I wasn't like making a big deal about this perspective in general. But still, it's not necessarily that there's like a large number of what? How come As Mangold is red? He's spitting on Trump all the time. As Mangold is criticizing Trump very much. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. I think if you're reacting to Trump as like a based free speech defender, and you say you want to dress up as Ash Ketchum to do mass deportation ride-alongs, it's going to be really hard for someone, especially people in this community, to fucking hear you and go, yeah, you're probably correct on this. You know? That's like saying Hasan is critical of LeBron James. Yeah. Unless you mean he spits on Trump's dick before he gargles it. You know? Great new piece about you in chat. WBUR.org. The stream is up. The politics of Twitch personality Hasan Piker and his dedicated community. Oh, this is the new one. There's a new piece that came out, right? Yeah, March 14th.
I can say to my new Samsung Galaxy S.
Parent origin story video for Tim Houthi.
Results may vary based on input. Check responses for accuracy.
Support for this podcast comes from Is Business Broken?
In love with a celebrity.
People are into this Timothée Chalamet. They say he's a Houthi fighter. He's hot. They say he looks like Chalamet.
Yes. Not incredibly skinny Bob Dylan impersonator Timothée Chalamet. Tim Houthi Chalamet.
The apparent origin story video for Tim Houthi Chalamet was pretty unremarkable on the surface.
Just a guy with curly dark hair steering a small boat with one hand and holding his phone in selfie mode with the other. A light blue skiff bathed in the sun. Very mindful, very demure. A much bigger ship hulking in the background with big white lettering that said Galaxy Leader. This was 33 seconds of, honestly, not that much.
But then, like that, this video had 13 million views. Because, I mean, look at him. Okay, I don't understand why people obsess over actor Timothée Chalamet either, but Tim Houthi Chalamet's celebrity was, in some ways, an example of a new way that people are consuming news and information. Coming at it kind of sideways. At least, that was true for me.
Tim Houthi was how we learned more about the Red Sea and the attacks.
Yeah, this is WBUR. It's a NPR local for Boston. I did this interview, I think, months ago, like months and months ago, and I believe they just only recently came out with it. But every day, 7 days a week, for 8 hours or more, Hasan Piker is live on the video game streaming platform Twitch. This is where he shares his political commentary with a dedicated community of viewers, many of whom fall into a particularly sought-after electoral demographic, young men. One of the dominant theories about re-election of President Donald Trump in November 2024 was that it was aided by commentators like Piker, brash and broy. But Piker is a socialist, considerably to the left of the mainstream Democratic Party. He gets into streamer beefs, but he also talks a lot about empathy and bringing the spirit of charitability to political discourse. What kind of effect does he have on his community and their political activism? Who's tuning in 50 hours a week to get their news from one guy? Spoiler, it's not just 20-something men. And really, who is that guy? Endless Thread talks to Hasan Piker and his fans. Did they interview my fans too? That's crazy. Weren't you live for this interview? No. I did this offline like months ago. I forget exactly when.
To the Red Sea, where the UK says Iranian-backed Houthi rebels have carried out their largest attack so far on shipping lanes. The Ministry of Defense.
That is the BBC. But we didn't first listen to that report until a few weeks ago.
No. My understanding of Yemeni fighters disrupting a key international shipping route in reaction to the war in Gaza started in the diffuse, crackling, digital, foamy broadcast waves of the internet, somewhere between TikTok and Twitch.
Okay, that's crazy that this is a straight-up journalist on NPR, Boston Public Radio, openly admitting that his perspective shifted on the issue that the Ansar Allah movement was presenting, the reasons as to why they were dealing with the Red Sea in the ways that they were on my fucking Twitch stream. Okay? That's crazy. Hey, Rashid, how old are you? Where are you from originally in Yemen?
Let's orient ourselves a bit here. We're talking about the southern end of the Red Sea, which flows past Yemen, Eritrea,
and Djibouti.
It's this key shipping route because it brings giant ships back and forth between the Indian Ocean and the Arabian Sea and the east coast of Africa and the Mediterranean Sea and Europe. It is a massive shortcut for getting goods between the east and the west.
An age-old plan to shorten the distance between Europe and the Orient by linking the Red Sea to the Mediterranean.
Yes. To get from the east to the west, you have to head through the Middle East. And when these attacks started a little over a year ago, the ships under attack were traveling up and down the coastline of Yemen, which has a front seat to the Red Sea's shipping route.
The Red Sea, the Suez Canal that connects it to the Mediterranean, this is a zone that's had a ton of all kinds of commercial shipping for a long time.
And a lot of conflict, since forever. Since Moses.
The long history of man's efforts to create a passage through the Egyptian land barrier can be traced back to 2000 BC.
The Houthis are a group of fighters in Yemen that are vaguely associated with Iran, and they're in their own intense armed conflict with their neighbor, Saudi Arabia.
They've driven a civil war in Yemen against the government there, with a resulting intense humanitarian crisis. We are not going to try and explain this conflict further right now.
Which is probably for the best. But the Houthis have been reportedly doing this because they believe Israel, the U.S., and its allies were doing nothing to stop the humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
It's not.
It seems fair to say that, right?
It's not AI. Not everything is AI. You need to stop being brain-dead Zoomers. Secondly, there's not much else I can do in terms of like visual, visual guides here, because while we conducted this interview technically on camera, and obviously I didn't know that this was going to be the way that they were going to cover this interview, because we talked about a variety of different issues. This is a radio broadcast, okay? This is a radio broadcast for WBUR, which is the Boston NPR affiliate, okay? This is Boston NPR. It's an interview conducted for a radio broadcast for the show Endless Threads. I assume the podcast Endless Thread. Please, I just want you guys, I have never heard this either. I want to hear what their perspective is. I didn't know this was going to be about, I did not know that this was going to be about like my interview with Timothée Chalamet. I didn't even realize that they were going to predominantly feature that interview, okay? God, you guys are so annoying. Put some Subway surfers up. Just watch, please. Please, just watch.
Right now, politics and armed conflict have a much more direct and highly personal impact on daily life in Yemen, to say nothing of the larger region.
But much of the way we experience this story in the U.S., unless we have a personal or family connection to Yemen or the merchant mariner industry, this feels and is pretty far off.
Timothée Chalamet, also known as Rashid Al-Haddad online, brought it closer somehow, especially after he did a big interview with what we might call a news delivery service.
I'm doing journalism, chat. Calm down, okay?
Not the New York Times or BBC or NPR, organizations that might at least have a few reporters stationed in the region near the Red Sea.
What platform is best to talk on? He said Instagram. Okay, that works.
By the way, 19-year-old Timothée Chalamet said he was not a Houthi fighter, but he did seem to have the trappings of an influencer.
He said, Hasna, wait a few minutes until I set up the lighting. Bro, this dude is a professional, dude.
The news service getting the big interview with the Chalamet of the moment also had good lighting, access to translators, and a huge engaged audience. Associated Press, Reuters,
It's kind of crazy because, like, I do make the sausage in real time. Normally, you never see how the sausage is made. You see a finalized product where news outlets that will do exactly what I did in real time in front of you guys will basically like they were saying, they'll have a station journalist, probably not in Sanaa, but they'll have like an affiliate maybe on the ground or somewhere close enough. They'll have Arabic translators or can speak Arabic and will interview this person. And you don't normally see this happening in real time. That's, I think, a unique aspect of the way I operate. And then you see the finished product where, like, that entire interview in and of itself, and even like how we put it together, would never be seen by the world, right? You would only see like maybe 2 to 3 minutes, like specific answers that you're hearing from Timothée Chalamet at the time.
NBC? No. More of a dude who's a professional dude.
Hasan Piker.
People say, Hasanabi, you've changed. It's like, motherfucker, I haven't changed. You did, bitch. I've never heard a Democrat be like, man, what do we got to do about this fucking military budget? We are literally the last political space online that is a holdout, that is majority men, that isn't like insanely politically.
Not insanely as politically, maybe, but definitely polarizing. And we're not even really talking politics yet. We're talking generations.
Whenever we ask people if they know Hasan Piker, it goes one of 3 ways. It's either no idea who you're talking about,
or, oh yeah, is that hot guy?
Or the streamer? Yeah, definitely. And these answers divide along generational lines. Hasan also divides people on feelings about the war in Gaza, political lines in the U.S., too.
Also, lines of gender. But you take all the people on one side of all those lines and put them together,
you get an impressive audience. 3 million followers just on the video game streaming site Twitch, another 1.5 million on YouTube, and his hours-long live streams. There can be 20 to 30,000 people watching and listening to Hasan at any given moment.
That's how you know. That's how you know this is old, because now it's up there. Now it's more than that. Now it's a Saturday, so we got 25 in here, but now it's 30 to 40,000, as you guys know. So, you know, just saying, this was an older interview.
That's an audience that competes with WBUR's largest average broadcast radio listening audience in Boston. The same audience as our entire station in a major metro area. But it's one Twitch stream, one guy, Hasan Piker, 33 years old.
He's ripped, a true Chad.
And as Americans celebrate or slide into despair following the second election of...
Chat, stop saying this is AI. It's not AI. I literally had a conversation with these people. Can you please stop saying this is... What is wrong with people, man? What the hell? Why do you guys keep saying AI? It's not... Like, I talked to these human beings, okay? It was a real interview.
President Donald J. Trump, an increasingly popular Chad.
I'm AI.
Thanks to an increasingly popular, seemingly endless stream.
There's a couple things that I talk about that, like, basically break people's brains. Peter Thiel owns the country now. You understand? You don't want solutions. You don't want to understand why this violence happens. I do.
I'm Ben Brock Johnson.
I'm Amory Sievertson, and you're listening to Endless Thread.
We're coming to you from WBUR, Boston's NPR news stream.
And on today's episode, a look at how the media landscape and news consumption are changing through one example. The guy people are calling, quote, the Joe Rogan of the left, who has bad news for people who say things like, he's the Joe Rogan of the left.
I just don't think that we can podcast our way out of this problem. Like, I just don't think that the Democrats...
come on, man. Come on.
Whatever you've heard of Hasan, whatever you think of him, however you found him, or if you've never heard of him or found him, let's start with some simple facts. His parents are Turkish. His father is a political scientist and economist who has helped support the Future Party in that country.
Chatters who have never listened to a singular NPR piece, I think, don't understand NPR voice, and that's why they're thinking like, this sounds like AI. No, dude, they dictate perfectly, okay? That's what it is. That's just, they enunciate in a way where it almost comes across as like robotic. And even like the cuts that they put in with my voice sounds like AI as well. They got NPR voice, and also the way that they like cut certain stuff, like even there's like an NPR filter, I guess, where it also sounds like I'm doing AI voice.
In opposition to the right-wing Justice and Development Party. His mom is an architectural historian teaching at the Institute of Technology in New Jersey.
And Piker's uncle started the Young Turks, the popular progressive news network that began on the radio, jumped to YouTube, and is now played on some television channels.
4.5 long years of we're making progress. We're not making progress. You're heading off a cliff, dude, and you don't even realize it.
Hasan's of an even younger generation than the Young Turks. He's on YouTube, but he's most established on the video game streaming platform Twitch, where people watch other people play video games. And in Hasan's case, people watch him talking about politics. But if you're gonna stream on Twitch, you're probably gonna do both.
The first time I came across him was when, in the election of 2020, he streamed a Get Out the Vote game of Among Us with Representatives Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Ilhan Omar. When you watch this video, as AOC gets onto the stream with Hasan, he seems pretty psyched.
We came a long way from 15 people watching me play Fortnite with motherfucking Felix Biederman to playing Among Us with the top content creators and also two of my favorite politicians.
The Among Us stream, just a little more than an hour long total, netted nearly 700,000 concurrent viewers. Just to give you a sense, that competes with the prime viewing period between 8 and 11 p.m. of CNN, which, by the way, is also putting Hasan on.
This is Hasan Piker.
This is my dog, Kaya.
Piker was 29 back then, and about to watch Biden sweep into office and topple Donald Trump's attempt at re-election in the midst of a brutal pandemic. When you watch this 4-year-old stream, Hasan seems legit giddy at what's happening. And it's this odd combination of video game nerdery and progressive political energy. Or maybe it's not that odd of a combination.
Hasan Piker represents a huge change in the way people consume information in 2025, especially digital natives, people who have only really been around after the internet and computers.
Increasingly, they don't...
I was thinking a lot about this, actually. You know how people always ask me, Hasan, like, what has your attitude really changed on? I don't think my values have changed. I've been fairly consistent on that stuff for the past decade. And you can check that against, like, you know, commentary from the past 10 years that's, you know, out there, right? From the Young Turks all the way until now. And you'll see I'm advocating for the same exact shit. Having said that, there is one thing that I'm thinking about that has changed. I think that, like, my hope in the Democratic Party, I think, has eroded almost entirely. Like, I always had this attitude that regardless of the fact that one of the two major parties in a bourgeois democracy is never going to bring about revolution, I understood that on principle, but I still believe that there was a way to, like, there was a way to engage in harm reduction. There was a way to engage in harm reduction that the Democrats were going to abide by if you voted for them. And I think, like, year over year, election cycle after election cycle, the Democrats consistently showed me and anyone else that was paying attention that they were not interested in doing harm reduction at all. And I think that's the reason why when I see someone like Dean, right, the liberal Spider-Man debate Dean, right, like, I understand as a 19-year-old, if this is your first foray into, if this is your first like political cycle that you're actively defending the Democrats on, like, I get why you would be more, I don't want to say naive, but like you'd be more hopeful that the Democrats will do the right thing. Whereas, you know, go through like 3 of those and you'll understand very quickly that optimism in that regard is quickly going to be cast aside for an assumption that the Democrats are basically controlled opposition. This isn't like every single Democrat, for sure. And my attitude, I would say, shifted from, you know, Democrats are definitely better than the Republicans to, they're marginally better than the Republicans to harm reduction to we need to use the platform that the Democrats offer to existing progressive voices in an effort to continue building up a labor movement, to continue building out like outside pressure, outside mechanisms of pressure that are not immediately within the lap of the party, to like, I don't even know where we're going at this point. Like, I just, I've never been closer to an advocacy for building a third party from the ground up than this very moment. I will admit that. It's something that, like, I wouldn't say I'm as far as, you know, Michael from Pennsylvania is on this issue. I truly don't, I don't know. I truly can't see a way out of this beyond, like, either completely reconstructing the party or looking for a alternative, like developing an alternative at all. I tweeted about this this morning. Who could have seen this coming? Everyone. We kept yelling about this. I think it's time for the liberals who scream at the left to bury the hatchet and actively reconstruct the Democratic Party to be a real opposition party with a bold vision of change, or build a real alternative. And it's just like, I don't know how we do that. I'm being radically honest with you. I don't know how we do that, but changes need to happen immediately.
Compartmentalize their different flavors of content. They don't go to one place for news, another place for lifestyle, information, etc. They go to the same place for all the things. And usually that same place is not a brand, per se. It's a person.
We wanted to hear from some of these people, so we reached out on Reddit and got a bunch of responses. Some Hasan fans have requested that we only use their first name because, well, Hasan takes political positions that some employers might view as extreme.
I had gone through different posts, reading comments, because I just basically view reading Reddit as like people watching, and kind of bookmark Hasan in my head as like, I gotta figure this guy out.
This is Janet. She's in her early 40s, lives in Colorado, goes against a few of the larger characteristics of Hasan's audience, but she's part of a growing demographic.
Percentage of male went down, percentage of female went up. We're up big.
That's Hasan streaming his annual Hasanabi community census on Twitch. Hasan's subreddit lists, quote, 151,000 comrades as its follower count, which is where we found Janet.
Janet started out reading Hasanabi hate on Reddit, but she's a comrade now. She's watching his Twitch stream every day. And it's not just Janet who's taking it all in.
My toddler gets a little bit of TV time in the morning, so when Hasan starts, the TV goes off for him and we throw him into lunch. He knows the Hasan is streaming song, and we'll start doing sign language for food when that song comes on, so I've kind of ruined the baby, but
A number of the people we talked to watch and listen to Hasan while at work or while doing schoolwork. But Janet's home with her baby, so...
It's on my 80-inch television. It's in the front of my living room. We have a really open floor plan, so I can hear it while I'm cleaning, while I'm hanging out with the baby, doing flashcards and whatever. He's basically just like our talk radio during the day, except we get to look at him.
We heard this a lot, actually. Hasan as replacement for the radio.
But he's streaming video, too, so it's pretty similar to cable news. And while it's not a 24-hour Hasan cycle, it is 7 days a week, along with a serious regimen of weight training, which you kind of have to do if you're sitting in a gaming chair for that long every day. He has a background team running a Discord chat, doing video graphics, and managing the community.
I got little babies listening. I gotta stop cursing. This is why I gotta stop cursing.
Behind the scenes.
This consistency has, over time, just grown his reach, which in turn turned the heads of the people trying to run the country in the last election. Hasan was invited to the Democratic Convention. He was looked at by many in the run-up to the election as Exhibit A that Kamala Harris and company were talking to the right people to help them talk to the people who were going to vote. But then, the other team's podcast Reach Out game turned out to be a lot more full-on.
The following is a conversation with Donald Trump on this, the Lex Friedman podcast.
How long have we been talking?
A long time.
Let's go.
Probably like 3 hours.
He's one of the most famous people on earth, and I'm grateful for this chance to learn more about the man behind the headlines. Today's guest is Donald Trump.
The Associated Press has called the presidency for Republican Donald Trump.
Ever since, Hasan has been on what almost feels like a group therapy tour, talking to a lot of legacy media organizations and helping to explain to them how they could have possibly missed this thing that the polls really bore out, that young men were breaking for Trump.
I think Trump speaks to male insecurities better. It's not necessarily flooding the market with like a bunch of liberals. Like, oh, if we had like 8 more Pod Save Americas that kind of look like me, for example, like more bro-y, right? Then that would be fine. It's like, no, you can't podcast your way out of this problem.
There it is again. You can't podcast your way out of this problem. And yet, it seems like if the Democratic Party could podcast or stream its way into the hearts of young men, Hasan could be their guy, because he courts more than the Janets. He also courts a lot of Jadens.
Right now, Heber Springs has a population of about 7,000 people.
24-year-old Jaden didn't find Hasan Piker in his hometown of Heber Springs, Arkansas.
It's a pretty close-knit community.
Arkansas heads, rise up. My slander against Arkansas has not gone unnoticed. I apologize.
Community, a lot of people know each other. A lot of people will go to the same church, for example. All the beliefs of everyone are pretty much shared throughout the entire community.
That shared belief system, in Jaden's experience, has always been church-focused. Growing up, he says a lot of the social interaction was through church or trips with church groups. One of these particular trips to some cabins in the woods he remembers in particular.
It was cold, it was windy, it was so miserable.
There was always a theme or topic of discussion for these trips.
For this trip, they decided to make it about homosexuality.
Jaden thinks this trip happened when gay marriage got national protections in the U.S. He says that the trip turned out to be a bunch of adults telling a bunch of middle schoolers about how homosexuality and gay marriage were ruining society.
I had so many experiences like that, kind of around church and things like that.
When Jaden started to spend more time online in high school, he discovered perspectives that didn't really match the homogeneity of Heber Springs.
And when he went to the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville, his own belief structure started to shift even more. Jaden says straight up that the only reason his belief structure has changed is because college and the internet.
Which is where he found Hasan.
I thought that the way he broke down certain topics was just really easy to understand, easy to digest.
Digest what exactly? Hasan's worldview.
Whether it's American foreign policy being ultimately damaging to the world, or whether it be an advocacy for enshrining abortion rights in the Constitution, gun control, like reasonable gun safety measures that must be implemented, focusing on universal health care and free college education. All of these things have not improved at all.
Jaden says that Hasan Piker's point of view on a bunch of different topics felt logical and approachable, and that they were ultimately compassionate towards America's most underprivileged people. Unhoused people, veterans, racial minorities, working class Americans, etc.
It was definitely sort of a gradual realization that a lot of these things that the church and conservative-minded people were saying were concepts and ideas that actually went against the Bible in some ways. I think that was kind of the biggest contradiction that I sort of realized was when they talk about politics, it's pretty clear to realize that these people are not 100% for loving thy neighbor and looking out for those less fortunate than you.
Back in Heber Springs, Jaden's parents and his brothers are not watching one of Hasan Piker's streams 3 days a week, like Jaden is. His parents are watching Fox News. His little brother?
He's definitely sort of that Joe Rogan, Till Coney, or Kill Tony, Andrew Schultz kind of audience member.
So, family conversations, even though Jaden gets along well with his parents and siblings, can be a little tricky. But Jaden has a new vocabulary.
Definitely one benefit of tuning into Hasan and all these other left-leaning political commentators is that you're able to have discussions with these people and introduce new perspectives on looking at things that they have definitely not been exposed to before.
Maybe one of the reasons Hasan resonates with people like Jaden, who identifies as a cis white male, is that in a lot of ways, he looks the part.
Hasan has said he was teased as a younger kid for being, as people in the 1950s might say, kind of a shrimp. And like many young people before him, Hasan channeled that teasing into time at the gym.
Which in turn feeds a persona that on the surface might feel like it's part of the manosphere that many of us have heard about. The online spaces where men prioritize alpha masculine behavior and ideals above all else. He does look and a little bit sound the part.
Bruh. Dude. Oh, dude. Holy dude. It's like, bitch, what do you mean?
But this is another case where you have to look closely enough to see the differences between streamers, who definitely don't line up along the same clear, bright lines between, say, Fox and MSNBC, or even NPR and the Wall Street Journal.
And yet, the streamer world is drawing more and more of the audience that used to go to big broadcast news organizations away from that and into things like a video game streaming platform that might have a bunch of political thought mixed up with a game of Among Us or Counter-Strike.
Hasan Piker has drawn a lot of controversy for his positions and his statements. And I'm not talking about
bitch.
I'm talking more about,
if you look at the civilian deaths versus the deaths of soldiers, Hamas's percentages are infinitely better than Israel. That's just facts. So no, Hamas is the lesser evil.
If you're on for 8 hours a day.
I love that line because it is so, that right there is so perfectly, that right there is crafted so perfectly for liberals to go, well, my conditioning dictates that I'm always on board with the lesser evil. Like, it is virtually impossible. The only people that will have issue with that are people that are already completely supercharged with pro-Israel propaganda, that where they will actively deny the truth. The genocide lovers hate that line. Yeah, that's why when Fox News posted that on their article, saying that like I'm a terrorist or whatever, I didn't really have an issue with that being posted on that article, because that is a correct statement and that is exactly what I mean. I'm saying exactly what I mean. It wasn't like out of context at all. It is something that I stand by, you know?
7 days a week, speaking to a large audience of young people, and your general topic is political thought, you're gonna eventually say some things that stir the pot. Hasan has opted into the battle royale and tete-a-tete world of streamers.
Like this face-off with a famous streamer called Destiny.
I'm almost positive that you said that you wouldn't vote for Joe Biden, that you said you would like go shack up and live in the woods somewhere, which is cool because you have the privilege to do so. But
I said I'm considering not voting for Joe Biden and living up in the woods and living in an anarcho-primitivist lifestyle, which is like the second. It's a meme, dude.
Okay.
Destiny, a streamer known for being pugnacious, had a falling out with
old ass debate. That's like they went back into the mines for that one. I don't even remember having that conversation. That's crazy.
Hasan, that was seismic in the streaming world.
And Ethan Klein.
Even back then, this dude was still doing, that dude was still doing the same thing where it's like, wow, you made a joke, but I will actually take it completely seriously and make it seem as though it's real political commentary. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to live in the woods. I'm not an anarcho-primitivist either. Like, Well, I've destroyed you in the marketplace of ideas because you have been found making a joke.
An American-Israeli YouTuber and podcaster who used to collaborate with Hasan on a podcast has since sworn off that partnership.
Mostly because of the duo's inability to have a measured debate on...
Oh, no. There's a... Oh, brother. Okay.
What has been happening in Gaza. Just a few weeks ago, Ethan released a 2-hour-long takedown attack
By the way, Ethan is not Israeli. He's not. I mean, he's an American. He is an American through and through. Like, straight up. He lived in Israel, but he's not Israeli.
Hasan. Much of which seems
I don't even know if he has an Israeli passport.
On Hassan's support of Palestinians.
Hasan's chat had been calling me a Zionist, baby-killing genocider. Maybe it is unreasonable that I'm asking him to moderate his chat for a friend.
Hasan responded in kind while on vacation in Japan.
Yeah, dude, I am pro-Palestine. That's it. If that's news to you, you are the dumbest baby on the planet.
This, we can say, is giving streamer, big time. Though big news organizations do it too. Newspapers throwing shade at each other through competitive reporting and op-eds, even presidential endorsements.
What's interesting about this piece is that this was far before, like, I interviewed, and they briefly asked me about Ethan in that interview, but this was far before the content puke. This was far before, you know, that back and forth in its entirety. So it's like interesting that they're like, I wonder what they did with this, because I have no idea what what the final product looks like. But I do remember like briefly talking about it, and at the time, because when this interview happened, I still was. When this interview initially happened, I still was very much trying not to talk about Ethan at all. So that's why they have snippets of me from Japan in the piece.
Hey, remember when newspapers did presidential endorsements?
Somebody check the Jeff Bezos Twitch stream.
A slap fight is a slap fight. But underneath the bros and the bitches, the bluster, the muscles, Hasan's pushing political thought too.
So it's time for us to add him in the chat. And we will when we come right back.
Oh, there's no more mention of this after the fact?
The end of this pod platforms.
Though instead of a brand of, hey, I'm just a guy who used to host Fear Factor asking questions, Hasan's brand is more, dare we say, earnest? Let's find out.
I'm Hasan Piker, also known as Hasanabi on Twitch. Why are people adding me? What? Why are people adding me? I'm confused. They said it? Oh, I didn't hear it. Or Hasan the Han on Twitter. Or Hasan D. Piker on TikTok and many other social medias. I'm 33 years old. Why does it sound like that? So I have all of these different usernames in every single website. It's a big mess.
Do you remember your first screen name?
My first screen name was actually Hellboy Hasan.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
That was way back in the day.
Can I ask what might seem like an overly simplistic question, but why stream for 8 hours a day?
I really enjoy it, and also there's a lot of news to cover. Outside of that, I think that there's also a lot of fun to be had besides talking just about the news and you know, doing outreach to a broader community and trying to get them on board to at least like view the world from a more charitable perspective to the way I see it.
So there's like a mission for you in that altruistic mission.
I mean, I don't know if it's altruistic. Some people might consider it to be, you know, propagandistic, I guess, or is that even a word? They would say it's propaganda, and
would you say it's propaganda?
That. I do, yeah. I don't think propaganda necessarily is a bad word, but you know, it's considered a bad word when someone uses it in especially the Western world. But yeah, I think that you can be honest with the things that you're talking about.
Now, Hasan told us he's a political commentator, not a journalist. But what gives some journalists indigestion about Hasan is that some people do get their news primarily, or in some cases exclusively, from Hasan, as if he really is the news.
As you've heard from Hasan already, depending upon when you jump into the stream and how long you listen, it could be both.
I mean, there's definitely something different.
Megan is a 37-year-old from Connecticut.
If something happens and I'm not there for it, it's like I missed that moment where, like, the chat tells him, like, Trump just got shot. And then, like, immediately he's switching over to the live feed. And then right away, chatters are sending him links. Like, this is what we know so far. It's addictive. It makes me not want to miss it.
In a way, Hasan is really a new filter for the news. When it happens, he's reading articles of real news outlets and commenting in front of his audience, and his live chat is feeding those articles to him in real time. It's almost like a live updating discussion feedback loop where Hasan and his audience are talking to each other about what is happening.
Megan didn't find Hasan looking for news, though.
I think it was actually his Chad Vice segment that I saw first.
Can you still not nut?
Oh yeah, yes.
Oh no! Yeah, end it, dog. What are you doing?
Yes, Chad Vice, where Hasan Piker gives advice to dudes about how to be a Chad. In internet parlance, a desirable, successful, with the ladies kind of guy. And Hasan's goal seems to be to do this Chad Vice segment without all the misogyny and toxicity.
Again, a perfect example of the Gen Z and millennial audience's habits. Less about the network, more about a person they trust and the community.
People, I think, come in and they're like, well, that's a cool guy. He seems progressive. He doesn't seem like an asshole. He looks kind of bro-y, maybe a little too bro-y for me. Or maybe that's beneficial for a lot of young men, that they look at someone that they identify with, like a white dude who likes to work out and play video games, and they go, like, this seems like a different community than the one I'm used to.
If the manosphere is what insecure young men are discovering and pouring into as they search for a way to navigate masculinity in what some might call a boring dystopia, Hasan can represent a different set of solutions for the same problems.
Specifically, like he always says, you know, if you put in the hard work, if you focus on bettering yourself, like, everybody can be a 7.
Alex is another Hasanabi fan we talked to.
His journey going to the gym, losing weight, and how it, like, changed his mindset. He was also, like, a big inspiration for me in that regard. I started going to the gym. I ended up losing like 60 pounds, I think.
Hell yeah.
And now, like, today, like, years later, I'm in the best shape I've ever been in.
Alex hasn't just transformed physically because of Hasan. He's also changed his politics, and even what he's studying in college, so that he can be a lawyer who works on labor rights.
You know, had I not found Hasan's community, I like to think that I'd maybe still have these views, but there's no guarantee, you know? I'm lucky that I found this community as opposed to, you know, something else.
Granted, like Alex,
I can't wait for liberals to clip certain aspects of this interview, get mad at the journalists, call them, you know, Hasan dick riders, harass them into oblivion, and never show their sheltered audience this aspect of my commentary and what I try to do. Desperately try to get people to be the best version of themselves, and desperately try to get people to see the world in a more empathetic lens. Never that. Always just like, oh man, this guy's a terrorist supporter. He loves terrorism. He's getting his chatters to love terrorism. Why? Because he's against the Israeli government doing a genocide. Let's see. Let's see if my prediction on this is correct. Okay. Okay. H3H3 Productions subreddit. Apparently, Hasan said again on stream that there's no proof Hamas committed. NPR loves terrorism now, I guess. Right on the money, baby. 39 minutes ago. He's in here. The person who posted this is in here, or at least saw the Twitter post or saw my Instagram post and instantly ran to the liberal H3H3 subreddit, supposedly progressive H3H3 subreddit. I'll never understand how people can be disinfluential. Oh, wait, what? I'll never understand how people can just be these influential media personalities and be so ignorant. There's no justice in the world. Please, what will it take for you to shake yourself out of this stupor? These people are knowledgeable media figures. They're not just like random people who are oblivious. They went so far. If you were to listen to the interview, you would recognize that they went so far back that they found like old debates that I had with Destiny at the time. This has become a snark sub. This is what I was saying about Ethan's hypocrisy. Ethan understandably hates snark subs. I have talked about how snark subs are unhealthy and they're bad for the people that, they're bad for the people that entertain the snark subs, and they're certainly bad for the people in the crosshairs, like the content creators in the snark subs. Everybody understands this. Ethan certainly understands this, except he operates a snark subreddit and also a snark podcast at this point. Like, look at this. Any number of different people within the crosshairs. What is this? POV Hasan takes you hostage? What the fuck? What is this? 800 upvotes. Bro really added loner box in the thumbnail after he criticized the video. Hasan talks about Polish people with such disdain. It's bizarre. Noah Samson is pro-genocide. Like random memes about me. Like, this is insane. How do you not realize this is a snark sub now? You have officially changed your fucking you have changed your entire community's outlook. You know? So which is it? Is Ethan crashing out and becoming right-wing Zionist, or is he literally among the top left-leaning online shows like your own story says? That's so funny. No, he is. He's crashing out and becoming a right-wing Zionist and bringing all of you along with it. Like, where are the H3 posts, man? Made my Hasan-loving best friend watch a new H3 app with me last night, and she locked in. I guess my question is, if you think personally that snark subreddits and snark podcasts are unhealthy, why the fuck are you operating one against your former podcast co-host? Like, you're bitching about your own fans that disagreed with you and left your community because you banned them because they correctly interpreted all of your arguments that were sneakily and sometimes not so sneakily pro-Israel in the aftermath of October 7. And that bricked your brain so hard that you wanted to fucking sue every random Redditor that has ever criticized you, sue every content creator that's ever happened to fucking criticize you at a time when, like, the American government is actively bouldering towards fascism. Anti-Semitism is at an all-time fucking high, and your crosshairs are locked into people who are personally getting upset at you for operating what previously was a relatively sizable progressive space online and turning that into a faucet of hatred for anyone that has ever said, Ethan, maybe you should stop spending all of your time shitting on pro-Palestinian voices if you truly are pro-Palestine. That is what this entire situation is. This is what the podcast has become. This is what the subreddit has become. I'm hearing more and more unhinged shit from Ethan on a daily fucking basis on my Twitter timeline, where he apparently is calling Jewish Voice for Peace tokens. Every Jewish person that's an anti-Zionist is a token now. Like, this is some real Michael Rappaport shit. It's alarming, to say the least. Yeah, he wants to sue Noah Samson for making an entire video where he correctly points out how many supposedly centrist drama slop tubers or people who masquerade as progressives have done subtle and not so subtle pro-Israel propaganda by not covering the actions of Israel and hyper-focusing exclusively on people who do cover the actions of Israel in Gaza. Yeah, he's going after Matt Lieb. He's going after all these other people. And the people that he goes after, they receive a torrent of hatred, okay? When you go after someone like this, when you go after a content creator, small or large, when you go after them and you actively try to deplatform them, as he has successfully done so, like, their fucking replies are flooded with the most Islamophobic shit. And at first, I remember talking about this with Frogan, right? Where I was like, there's no way those are Ethan's fans. There's no way those are Ethan fans who are like saying unhinged Islamophobic shit. I think at this stage, they absolutely are. You have changed the dynamic of your community, and you have changed the overarching politics of your community, and those who remain, who are major fans of you, are also changing alongside the rest of the people that came in afterwards. It's so weird, and everyone can see how fucking weird it is. It's so strange. Like, everyone can see the transparent hypocrisy of constantly complaining about snarks, which there is validity to complain about, while simultaneously operating a fairly successful snark subreddit and a snark podcast. Anyway, let's continue with this.
Hasan's had his own awakenings and political evolutions too. Trans rights is an example.
It's not something that I hide. I used to have transphobic opinions. I mean, this was a decade plus ago, but it doesn't matter. Like, it's more so about like always being charitable and admitting when you're wrong, and maybe developing a better mindset around certain things with more information.
One of the biggest criticisms leveraged at Hasan is not that he's doing irresponsible journalism, sourcing stories as they happen during a stream from online users who are dropping links and rumors into a stew of a live chat log next to his video stream that moves so fast fellow kids lurkers like myself can barely comprehend it.
And not even that he is, as he says, also making propaganda, often pro-Palestine propaganda, which he admits fully up front. No. The biggest criticism of Hasan from the right is that he's extreme, which is also the criticism from other people on the left, or at least the center of the left, because Hasan is an avowed socialist, not exactly the messaging a lot of powerful Democrats are going for. And that goes both ways. Hasan's support of the Democrats seems to be somewhere between tenuous and fully in the rearview mirror.
DNC was my turning point.
And I'd like to welcome you all to the Democratic National Convention roll call.
Why? What made you turn in that moment?
I was shocked at how not tapped into the real world I was when I was at the heart of where things are happening. I was genuinely shocked at how out of touch I was with everything else that was going on in the world. Because when you're there, when you're in that bubble, when the DC bubble comes to Chicago, right? You're still in that DC bubble. And I now understand why so many people, so many staffers, so many analysts, so many of these guys that, you know, write these think pieces and whatnot are so unimaginably out of touch with the needs and opinions of regular old, you know, American working class people.
And when you talk to regular working class people who listen to Hasan, like Megan, you do get the sense that he's having a real impact on their opinions and their feelings about the world, whatever their lived experience.
For Megan, that lived experience includes a period of homelessness. After she failed at her second college attempt, feelings of shame kept her from going home.
Despite that home life being one that Megan describes as privileged and supportive. She's back on her feet now. She works as a court reporter, doing transcriptions of court recordings. And in her spare time, she volunteers helping expunge minor marijuana infractions from people's records. But
it's so much closer to all of us than we know. And Hasan does a really good job of helping people to remember that these people are just like them.
The person that you see on the street that has like leathery skin at this point from being under the sun, from sun damage, sun exposure for many, many years, who clearly is not mentally well, right? That is the last tier of homelessness.
Hasan has definitely helped me to feel like that's something that I can share with people, because previously it was like shameful. I was ashamed of that. Now, if I do share that with someone, I will follow it up with the tiers of homelessness, and try to leave people with like a little bit more empathy for people that they see panhandling or whatever.
Empathy and charity. Feisty as he may be on the screen, these are words you hear a lot from Hasan and his fans.
More charitable to those ideas.
You'll never hear that from my fucking naysayers, though. That's why whenever I say I really care about being charitable to every single person, understanding where they're coming from, you'll never, ever in a million years hear that from my haters, who will laugh at that. They're like, I've never seen you be charitable. It's like, no, that's the whole point. Trying to be charitable to the best of your ability until the person on the other side of the screen shows you that they do not deserve said charity, that they're here to simply piss you off, to simply fuck your conversation up. That is precisely the reason why I am always charitable to content creators as well. Content creators with massive communities that I know I can speak to directly. When they turn the crosshairs directly on me and make their fucking entire output how bad I am and the way I see the world and my politics, all of a sudden you're gonna have a shit ton more haters. People that could have just as easily been in support, allies in this struggle. Those who can actively advocate for a better future will then turn all of their attention and priorities to fucking being like, no, this guy is bad. It comes across as though I'm being selfish here and I only care about myself or my own brand or whatever. But like, no, these people have liberals especially, or centrists and people who love drama online, have turned me into an avatar for fucking left-wing values. Okay? The problem, this is precisely the reason why I have tried to be as charitable as possible to XQC, Asmongold, H3, even fucking Destiny initially. And regardless of how these people treat me in general, I still will demand you do the same, okay? Especially for normies. You cannot help yourself, bro. Lol. I don't know what you mean by that, but when you're having a conversation with a normie, you cannot fucking fly off. You can't just like pop off on them. You can't get ridiculously angry at them. You have to always approach the subject matter from a point of empathy, from a point of understanding like what their background is, what their social conditioning looks like, what their material conditions look like. You have to be normal. If you treat everyone as though they are reactionary fascists across the board, you're not gonna be able to convince anyone. You know? Wasn't the other guy's complaint that you weren't reining in your audience while they accused him of wanting to kill babies? Yes. That is the most hyperbolic approach to that subject from a person who felt wronged at the time. That is like the pivotal reason as to why he's still been doing a year-long deplatforming campaign that has been completely and utterly unsuccessful. In terms of the actual impact of deplatforming, it's been unsuccessful. It has been, however, successful in like convincing his own audience of normies who are not super political into thinking that I'm a fucking I'm a fucking terrorist or whatever. I'm like the arch villain of American progressives. Having said that, the people that were calling him a Zionist at the time, not baby killer, okay, but a fucking Zionist at the time, were saying that because of his output, because he just kept saying things that were pro-Israel from a liberal Zionist perspective. And of course, a community like this one, or any community that understands the propaganda dynamics, of course they thought that. Of course. And I kept trying to both privately and publicly explain to him, like, Ethan, the reason why people feel this way about you is because they don't know the full, depth of your opinion. Because at the time I did truly think that he was pro-Palestine. And I kept telling him, like, you can't say that, like, a gay sex worker is going to be thrown off of a building under Hamas leadership for saying that they're pro-Palestine if you don't want people to think you're a Zionist. That is just a pure, insane Zionist propaganda talking point. That's what you hear from the likes of Ben Shapiro or a Jordan Peterson or a Trump, right? Of course people are gonna assume that you are that way. And to be fair to everyone that, like, clocked him early on, he certainly showcases his attitude a lot more openly now. He mocks your talk to Sam Cedar line now. Lamau, what a freak. Yeah, I know. That was my last message I ever sent to him. The last message I ever sent to him, and he's the one who leaked this to say it was inappropriate because he claimed it was anti-Semitic. I went back and I looked at it recently to see what I had said, because he had texted me on September 29th, and I didn't respond to him because he saw, like, a clip of me saying I have no problem with Hezbollah, and he was like, oh, I really find it, like, ridiculous that you love Hezbollah or something. Like, he said, your support for terror orgs has been upsetting to see, my friend. I see nothing wrong with Hezbollah. Really troubled me, to be honest. I don't expect you to say anything, to be honest, because it's how you feel, and I think it's good that you're being honest, but I wanted to at least voice my concern to you. You don't need to respond if you don't want to, obviously, but I'm not expecting. That's what he said, right? And I didn't respond to him because, you know why I didn't respond to him at the time? Because I didn't want to fucking talk to him about this issue at a time when I was covering the Israeli invasion of southern Lebanon. Like, that was his hyper focus on that. Okay? And after that, after all of before the context nuke, or before all of that, there was a point where I tried desperately, like my last ditch effort, my Hail Mary, where I said, and again, he is the one who has revealed this text message, so I don't have an issue, like, rereading it, so that people understand. On Thursday, October 24th at 7:22 a.m., after the deplatforming efforts really escalated, before the context nuke, but the deplatforming efforts had really escalated at that time, my last text message to Ethan, who we didn't reply to, was as follows. I don't know what happened over the last couple of months, but I'm trying this as a last resort. I don't think you see me as an honest person at all, but I really think you should talk to Sam Cedar privately. You clearly respect him a lot more than you respect me, and he has lived experience. This isn't about debates or drama or clips out of context. I have always admired and defended your open-mindedness and willingness to change your worldview, so I hope you will do this. In spite of everything that has happened, I hope you're doing fine. I hope your family is well and the crew is good. Also, not that it matters, but it was wild to see you using a clip titled Hasanabi from a unlisted link from a Destiny community account. October 24th, 2024, 7:22 a.m. He never replied to that. Instead, he went on his show, H3H3 Podcast, and turned around and said I was anti-Semitic for suggesting that Ethan Klein talked to Sam Cedar, a person he respects, not simply because he's a Jew. That's what Ethan's words were. Oh, you want me to talk to another Jew? No, because he has lived experience that I certainly do not, and because he is, or at least was at the time, a person that he respected. It didn't have to be on camera. I said, just talk to him. And I had also talked to Sam Cedar as well, privately, about this issue a long time ago. And Sam said he was totally on board with talking to Ethan privately. if you look back at the time around October when I texted him that, if you look at the way I was talking about Ethan, both publicly and now as you've seen privately, versus how Ethan was talking about me publicly, you will see a dramatic difference. I tried to be as kind as I could and as understanding as I could until the very last moment. And all of that kindness, all of that charity, all of that grace was slapped away by a person who was so lost in the sauce that they just could not see the world in any way outside of the horse blinders that he had placed upon himself when it came to this issue. So no matter how much people try to rewrite history on all of the adjacent drama communities, you know the truth, okay? And it's not an accident that this exact same situation has played itself out a million times over with other content creators on silly ass drama too, even with like XQC and shit. It takes a lot for me to just say, all right, you are not, like, you are never going to be charitable. You are always going to throw me under the bus. You are always going to use me as a vehicle to draw ire and to gain clout off of. And not only that, but also actively undermine this project, actively undermine what I seek to do. What I do requires charitability from the uninitiated. If they are not charitable, if they immediately come in with the attitude that I'm like a bad person, a terrorist, a fake, phony, hypocritical socialist with a metric ton of pre-existing resentment and animosity that people have towards socialism, towards leftist values, towards progressive values, like, it's virtually impossible for me to convince people. It's virtually impossible for them to see what I have to say with an open mind. This is precisely the reason why I talk quite a bit about how, like, the drama slop tubers and other content creators who are apolitical, how they've played a formative role in undermining not just myself, but just like leftist thought in these spaces. And of course, in that process, understandably, alternative content creators with like alternative visions, right-wing content creators, are going to thrive in that environment. If all liberals care about is shitting on fucking content creators to the left of them and leftists in general, then yeah, right-wingers are going to blow the fuck up in the process. It's normal. Especially at a time when right-wing commentary is also popular. It's always been popular online, but it's especially become more popular. That's it. That was simply my point. A more charitable perspective.
It was that charitability.
A lot of charitability.
To put a finer point on it, while Hasan lives in this disembodied world of Twitch and YouTube streams, interviewing people who know suspected domestic terrorists at home or abroad,
he does seem to push this common theme of get involved in your local community and just help get things you believe in done. Which, again, whatever your political stripes, is probably good advice if you are not a billionaire but you want to make meaningful impact. More than a year after Tim Houthi Chalamet had his moment in the sun, driving a skiff next to that big merchant ship Galaxy Leader, and becoming a special guest in Hasan's Twitch stream, the online world has moved on.
But the world hasn't. According to the latest reports from news and information services, new and old, that large ship remains under Houthi control. Its final destination, a question mark.
And in a way, we're all there too. unsure of what the future holds. For journalists, propagandists, billionaires, streamers, our goldfish attention spans in hyperdrive.
I think they made this. I think they made this before the Houthis released the ship and the people in it.
Somewhere in the back of our minds,
do an update on
trying to hold on to North Stars of how we should act towards our fellow humans, listening and watching and wondering what to do. Whatever the case, the stream is up.
Overall, the interviews were around Christmas. Yeah. Overall, great video. And, you know, this is what it's like when you talk to actual journalists, adults who have a firm, established worldview and actual knowledge over geopolitical events, even if they don't fully align with my worldview. Okay? That's the difference. As opposed to a person with a political perspective, but not necessarily a lot of fucking knowledge on any of these issues. That is the major difference. So if you are coming in here with hate and with the attitude that you're in here to like fuck stuff up, you're here to like show the world the dangerous nature of my commentary, and you're like, why are fucking adult journalists treating Hasan differently than my favorite drama slop tuber? It's because they're adults. It's because they're not only adults, but also knowledgeable on this stuff and not simply operating off of some very clear resentment that they feel towards an individual or a particular worldview that they want to disparage and tarnish, but aren't smart enough to, you know, craft a coherent narrative. So they have to rely on, you know, Redditors that have clipped shit out of context for over a year. That's the difference. And I think a lot of people basically see this, and they have two options, right? When they see stuff like this, they have two options. They're like, either everyone who is mature and grown up and knowledgeable on this issue are wrong or somehow blinded by Hasan's demeanor, or maybe the communities that I find myself in have a false assessment about the issue. Like maybe we were wrong. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I misunderstood. Now, for a lot of people, I think taking a deep breath, taking a step back, and admitting that like perhaps you didn't understand the issue in its entirety and maybe you were duped, is gonna be difficult. That's gonna be very difficult. So I think that's the reason why I see a lot of people going in the exact opposite direction, where they go, no, it's stupid sexy Hasan, he controls the media, and increasingly find themselves in the throes of like QAnon style conspiracies as they double down, triple down, quadruple down, and assume that there is like a mass media initiative. You know? Or the third thing, which is, you know, finding something out of this reaction that they can clip out of context and continue the Hasan fucking sucks narratives. No matter what happens, though, no matter what happens, I still believe that people have the capacity to change and make up their own minds. I don't know. I kind of agree with the narrative that you suck. Yeah, it's true. I do suck. I'm just not going to stop. I'm a very stubborn person, so obviously I'm not going to stop advocating the things I'm advocating for, regardless of all this shit that's happening, all this background noise that's happening. And a big part of that is obviously because I've been able to create this massive community of like-minded individuals who do care about empathy, who do care about changing people's minds, who do actually go out of their way to protest, to join local organizations, to join community organizations, to join unions. And, you know, that is what makes it all worth it at the end of the day. Anyway. What is this? What? Lol, you suck. Asman is for you and you can't stand it because he's so much better and bigger than you. Radical hypocrite fool. Me. Greets from Austria. What the fuck? I will never understand this take. Especially when it comes to Asmongold, because Asmongold has always been bigger than me. There's never been a moment where I have been bigger than Asmongold. Asmongold has always been bigger than me. I've never had issues with Asmongold until he became a right-wing content creator. I don't have issues with Asmongold being a bigger content creator than me. I have issues with Asmongold fostering a community of right-wingers and doing a metric ton of right-wing commentary. My issue with Asmongold is the same as like a Ben Shapiro type, or maybe a Tim Pool type, right? Tim Pool might be a better analog, considering that he also considers himself a centrist, claims to be a centrist, and yet constantly finds himself on the right of all these issues. When you talk about a stream size, the only thing they can think of is, oh, you must be jealous. I know, they will never hear what I'm saying. They're just like, refuse to hear it. I see it so much. Can we watch Jimmy the Giant's video that kind of talks about this? Sure. Let me see. What did he, which one? Did I escape the alt-right just to be brainwashed? This is the one you're talking about, right? He put me in the title too. I mean, he put me in the thumb.
You go down to the pool that I have jumped out of the alt-right pipe. Right? This video is brought to you by Lies of the Left. When are you dropping How I Escaped the Alt-Left Pipeline? Woke crap. Since I made that video, Escaping the Alt-Right Pipeline, there has been a claim that's kicking around that I have jumped out of the alt-right pipeline and landed slap bang in the far left.
Can you clear for the haters? Are you demonized or do you choose not to run ads? I choose not to run ads, but I am also demonized.
Alt-left pipeline. In this video, I want to talk about that. I want to talk as well about what the direction of this channel is, how you guys can help. Yes, that means I'm setting up a Patreon and I'm going to ask you for money. But not just that, right? We're going to talk about the culture wars, the evolution of wokeism, and most importantly, am I now woke?
Yes, my favorite small YouTuber who only posts obscure content finally uploaded again. Is this submarine sort of woke now? Don't tell me that isn't a woke-shaped submarine. Trying new stuff, I guess. Sorry, I didn't know the Walt Disney Company is making submarines now because it looks less
I figured I'd start this video out with me doing my political compass. I did it on stream, and when the results came in, shit.
God, I'm a fucking lefty. That's mental. That's insane. I can't believe it, bruv.
Yeah, I guess I am pretty left.
For those of you who don't know, Jimmy the Giant used to be, by his own admission, he's someone I interviewed as well, by his own admission, someone who was like firmly in the alt-right. And he is at his own personal journey where he's become a little bit of a lefty, also by his own admission.
Now, look, I'm gonna make my excuses. The problem I found with these tests when you do them is that it sort of doesn't account for new.
I think it's impressive that you focus on problematic content creators and drop them once it more or less gets resolved. More or less resolved. I mean, it fucking rarely ever gets resolved, unfortunately, but yes.
Once, because me as an individual, I can be very critical of unregulated capitalism. However, I really like capitalism. I really like businesses. I like it in many industries. I like when people come up with innovative businesses and they create cool shit. I think without checks and balances, capitalism has some nasty tendencies. Competition in capitalism can drive innovation, but I believe in order to actually have real competition, you have to have things built in to stop the 1% of wealthiest people hoarding all of the wealth.
Everyone calm down, okay? Let him talk. Like, you don't have to immediately go, this man is an ideological enemy. Like, just chill out. This is what I mean about charitability, okay? This is literally what I mean about being charitable to people. You're talking about a dude who was like a couple years ago saying like, we gotta save England from the scourge of unrestricted migration. And then the moment where he's like, I've gotten out of all that stuff. And I still think that like capitalism is good. I like cool shit that they invent. He's not a card carrying commie. Like, you know, I guess he's an enemy, you know? He doesn't, not a card carrying commie who wants a permanent first world genocide. This is crazy.
Elf. I believe a state should control its utilities, like private billionaires maybe shouldn't own our water supply, our rail, our electricity, etc. But you see, these political compass tests, they don't let you type out your answer. It's basically, is capitalism exploitative? Yes or no? So you just have to take my word for it that practically and politically, I am a social democrat. I believe in the sort of Bernie Sanders, the Nordic model, but the graph says I'm far left, so fuck it, I'll own it, I'm far left. But you see, this does leave two very important questions. Firstly, why am I not a communist? And secondly, and much more importantly, am I woke?
Almond milk. All I want's proper bloody milk, not left-wing options, proper milk. What's wrong with me asking for that?
To answer...
It's a war on proper milk, lads. It's a war on dairy. Save England. It is pretty funny because, like, this is why I do Hogwatch, right? Because there is so much unlimited potential. It's an untapped vein of content. Right-wingers are constantly hilarious, organically, without even trying. That's why I think it's good to, like, sometimes laugh at them when they come out and do dumb shit like this, okay? It's just... It is a very successful mechanism of propaganda, the way that like right-wingers do this to some of the edge cases on the left.
These questions, I'm going to tell you a very long and drawn out story to extend the retention time on this video.
Some of these, and some of these. Almost there, and done. Now let's see how it looks so far.
Alright, imagine this. You made it to summer, you managed to not top yourself during the British winter, and you go on holiday to Croatia.
Croatia! It's beautiful.
Look at it. Oh my god, what's that thing in the sky? Where's the rain? Where's the grey? Why is it not all grey? It's your first day and you think, you know what, fuck it, we're not going to do the bags, we're going to leave them in the hotel room and let's just go to the pool. And you're feeling good, right? You walk down, you're British, so obviously you've already got a beer in your hand at 10 a.m. And as you walk down to the swimming pool and you look for a sun lounger, you peer over your sunglasses and you notice there's fucking towels everywhere. You know what? I'm not gonna get mad. Fair enough. It's a busy day. I'm a bit late. My fault. Should have got there earlier. So tomorrow I'll wake up early and I'll try again. Tomorrow comes. You wake up early, 8 a.m. and you go down to the pool and you notice there's fucking towels on every sun lounger, Barry. Why are there towels everywhere? And what's worse is that about 40% of the sun loungers are empty. No one's sitting on them. Compared to the amount of people in the swimming pool, there are enough sun loungers to go around for everyone. However, because people keep putting their towels to reserve them, there's none available. So what do? Tomorrow, you set your alarm clock for 7 a.m. the moment that the pool opens and you arm yourself with all the towels you can get. You sprint down to the pool, you beat everyone. Ha ha! I did it! And in that moment of triumph, you realize, shit, I went from a nice, community-loving proletariat into this individualist, hyper-competitive, petty bourgeoisie.
You've changed, man.
This right here is what happens in a society with no regulations. The greedy, self-interested individual can literally dictate an entire culture upon people who would actually not mind sharing.
We're all watching it because we're all horrified that we've had to do this every day on holiday, Lella. This has ruined my holiday.
That 1% of people, and you all know him, everyone knows that greedy guy in the group. They don't really care that everyone else has enough. All they care about is making sure that them and their family have what they need when they want it, whenever they want it.
Do you mind not looking at me like that all the time? It's really disturbing.
This small minority of people, their behavior makes a ripple effect, which causes people to respond in defense, mirroring their competitive behavior that otherwise they probably don't want to mirror. But they do so due to fear of scarcity. I mean, just think about it in your life. Like during COVID, this happened with the toilet paper, right? Everyone was scared that they'd have none for when they needed a dump. And despite the news repeatedly telling us we have no shortage of toilet paper, the shelves are empty because people were panic buying.
As soon as you see some people buying more than they need to, you start thinking, will there be enough for me?
And when you're in the shops yourself, you can see that people are panicking, so you're starting to panic as well. It's more of a follow the crowd sort of thing.
In a plea to customers, they said, "We need your help. There is enough for everyone if we all work together."
Now look, this is all very tragic, right? Our beautiful, lovely Croatian resort. The poor people that just want a nice holiday. They all convene, right? All the pool goers, they convene and they discuss, how do we fix this problem? And they come to a genius conclusion of maybe we should employ a few staff members to monitor all of the sun loungers and make sure that people aren't reserving them with their towels. And we make sure that we have enough sun loungers to go around. Yeah, well done lads, you did it. You had your big revolution, Pooltopia's established, brilliant. But you know, look, some time passes and like new generations are born into this Pooltopia. And as we're sat enjoying a cocktail late into the evenings, old granddad, the proletariat, he's telling stories to his young petty bourgeoisie grandchildren. Listen here, Michael, back when I was your age, right? You won't bloody believe it, mate, but we used to have to wake up 7 a.m. to come down here and put towels to get a sun lounger. It was a nightmare. I'm telling you, it was a nightmare. Ruined the holiday. All right, Grandad, go to sleep. And one day, Grandad does go to sleep. And he doesn't wake up again. And slowly, we forget.
They're off. Look at them. They're off. Look at them.
The younger petty bourgeoisie, they never had to fight for their sun lounger. They grew up in good times and they started to have their own ideas of how this Pooltopian economy should operate. My friends of Pooltopia, I have a question. Why do we have these tyrannical pool chair Stasi policing and monitoring our every towel placement? Do they think we're children? This very persuasive speaker rallies the Pooltopian economy into firing the chair guards. And so what they do in turn of the guards is instead place nice shiny signposts on the walls saying, no putting towels on sun loungers. And the signs look great, right? They're brilliant and everyone's following them. But at the end of the day, they are just signs. One day, as they rush down to the pool to jump on a sun lounger, they notice that there's some towels already on the sun lounger. That's weird. It's probably nothing to worry about, probably just some keen beans going for a morning swim. And then they wake up the next day and they notice more towels are on the sun loungers. And the next day, and the next day. And just like that, the cycle resets. The towel wars return. And somewhere far away, Grandad Proletariat is rolling over on his heavenly sun lounger and thinking, I tried to warn him. Before we go any further, I want to give a massive shout out to Squarespace for sponsoring today's video. Squarespace is undoubtedly the best platform for making your own beautiful, perfect website. With their new design intelligence, which combines the newest AI technology, and their many years of understanding how to craft unique website templates, you can now literally just type prompts into the AI and it will make an entirely bespoke website template for you and your brand. And also what's so helpful if you're selling products online is their payment systems. They accept so many different types of payments from Klarna, ACH direct debit, Apple Pay, and you can even do buy now, pay later with Afterpay and ClearPay. And also, if you don't love writing like product descriptions or whatever, you can use their AI to generate descriptions for you. Also, if you're not that great at copywriting and putting like product descriptions in, Squarespace's Blueprint AI means you can bang in a prompt to ask it to make a description and it'll shoot out some really good copy and you can just tweak it to how you like it. So be sure to head over to squarespace.com/Jimmy the Giant, and to get 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain, use the code Jimmy the Giant. Anyway, back to the video. Thank you guys. Don't worry, you don't need to give me a round of applause. I know, it was a masterful analogy. This concept and this thought of like how power struggles in politics eternally have battles was encapsulated perfectly by the aristocratic socialist MP, Tony Benn.
I'm old now, and the older I get, the more I realize every single generation has to fight the same battles again and again and again. There's no final victory and there's no final defeat.
This right here is where I personally separate from, say, communists and real far left people. They will point to like the 1900s, right, where people are working in these brutal factories for pennies, living in slums, and then from incredible hard-fought battles politically, by the 1950s, these same types of people were given free social housing, free healthcare, free education, and it was great. It led to 30 years of the longest continued economic growth we've ever.
Yeah, the issue here, of course, is that all of those gains were hard fought, right? By communists, by socialists and trade unionists, like a coalition of people that had a range of ideology, and they were bloody battles, both here in the United States and also in the entirety of the Western world. The issue, however, is that while it took a while to claw back all of those social safety nets, ultimately capitalism won. Ultimately, capital owners won. They had their wishes. They were able to get their wishes because there is an extent to social democracy. There's an extent to how much there is a limit to how many gains you can make, and social democrats will oftentimes reflect on the social democrats right now reflect on the social safety nets that were fought for by people that were infinitely more radical than they are, not recognizing that the advocacy for capitalism that they maintain, the posture that they have towards capitalism, is ironically the reason why those safety nets that they want to bring back now are getting taken away from them. This is why a lot of hardline Marxists will understandably say that the welfare state structure is simply a lifeline for capitalism, a band-aid solution, and it is true. There is truth to this.
We've ever had. We drastically reduced inequality. There was very few economic collapses. However, this incredible progress was completely reversed.
Socialists don't like people to do things for themselves. Socialists like to get...
It's also the stupidest arguments. Like, I can't stand it. I'm no elitist by any means. I myself will voluntarily recognize how stupid I am, how many limitations I have. But goddamn, the stupidity of anti-socialist thought truly frustrates me, because it reminds me that you don't have to be particularly brilliant. You don't have to be particularly smart. You can just basically say the dumbest things possible, and the overwhelming majority of Western society will agree with you when it comes to being anti-communist, anti-socialist, and the like. That's it. You can say anything you want about socialism and what it truly means, what it means in practice, or what it means in theory, and people will just go, yep, that seems right to me, because other people have also said that before me, and I'm just taking it for granted without ever actually thinking about things in a different way.
Get people dependent on the state.
Also, Margaret Thatcher isn't a particularly stupid person, okay? Margaret Thatcher is evil, albeit fairly intelligent. It's just even intelligent people can very easily dial back their intelligence and talk about socialism in the stupidest ways possible, and the majority of people will eat that up.
Never build a great society that way. We were the first country to attempt and to succeed in rolling back the frontiers of socialism, which is the first cousin to communism.
By the 70s, when Thatcher came in, the wealthy classes managed to undo a lot of this progress, stripping back welfare states, privatizing publicly owned assets. And the communists will argue that the reason this happened is because we didn't go full communist. And I agree with them. However, I personally don't believe that there is an eternal solution.
Western leftists often ignore the majority of the world population being brutally exploited in the global south. Social democracy requires this exploitation. Yes. Another thing that I ironically tried to have a normal productive discussion with Ethan on the Leftovers podcast back when we had a podcast was that social democracy can only exist in the ways that it does with hyper exploitation of the global south. There is no other way to have a social democracy. And on the domestic front, there's obviously always going to be exploitation of the domestic working population and a consistent, concerted effort by organized, class-conscious billionaires, millionaires, and capital owners alike to claw back those beautiful, bountiful social democratic welfare state extensions that you have taken for granted. And as that goes away, you will become more radicalized, you will become more reactionary, because there's a lot of economic instability that comes from that. And if there is no socialism or socialists in your country that are telling you, no, this is fucked up, these people are stealing from us, they're stealing all of the benefits that we fought long and hard for so that they can make a tidy profit by privatizing these previously state-owned enterprises. If there's none of that, and there's unfortunately none of that in Europe, because capitalism won, communism lost, let's be real, that's what the Cold War did, all that remains is right-wing populist sentiment. You're angry, and you should be angry. Why should you be angry? Because immigrants are coming in. Immigrants are stealing what remains of the coffers of the government. They're stealing from you. It's other poor people that are stealing. You are a hard-working white man, and you work long and hard days only to get fucked over. And who's fucking you over? People on the dole. Who's fucking you over? Immigrants that are coming in and stealing your minuscule social safety nets.
Personally, don't believe it. On some level, no matter how much you achieve, how much you raise living standards, how much you structure your democracy to be as representative and democratic as possible, ruthless actors will still find a way to give themselves more power and control. When the problems of the past are fixed, the younger generation forget the struggle that it took to get there. And you can see this on the other side, when you flip over to like right-wing libertarian attitudes to capitalism. Many of the American right sort of follow this idea, like Ben Shapiro, but then in Britain we have, like with the Reform Party, Rupert Lowe and Nigel Farage, who often talk about removing the welfare state. They criticize disability benefits a lot. Some of them want to privatize the NHS. This ideology, this sort of libertarian ideology, completely forgets the reason why these things exist in the first place. Wait a second, why does it exist? Isn't it just one big waste of money?
Well, first of all, the number of people who will suffer is likely to be very, very small. Private charity, private efforts will provide support for the vast majority of people who would be poor in the absence of some kind of support. And when government does it, it creates an air of entitlement that leads to more and more demand for redistribution till everyone becomes a ward of the state.
Well, look, let's talk about that. So let's say we have some bloody libertarian revolution, and we create the Free State of Britannica, sponsored by Meta. In this amazing libertarian utopia, we all go out and we make our own little businesses. I open a little shop selling gamer goo. You open a gallery displaying NFTs. And like, you know, we still have a government because we're not complete anarchists, but it's a very small government. There's no welfare programs, there's no free healthcare, there's none of this stuff. All there is a few politicians to stop monopolies forming, because even libertarians understand that monopolies are bad. And what's this all going great?
Do they? They say in theory that monopolies are bad, but I mean, the reality of the matter is libertarianism or any kind of deregulation actively moves the needle in the direction of monopolies. As a matter of fact, the reason why monopolies currently exist in the United States of America and all around the planet is not because the government created them, but it's oftentimes because there is a tremendous amount of deregulation that allows companies to take advantage of the marketplace and engage in predatory practices, undercutting the competition, and then purchasing them once they go bankrupt Amazon is a perfect example of this in the e-commerce field, where Amazon is a monopoly in the e-commerce field.
And we're all trading and doing our thing. A guy appears, right? His name is Shilon Crust. Shilon invents a brain chip that can cure your existential loneliness. Amazing! What a great innovation! What a genius! The market should reward him for his incredible contributions to humanity. And so, Shilon becomes incredibly wealthy.
But you're trying to do good things and you're a billionaire. I mean, yeah, that seems a little bit like either superhero or supervillain. You have to choose one.
And because he owns this chip, he's able to spread his ideas on his platform and push them to everyone. And he starts pushing some ideas of how society should function. Weird, different ideas with like strange hand signals and stuff.
Okay,
And what Shilon does, because he's so wealthy, he actually manages to find a very charismatic politician. And that politician is called Ronald Rump. And he becomes the president. And all of a sudden, Shilon starts bending the laws to suit him. The government, who are meant to be like, you know, not involved in the economy, they start imposing tariffs on Shilon's competitors. He even manages to make the politicians agree to taxing the people, and those taxes go to funding his big projects. And very quickly, Shilon just starts building this non-competitive monopoly. But wait a fucking sec, hang on a second. In our libertarian economy, you're not meant to do that, it's against the rules. Shilon doesn't give a fuck about your lame little rule book, and he's made enough money and has enough power to do whatever he wants.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy.
And what's worse, right, is because you made the government so small and so weak, you actually stripped away all of its powers to protect the people from Shilon's red pill rage.
Dark Maya!
Very quickly, Shilon starts exploiting the working class. And bada bing, bada boom, well done, you recreated the 1900s.
I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, you want to quit? They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike and you say, that's okay, you're all gone.
You see, this is the big problem, right, with libertarian theory, is that built into libertarian theory is this belief that cultural values alone and market competition are enough to guide morality.
I mean, it's liberalism that's base boosted. That's what it is, you know? Good, bad dynamics, like assuming that some people are intrinsically good, some people are intrinsically bad. Bad people do bad things for evil reasons. Good people do good things for good reasons. And also simultaneously that like some other idealistic spiritual reason will actually hold this entire process together. That's why I get frustrated whenever people say like communists are collectivist. They don't care about the individual, or they'll say things like the man's nature is inherently greedy. It's like, yeah, a materialist understanding of the world or a Marxist perspective is not inherently collectivist. It ultimately wants individuals to have personal freedoms, more personal freedoms that are currently allotted under this existing organization of the economy. Yeah, cultural values. Cultural values enough to control exploitation. Are you a baby? Yes, they are. They are a baby. And just like a baby, they think that even though currently, I don't know, they work at a fucking Jiffy Lube, that they're going to magically turn around in this like deregulated structure and become a god, become a demigod amongst men. It's like, oh man, once the government stops holding me back, dude, I'm gonna be one of the rulers too. It's like, no, you won't. You will be a slave. You are currently a wage slave, and in the next evolution under a, I don't know, fascist, anarcho-capitalist dystopia, you will be a slave that inevitably gets sent to the glue factory. You're currently a wage slave and you can't even see that. Why the fuck do you think your situation is gonna get better? You're currently advocating for your own demise as it stands. You're gonna turn into a battery cell. They're gonna melt you into biomatter. I'm telling you right now. Would it be different in a communist state? Yes. The entire purpose, the entire principle behind not just a communist state, but anti-capitalist thought and anti-capitalist action is quite literally to change the current existing hierarchy. It automatically is beneficial for the average working class individual, okay? That's it. If you are truly someone who is self-interested and you are currently a wage laborer, you have one of two options. You either fantasize that one day you will be a ruler, you will be a part of the ruler class, you will be a capitalist, and, you know, then those working poors better look out because I'm going to be ruthless, right? You either fantasize about that every day, or you recognize your current standing in society, you recognize the class dynamic, and you choose to undermine it. You choose to work against it. You choose to, for your best interest, create systems where you can advocate for more. Create systems where you can demand more from your bosses. For example, the profits, the surplus labor value that you contribute to the company, you can get more of that back. But it will never happen because you asked kindly enough. It will only happen if you get together and you say, hey, all of us, without us, you don't really have much. Okay? You don't really have much. You just have a factory. You have tools at your disposal. You have upfront capital. But value can only be created with all of us working on the assembly line. Without us, you have no value. That's just sitting there and it's depreciating. Those are depreciating assets. So we want more. We want more in return that you are taking from us. Currently, as it stands, we want more benefits. We want more of the profits, a larger share of the profits that we're generating for you. The only way to get that is through collective bargaining, and if push comes to shove, showing your worth to the company with collective action, work stoppages, a strike.
Individual people to not exploit each other, as opposed to having heavy rules and regulations. But I mean, just look through history. Look at every civilization ever. History shows us that powerful, rich business people exploit workers wherever they can, unless the state steps in to stop it.
You have security cameras right behind you at all times that are looking at you 24/7, and if you don't meet standards or the rates, you're out the door. You're just disposable.
Even Margaret Thatcher,
No way, man. A socialist state always changes one hierarchy of the plutocracy billionaires to the government bureaucrats. It's one hierarchy over another, and they both debase individually. Yeah. Do you have an alternative? What's your alternative? Are you an anarchist? Is that what your alternative is? Like, this notion is hilarious. We currently exist in the fucking plutocracy of billionaires. You're making it seem as though under a socialist state that the government bureaucrats become the billionaires. Okay? The greatest example of this not being true is even when a country attempts to engage in a transitional socialist state like China, while there are still a tremendous number of issues in China in terms of its governance, in terms of its domestic policies, there is obviously better even development. Okay? It just is the truth. A truth that many Americans refuse to recognize. Many people in the Western world refuse to recognize that reality. Now, is China perfect? Far from it. Of course not. But with the limited amount of resources that they've had over an incredibly short period of time, they've been able to become a competitive global superpower that is seemingly going to outcompete the United States of America in a matter of a couple years, if it's not already outcompeting the United States of America. How did that happen? Individuality, they both debase individuality is a silly centrist attitude to have in this process. You're imagining that socialism will create a new hierarchy, but then give the awesome power that capitalist billionaires have to government bureaucrats. All of a sudden, government bureaucrats are living in this living with incredible amounts of power, and your lives will still be dominated no matter what. Sure, there's a moral justification of that hierarchy based on the general good that ultimately concentrates power and abuses it. Yeah, I'm willing and able to concentrate power and abuse it at your behest. What I mean by that is, no matter how much wealthy people have told you that it would be terrifying to have public housing, I'm gonna give that to you, whether you like it or not, okay? You might complain all day, every day about, oh no, we can't have socialized medicine in this country. That's devastating, that's terrifying. Yeah, guess what, dude? You're gonna have it and you're gonna like it. Doesn't fucking matter to me. And I'll give you an example of how you actually do like it. Are you ready? People with my mindset and the mindset of many others in this community have fought long and hard for a lot of the amenities that you currently take for granted. You don't like child labor. Child labor is hyper exploitative. It's ridiculous. Well, thank a fucking union for that. Thank the communists for that, for fighting long and hard through literal labor militancy, through battles with blood, sweat, and tears. You like the weekend? Thank a union for that. Thank some communists for that, okay? Do you enjoy the weekend? Do you enjoy, like, you have a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose, a sense of humanity that you recover in that time frame? That is precisely because people older than you, okay, your great-great-great-great-grandparents fought long and fucking hard to get that, okay? It does not happen because people are kind and ask for it in a kind manner. It doesn't work that way. You like a 40-hour work week? Okay, thank a labor union for that. Thank communists for that. Thank socialists for that. There are already so many things that you personally enjoy, that you personally like, that you personally take for granted, that people have actually actively fought for. Those are good policies, but you can't disregard the reality of the risk of those hierarchies. We need social support and investment. We need universal healthcare and education, but that doesn't mean there won't be a debasement of individuals as cannon fodder for the ruling class. You exist in a world where you also, by your own admission, recognize that there's a ruling class that does not care about you, and then you fantasize about potentially another ruling class that will force more egalitarian policies upon you, but then you still fantasize about them dominating you somehow. I keep getting network errors on your stream only. What, WTF? I don't know. I don't know why it's happening.
Icon of neoliberal philosophy. In her dying days, she regretted some of the forces that she unleashed through neoliberalism.
Some of the arrogant displays of wealth jarred very much with me and with the Prime Minister.
The capitalists have given Margaret Thatcher a bad name because she did not believe in excess. She believed in responsibility.
In a system with no rules, power will always win. And power doesn't care about your cute free market fantasy. It cares about control and domination.
The free market has never existed. It is a figment of the imagination of people. The market is a system that favors the rich, which is why the rich love markets.
So, like, with all that in mind, that's the very extreme libertarians and the very extreme communists. It leaves me in this weird place where I, in one part of my brain, understand and accept that we do have the logistical and technical ability to literally create a utopian world, to give everyone what they need. But unfortunately, I believe that despite that, human nature stops us from achieving it. Self-interested individuals will do what they can to break anything good that we have.
Yeah, here's the difference though. Self-interest is at the forefront of socialist thought, but absent of class consciousness, you will always advocate for your own demise when you talk about greed and self-interest as a way to maintain the capitalist organization of the economy as a working class individual. This is baked into our collective consciousness. Not only is human nature and self-interest not the end-all be-all, and I think that the entire history of humanity proves that we have always, like, there's no notion of like a natural state of being for humans. After all, what is natural about skyscrapers or airplanes or fucking astronauts going to the International Space Station? None of that is natural. The entire existence of human nature is to overcome the natural predispositions. This is why it's considered a logical fallacy to apply naturalism as a argument. Okay, everything we do is destroying nature. Now, having said that, I hate this take of yours. Wait, what? Why? You said spit, and then you said I hate the sake of viewers. Well, having said that, there is an argument you can make. There's a selfish argument you can make for socialism. There are more of us than there are of them. There are more people who are wage laborers than there are people who own capital. The problem is people who own capital do, under capitalism, run the countries, run the organization of the economy. They run everything. And the entire system under capitalism is designed to keep the existing structure the way it is. That's it. So if people were more selfish, wage laborers were more selfish, if they could have some class consciousness to recognize where they are in current society and advocated for their best interest, they unironically would be able to bring about a potential socialist change, a socialist revolution, if you will. The problem, of course, is that it is incredibly difficult to organize, especially when there is a lot of effort to divide the working class along numerous boundaries. The easiest ones, of course, are to instill panic amongst the white working class and black working class, instill panic amongst immigrant laborers versus domestic labor, you know? I don't know why there's a constant network error happening. I can't look into it, chatter. I don't know why. Yeah, here, this is my, girls love dictator Hasan art. Yeah, I'm gonna be authoritarian, okay? I'm gonna be this is, oh, I reposted this already, okay. Authoritarian right now. Let me tell you something. I am going to in an authoritarian manner, I'm gonna force free healthcare on you. I'm gonna force free healthcare, like sweet free healthcare on you. It doesn't matter if you don't like it. You're like, no, I want to die to curable, treatable diseases. I want to die. I'm like, no, you're not. You're not going to have medical bankruptcy. I don't give a fuck if you like it or not, okay? You get to have no say in this process. I'm the dictator. And you know what I'm dictating? Free fucking healthcare for you, bitch. Don't give a fuck. You can complain about it all day, every day, but you're going to get it. And you're going to get a free college education as well. And an opportunity for a jobs program, okay? A federal jobs program where you can have great benefits on top of that. You can fucking say, I don't want it. No, I hate those things. I don't care. Yes, that's going to happen regardless. And you know what else I'm going to do? I'm going to punish the fucking wealthy. I'm going to punish the super wealthy, corrupt capitalists, okay? I'm going to punish them. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you sell spoiled baby formula knowing full well that it was spoiled? Guess what? You're going to jail, bitch. Oh, I'm sorry, Sackler family. Did you actually fucking create a massive opiates crisis? Well, guess what? We're not giving you a slap on the wrist, okay? You're going to prison. That is my dream, okay? Whether you like it or not, you're getting these things. You're getting these fucking benefits. You obviously haven't lived in a society with universal health care. I have. It sucks. I grew up in Turkey, a much poorer country than the United States of America. And let me tell you, okay, public health existing, like a national healthcare structure existing, even though there is also still private insurance in Turkey, is still wonderful. Were you an adult in Turkey who had to pay taxes and you're rich and your family is rich, so don't pretend you understand the impact of those taxes? Yeah, rich people famously love paying taxes. Yeah, it's actually a very common advocacy from rich people to advocate for higher taxes so you can pay for fucking social safety nets for the poor. Famously, that's what rich people always advocate for. I can't comprehend how you can ever say universal healthcare sucks. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, let's continue with this, but after that we're gonna talk about potentially the Wartime Immigrant Act
benefit themselves, and that applies to even what I advocate for, the system of social democracy. Even if you achieve it, it will eventually become undone. I think you even see this starting to happen in some of the Scandinavian countries, where there's more privatization happening and stripping back of their welfare state. I just think you have to build a state that protects us from that as much as is possible.
There is no destination called justice or democracy, and if you catch a train driven by the right man, you'll get there. Every generation has to fight it.
All of that understanding brings us to now, 2025, where we're in like this very weird time politically. So whilst wages have stagnated for the last 15 years, houses now cost 10 times the average annual salary, all the while corporations are making record profits, whilst people can't afford heating, the middle class is shrinking, the poor are getting poorer. Despite all this, society seems to consider the most important problem of our time is which bathroom does a trans person take a shit in?
You don't agree with gender-neutral loos?
No, not at all. I think they're extremely dangerous.
And bro, I'm not judging. I was one of these culture warriors. I was deep in all this stuff. I was one of them. But how did that happen? Well, this is where things get a little bit interesting. And it all started in 2008.
But we are underway, and I do mean underway.
We're essentially down by 4 or 5%, down over 16%, 18%, 21%.
43%.
Traders here working the phone say a lot of their customers are freaked out, waiting to see how low the Dow will go. They're focused on the Dow, not so focused on OPEC.
After the financial crash, where big banks committed financial terrorism, gambling on people's homes and crashing the economy, this resulted in mass unemployment, rising inequality, and the destruction of working class people's savings. When I was growing up, they referred to this as the credit crunch. The biggest financial crash that has happened since the Great Depression, they had branded it like it was a breakfast bar.
Oh, cool, no doubt.
This crash led to the taxpayer bailing out the banks. In America, it was up to $700 billion. In the UK, it was £137 billion, with a £1 trillion safety net to protect the banks from collapsing. And so, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Lehman Brothers, the banks who tanked the global economy were saved by taxpayer money, whilst the working class saw the greatest cuts they'd seen in generations via austerity. And people noticed this pretty quickly. People were starting to wake up to the fact that unregulated capitalism as it currently existed is fucked. Public rage was brewing, and the ruling class was starting to get scared that real change might occur that would upset the current order in which they benefited from. And so in 2011, we start to see the people organizing, and we see Occupy Wall Street. Suddenly, people aren't just pissed off and protesting, they're now naming names. The 1% becomes a mainstream concept.
1 in 7 children in the United States suffer from hunger. At the same time, we're giving billions and almost $1 trillion to Wall Street just for bailouts. We need an economy for the people and by the people, not by the rich and for the rich.
People are noticing that the politicians that they had to choose between were being funded by the same banks that just broke the economy. All the while, this left-wing populist movement was starting to grow, and they were demanding things like higher taxes, stronger labor rights, and universal healthcare. And so the ruling class realized that they needed a distraction.
Welcome to the Glenn Beck program. Tonight, the truth about social justice and distorting its meaning. No. We're going to correct its meaning.
We have like, God, right-wingers have used so many crackheads to just like actively belittle and dismantle any kind of like left-wing populism, and liberals have so gladly allowed that to happen. Liberals have also simultaneously been like, yeah, no, that's great. Like they've complained about Glenn Beck, they've complained about him, right? But they also totally allowed right-wingers, as they did consistently, and as they did with the Black Lives Matter movement as well, liberals in positions of power have always taken note from the right on how to undermine leftist movements. Historically, this is just how they've always operated. This is why there's the famous adage of, cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds, because they find themselves aligned with right-wingers and fascists time and time again when push comes to shove, when there's economic volatility, economic instability, and they are worried about capitalism becoming undone. Same shit happened with Bernie Sanders. where you saw liberals lose their minds at the prospect of a Bernie-style figure.
In the mid-2010s, something weird started to happen to the left. Social justice movements started to explode. We'd see Me Too, Black Lives Matter, increasing LGBTQ activism, and this movement starts to grow, and you see it in things like university and corporate HR departments, where they would start to implement diversity and inclusion initiatives. And some of this was very well intended, and some of it was purely performative.
Remember summer 2020, when our social media was filled with those little black boxes? Now this was irritating, as I could tell that these were people that had no intent on creating.
This is yet another instance I recall when Radlibs yelled at me because I was like, why are you posting a black box? It is stupid. Stop posting black boxes. You are actually not helping, but instead harming activists that are using the Black Lives Matter hashtag to get information across to as many people as possible. And people yelled at me because I made them feel bad, because they wanted to feel like they were helping. They wanted to feel like they were doing performative help. Slacktivism. How many times does this have to happen for people to finally come to that conclusion? The worst part about it is that it's not like when people realize that they might have been in the wrong, that they go back and go, hey, the guy who told me I was in the wrong initially that I yelled at, he might have been in the right. I've learned from my mistakes. I'm going to be a little bit more open-minded to what he's saying. Nope, they just carry on that resentment. They carry that resentment permanently, and they just move on. Yeah, similar thing happened with the AI Gaza pig. Is that Will's hat? No, we have the same hat, Chatter. Funny though, no.
Justice or true change, but they only wanted to appease their conscience.
From here, the liberal media starts to jump on board. You start seeing men's razor blades telling you that young boys having a little wrestle is toxic masculinity.
Making the same old excuses.
Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys.
Ice cream tubs were talking to you about racism. Nike run Black Lives Matter adverts whilst also simultaneously paying children to work in sweatshops. An era of what would be dubbed corporate woke washing started to gain a lot of momentum and kind of defang the economic left-wing movement of Occupy Wall Street. After George Floyd was murdered, big corporations would come out making these statements about racism, donating to charities, etc. But, they were very quiet in perhaps supporting any economic policies like higher minimum wage, stronger unions, enhancing social welfare programs, things that might help the living conditions of people like George Floyd. Instead, these big businesses started to focus on pushing identity politics as the main leftist discourse. And to average people, you could see it. You could see there was a hypocrisy. If you're not going to improve the living conditions that create many of these social problems, then it kind of came across as empty and hollow, performative, so to speak. And so it created a reactionary right-wing movement.
I mean, you have talked about this woke mind virus. Yeah. You should explain why you don't think it's hyperbole to say things like it's pushing civilization towards suicide.
2016 onwards, YouTube explodes with SJW cringe compilations. And whilst it seemed quite organic, various think tanks funded by billionaires were actually funding these anti-woke content creators, politicians, and policies. Things like the American Principles Project, the Clement Institute, the Heritage Foundation, the Stanford Review, Rupert Murdoch, who owns Fox News, The Sun, The Times, New York Post. All of these people would weaponize wokeness as the biggest existential threat to society.
David, am I overstating the fact that we're beginning to see the end of woke, the militarization of the Me Too movement and cancel culture?
The oil billionaires Dan and Faris Wilks, they would pump big money into...
Great video, dude. I mean, he is so dialed in. I've talked about all this stuff extensively, but goddamn, Jimmy the Giant really cooked on this one.
Do things like PragerU and Daily Wire, who would push people like Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Jordan Peterson, etc. Eventually manifesting itself in Peter Thiel, the tech billionaire, being the financial backing force of J.D. Vance, who would of course become vice president.
Some religions view the body as a temple, and some religions almost invite the pollution. I think the woke thing is inviting the pollution.
And so with all this financial muscle, the anti-woke industry became big business. The media becomes fully addicted to this culture war. YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter rewarded outrage content. And suddenly every fucking influencer was making videos about woke college kids.
Imagine being a parent and seeing your child in a video like this, looking deranged, screaming at a speaker.
Leading to this once united working class movement being divided into two camps. Right-wing people believing that woke root of all problems, and left-wing voters convinced that fascism was the root of all problems, rather than the economics that created this condition. And all the while we were fucking fighting each other, the actual elite were just laughing their fucking asses off because no one was talking about them anymore. You can see this concept of like wealthy billionaire class deliberately trying to push the blame onto something else depicted perfectly in this post from Elon Musk, where
is not undermining the threat of fascism. He's saying that, and I don't agree with this assessment, I will say, because he's saying that like the left was like simply focusing on, you know, people being reactionary, people being racist, people being this or that, and instead of trying to bring like a unified message to the working class to hyper focus on economic issues, it is a little bit reductive, because I think it removes the importance of fascism from this equation, because fascism is the inevitable outcome of capitalism. When capitalism fails and there's too much instability, fascism is a way to reassert the hierarchies to through dominance, through state power, through state violence, is a way to restructure and reorganize society and try to maintain that exact same hierarchy, the hierarchy of capitalism. So I think when people are yelling about fascists or fascism, they might be yelling specifically because they're upset at a, you know, racist person or a fascist person that's right in front of them. But I think combating fascism is still incredibly important, even from the economic agenda front.
He tries to shift the blame for society's economic problems onto certain billionaires, but obviously not him.
I'm saying what I care about is the reality of goodness, not the perception of it. And what I see all over the place is people who care about looking good while doing evil. Fuck them.
The culture wars successfully derailed the populist left movement. Corbyn was crushed by the media, Bernie Sanders was crushed by his own party, and the mainstream left of the Democrats and in Britain, the Labour Party, became these hollow parties with no actual backbone. And it just felt like the leaders were just puppets put in front of us, making the conditions for some kind of outsider to win support because, well, at least he's different to what we've got now.
The forgotten men and women of America will be forgotten no longer. That is the heart of this new movement. Hillary called them deplorable. They're not deplorable.
You see, it gets even deeper than all that. So after that 2008 financial crash, right, where everything went wrong, capitalism basically failed, the US Federal Reserve dropped interest rates.
Drifting piece of shit. Get off your ass and make a difference, you lying fuck. You're just as bad, seek help in 2020. Dog, I don't think you're a happy guy. Contrary to what your username is, if you've been a hater since 2020 and you like briefly come in every 2 years, every 3 years, I feel like you're a little miserable, no? But yeah, give me some advice. What would you have me do? Do you want me to lead the vanguard in a proletarian revolution, a violent proletarian revolution? Is that what you're saying? If I was a grifter, I would whisper sweet nothings into your ear about how woke is ruining America, and you would love it. I would tell you that the only way to be honest online is by being reactionary, by being bigoted, because everyone, yourself included, have these bigoted opinions, and the wokes are too afraid to admit it. That's what I would do. And I'd make a shit ton of money doing so, too. Why does nobody drift to the left?
To 0%. For the next decade, mega corporations, investment banks, and asset managers like BlackRock and Vanguard had access to virtually unlimited capital at 0% interest. Free money, basically, which they use to expand their control over the economy. Companies like Amazon, Google, Facebook, and Tesla were able to expand their businesses aggressively whilst they didn't have to make profits. Amazon, for example, weren't profitable for years. It just kept borrowing at a near zero cost, undercutting all of their competition until it just monopolized online retail. And many of these tech startups that dominate the world now did exactly the same thing.
Not one wealthy company on the planet Earth that is cash free, that does not use debt. I don't want to get out of debt. I want to create wealth. And the way to create wealth is through debt.
BlackRock and Vanguard started buying up entire neighborhoods of houses, outbidding regular people who needed homes. They turned houses into financial assets. As they dumped more money into it and the supply didn't keep up with the demand, it drove house prices to the moon, like we can see now, to the point that now young people are never going to be able to afford a house.
It's the largest investor on planet Earth with over $9 trillion in assets. That's a pile of cash equal to about 1/10 of a year's global economic activity.
BlackRock and Vanguard combined manage over $17 trillion of assets, an amount that is larger than the entire GDP of China.
No one deserves to have that much money, right? I mean, that's not like, I think if you do something that's good,
So not only were these bankers not punished for destroying the entire economy, it was the opposite. They were rewarded. They were given free money to buy everything up. Meanwhile, for regular people, our wages stagnated, house prices soared, and the cost of living kept rising. So yeah, that's pretty heavy, right? It's all very, very interesting. But I want to answer the final question, the most important question. Am I woke? Short answer, no. I wouldn't say so. I don't think so. Probably if you meet me in person, I'm not going to lead every conversation with my pronouns. I have close friends from different cultures and we'll probably take the piss out of each other's culture. Probably, if I see a lady on an airplane and she's trying to pick up her bag, I might offer to help her. Truly a bigot. But jokes aside, that doesn't mean that I don't think transphobia, homophobia, misogyny, racism, all the isms and schisms, that I don't think that they are incredibly important topics. They are. Women still earn less than men for the same jobs. And when they try and ask for more money, they tend to get penalized for doing so, whilst men tend to get rewarded for that same behavior. 77% of young people who are LGBTQ+, who when asked for what was the cause of their homelessness, cited that family rejection, abuse, and being asked to leave the family home was the reason. And like in my country, we had anti-immigrant riots that swept all over our country based on racist lies. And the fucking guy who nearly led the Tory party and is still in their party literally refers to immigrants as importing alien cultures. Like, he says it like it's a fucking normal thing to say. These are incredibly real and very important topics that unfortunately, due to the culture war, have been commodified into like entertainment, where we seem to be going backwards on these things.
What was the woke conversation that we were having? And I'm just going to throw it out there because there were so many about going back and forth, the right versus the left, when we just snuck in Roe v. Wade. Like, what's being snuck in right now?
And so all this leaves me with a question, like, what the fuck am I gonna do? Me. And like, look, I am just a guy. I'm just a guy. I'm not educated. But I do, like, want to try and help. I want to do my best to help. I've been blessed with this incredible platform, an incredible audience of you guys. And I also have the luxury of time and energy to focus in on trying to help. So my goal right now is to try and play my part in shifting the public discourse onto wealth inequality. The reality is right now, the middle class are shrinking. The poor are getting poorer. Wealth inequality is absolutely fucking all of us over.
The growing gap between rich and poor Americans is one of the biggest challenges facing the country. Get this, the richest 1% controls more wealth now than at any time in more than a half century.
Why it gets me pissed is because it's literally stealing my generation's hope for a good future, a fulfilling life, the ability to buy a house, to have a family. This meritocracy we live in just is mental. You have to work so unbelievably hard to get the bare minimum.
I work. My wife also works, but what we make as income is probably not enough. It's just minimum wage, so it doesn't cover the bills, the rent, and every other thing we need to pay for.
Look, I'm going to be fucking honest, right? I have 500,000 subscribers. I make good money. I do well. I went down the whole route of like grind set, self-improvement, dog eat dog, all of this stuff. I did all that. And I succeeded, right? I made something. It worked for me, right? But all I realistically got for it at the age of 30 is a mortgage on like an average size flat and an okay car. Don't get me wrong. I am truly blessed with what I have, and I'm very happy. But what I have materially is what the average family would have had many years ago, earned on one wage whilst having 3 kids, working as a milkman. But I'm not a pessimist. I truly believe we can fix this.
That is
the more
true.
people we switch on to this message, the more.
That's a really good point. That is a really good fucking point. Like, this dude he's made it. Right? 500,000 subs on YouTube. He's made it. He's famous. He has a house. He has a car. These are things that are like right now in this day and age, this is considered making it, right? And it's fucking nuts. Because what he's talking about are just like amenities that you're supposed to have with one singular job, with a single working parent household. It's wild that people can't comprehend that like we've lost sight of the American dream, right? Like the idea that you can just work a job, get good benefits, have kids, raise them, have a decent amount of time off, That, like, think about it, dude. I got fucking canceled for buying a house, like, for having a mortgage on a house for myself and my family as a socialism, by the way. As though I bought a fucking apartment complex and became a landlord. Like, that's the way people treated it. How fucking insane is that? It's reflective of how far removed we are from, like, normal living conditions. Okay, dude, it's a huge fucking house in Hollywood or wherever the fuck it is. It is kind of different, at least on the vibe check. Bro, what are you saying? First of all, it's a single family home in West Hollywood. And if you think it's a fucking mega mansion because of its price, you would be deluded. is a normal size house. It's probably smaller than your parents' house in Connecticut, dumb fuck. Also, it doesn't matter. I didn't design the market. That's number one. Number two, it literally fucking doesn't matter. Like, think about it. Please, for a brief moment, take a deep breath and go, Hasan, having a house or renting out an apartment, does this change his commentary even a little bit? Does this change his worldview even a little bit? Who has explained to you that this is inherently hypocritical? Who? Was it me? Did I say that it's inherently immoral to own a house? No, I never said that. As a matter of fact, I want you to be able to own your own home as well. This is the problem. You treat this as though I'm some fucking televangelist who has a private jet and is like, yeah, I'll have to fly in a private jet. I can't be with undesirable sinners in a tin can. Like, it's so stupid. There's no like even normal exploitation in the way I fucking generate revenue too. You know how I generate revenue? You have subscribed to me. Times that fucking 45,000, 50,000, that's it. And you don't even have to. That's the craziest part about it. People are voluntarily saying, hey, I like your commentary. I want to give you $5 a month. I want to give you $6 a month. And initially it was because they wanted to avoid the ads. I don't even fucking run ads anymore. And people still subscribe. And people still gift subscriptions in the fucking chat. It's not like it's not like I'm giving you something extra even behind a paywall. I'm not. It's just completely voluntary. Getting mad at that is so psychotic. It's not like I'm fucking operating a sweatshop. And then people will go, well, Amazon is a hyper-exploitative company. It's like, okay, where is the non-hyper-exploitative company that I could be working at? That I could have a contracted gig, like a contracted wage structure with, where I could still reach the same amount of audience. It's funny because these attitudes actually come from people who, one, haven't put much thought into it and just basically go off the smell test. The notion that someone else is supposed to have a say on like what kind of fucking house I took out a mortgage on is so stupid. Anyway.
More that we can fight wealth inequality. So, here is my plan. Currently, I am in talks with a publisher about potentially writing a book. We'll see where it goes, but the idea is to distill all of these ideas, these important bits of education that people need to understand into a...
Also, the other side of that... that I think is really funny is when people go, you're advocating for these things, but you're rich. You fucking hypocrite. And it's like, what do you want me to do? You want me to change my entire worldview now that my finances are different? Like, is that what you want? This doesn't make any sense. Why would you want me to no longer be on your side? It's so stupid. It's such a stupid argument. It makes no sense, dude. They're like, no, please conform to the rest of the wealthy class and start advocating to own me. Like the fucking peasant that I am is a ridiculous position. Yeah. But this actually is a great example of what I wanted to talk about. The peasant-mindedness of the reactionary right. And what I'm going to show you is actually a beloved comedian who goes by the name of William Burr. As you guys know, William Burr, Old Billy Bitch Tits, is one of my favorite comedians. And what's interesting about it is that Bill Burr, in spite of his success in the field of comedy and in Hollywood, and in spite of all the bounties of said success in this field, he's actually become increasingly more radical in his commentary as years have gone by. Instead of becoming more out of touch, he has, I would say, become more in touch with the needs and the anger and the resentment of the average working class individual. Bill Burr says a metric ton of, dare I say, radical, maybe even violent things about billionaires and people who own corporations, the mega wealthy, on a daily basis. Okay? You're literally the counterexample to all those people telling me you'll get more conservative and greedy once you get a big paycheck. Yeah, I know. That's why people's brains are bricked, because of the juxtaposition. I'm not talking about myself, I'm talking about Bill Burr right now, but if I were to talk about myself, that juxtaposition is what pisses people off. Oh, Hasan is rich, but he's advocating for socialism. That must mean he's hypocritical. That must mean he's lying. Oh, Hasan looks a certain way, acts a certain way, behaves a certain way that's like very bro-y. Okay? In the way that like many of these people fancy themselves as, you know, someone with a rigid work structure that works out, that cares about physical fitness, personal health, things of that nature, has a good family life, has good friends. All of this stuff is supposed to be conservative. Conservatives can only have this. How can you say this and then be a progressive? How can you say this and be socially progressive? How can you say this and be socialist? This doesn't fit the propaganda. Like when you look at someone on a lineup, Sargon of Akkad versus someone like myself, okay? Or when you look at a lineup with someone like Ben Shapiro versus someone like myself, in terms of like what conservative values are all about, or someone like Asmongold versus someone like myself, that's an even better example. In terms of the way that conservatives fancy themselves and have presented themselves, most people would say, I'm the conservative one. Guy who works out, very bro-y, says pussy, bitch, you know, sometimes is very toxic. Guy who has a rigid work structure, who's constantly talking about personal development, versus guy who has not showered in a month. Who the fuck do you think conservatives think is the conservative one in the way that they envision what conservatism looks like and what conservative alpha males look like? Yeah, it's going to be someone like myself. We saw the exact same breakdown because of the ways in which conservatives hyper-focus on optics with the Sam Cedar versus gay Republican debate, where everybody was like that man bun wearing gay Jubilee kid clearly is the libtard here, and Sam Cedar, the clean-cut elderly gentleman speaking sense, must be the conservative. That's how it is.
Hey everybody.
Whoa, Big Joel did a Death of YouTube Skepticism about 5 years ago. I love this. This is like one of my favorite genres of commentaries, like the history of the history of atheist YouTube, skeptic YouTube becoming like incredibly right-wing. Yeah, we're going to talk about the invocation of the Alien Enemies Act regarding the invasion of the United States by Trendaragua. Don't worry, we'll get to that in a second. But going back to this, conservatives are now up Bill Burr's ass. Why are they up Bill Burr's ass? Because he doesn't say cancel culture wrong, cancel culture all the time. Because he, unlike the overwhelming majority of that era of comics, the older comics that all fucking exclusively talk about like gay and trans libtard campus activists, Bill doesn't really entertain it that much, right? He doesn't entertain that shit at all. and instead attacks the wealthy. And because conservatives are unimaginably fucking peasant brain, they hate him now. They hate him so much. They keep saying he has a DEI wife because his wife is black. You know what DEI is. And the only thing he's done is basically say, billionaires fucking suck. Billionaires suck. They're the reason why everything is wrong and everything is broken in society. It's true. It's an objective truth that Bill is recognizing and in a humorous way explaining. Okay? And for that crime, for that microaggression, right-wingers are relentlessly attacking him. It's crazy. It is fucking crazy. Aren't the Houthis terrorists? Yeah, I mean, if you believe the Trump administration, because the Biden administration certainly didn't seem to think so until they decided that these guys were actually doing something to stop Israel from doing a genocide by implementing a blockade on the Red Sea. Anyway, getting back to Billy Bitch Tits. The reason why they hate him is because he's talking shit about billionaires. That's it. So if you're not a billionaire and you're just like a regular old Loby right-wing account trying to make ends meet on Twitter.com, now known as X.com, why in the ever-loving fuck would you have any resentment or any anger for Bilbo Baggins here? Are you a billionaire? No. Why are you saying, get behind me, billionaire, I will defend you? I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense until you realize that these guys have peasant brain. Here, I mean, and it's not like he hasn't been anti-billionaire. He's been making fun of incredibly wealthy, incredibly famous people for being dumbasses for quite a while. This is a video from 2012 originally. 2012.
Actually, Nerd Jesus died in the last year, right? Steve Jobs. Yeah, he died, right? I know, a lot of nerds here tonight. I know, you're sad. I didn't get it. I didn't get the big deal they made about that guy. When he died, they were like, he changed the world. That's insane. He changed the world. The world was one way, and then Steve Jobs came, and it was another. What did he do? Somebody, for the love of God, what the fuck did that guy do? What did he do? He told other people what to invent? I want my entire music collection in that phone. Get on it! Right? And then these poor, nameless, faceless scientists gotta go in a back room and figure it out. What the fuck?
Dog, this is from 2012, okay? 2012. Understand. 13 years ago, he was saying this. Nothing has changed.
Are we gonna get all of this into this? I mean, what year does this guy think this is? This is crazy. This is like Buck Rogers. Dude, my kid has a birthday in like 11 months. Steve Jobs just walking by. I don't hear any thinking going on in there. Just strutting around the office, eating some pretentious fruit like a pear, right? Just throwing out ideas. There's another one. There's another one I just came up with on the way to work. I was reading a magazine the other day, turning pages, you know. I'd like to turn pages on a screen that aren't even there. Yeah, wrap your fucking heads around that, guys. See you in 8 years. Where you going, Michael? Big, little, get on it. Right? And all these people slave away to make his vision come true. And then they have the big nerd fest, right? Down there, Comic-Con, and all their nerd mecca. They're all showing up with their Acne and their Hulk shirts, limping into the arena, right? Does Steve Jobs go out with a whole chorus line of scientists? No, he goes out there by himself. Sneakers and no belt, like it was no biggie, right? like he's Tesla, tapping into the atmosphere. I know, this is always uncomfortable. I know, you bought into it, right? That whole advertising, the way they aligned themselves with some of the greatest people of all time. Jesus, Gandhi, me! Remember that?
He means Nikola Tesla, not Elon.
Muhammad Ali, John Lennon, this guy! How the fuck was that dude like any of them? Gandhi didn't have a sweatshop. Nah, he didn't have people leaping to their deaths only to catch a net and get ricocheted back through the window to have to put together yet another iPad. John Lennon didn't have children in his basement pressing those fucking albums. I know. New phone can't fit the old charger. This is your hero? This is the guy? This is what all the silence is about? New phone can't fit the old charger, so then you gotta throw it out, ends up in the ocean around some octopus's neck. Do you realize how much sea life is ecstatic that that man is no longer walking the earth? That's where it all ends up, you know. Doesn't go in a landfill, ends up in the ocean. You realize that? I hate people who say I don't pollute. I don't pollute. Yeah, you do. You use shit, you throw it out. What do you think, because you put in like a basket, it just poof, disappears? Everything you ever used is somewhere. You ever think about that? Remember that flannel shirt you bought back in the day when you got into Pearl Jam? That's out there somewhere. Probably on some porpoise's face, trying to get it off. Stupid little flippers. All the fads. You remember rollerblading? Remember that? Everybody had them. We set up cones, we did little tricks, right? One little homophobic joke killed that entire fad. What's the hardest thing about rollerblading? Telling your parents you're gay. Full-grown adults. Dude, I'm not gay. I don't have the cooties. These mean I suck dick. And they just threw them out. They end up in the ocean. They're made out of plastic. They can't biodegrade. They just break down to little cubes. Fish are breathing them in. 6 months later, you're going out, you're getting sushi. You think you're being healthy. You're eating your own rollerblades. All right, I'm on a...
Okay. I think this perfectly demonstrates to many who've been watching me but don't understand my admiration and endless loyalty and love for Bill Burr, considering the time when he was, when he was crafting this shit. And you can tell he's not as good as he is now, too. He's not as comfortable on stage back then, even though he was already like a seasoned comic at 2012. Now, I think one of the best ways to see if someone is a timeless comic is to look back at their old material and see if it stands the test of time. And the only way that your bits will stand the test of time are if they are inherently leftist. This guy literally on accident, because we weren't fucking woke about microplastics back then, but this guy on accident invented the thing that we now know as the meta, which is like eating the microplastics. He wasn't that well read to know that the microplastics issue was a major problem. He was just looking at the situation from a leftist framework. if you want to come across as predictive, if you want to literally have all of your friends turn around and be like, how do you fucking figure this stuff out? It doesn't make sense. Why do you come across so why do you come across like you got the gift of prophecy here? What's happening? Be a leftist. A little bit of common sense, a little bit of critical thinking, and also materialist thought will go such a long way. Okay? It'll help you with pattern recognition. But of course, the inverse of that is the one time if you are if you come across an issue, especially as it pertains to the propaganda that you hear from the State Department, and how you're not immediately on board with that, let's say, and you get one detail wrong, even though your analysis is correct, people will never let you live it down. But yeah, there's a reason why people always... There is a reason why people always go back to like the old Simpsons and go, dude, why is the old Simpsons predicting this? Why is the old Simpsons predicting that? Why is this old Simpsons is crazy? It's because back then they had a leftist position. It's not as informed now, and they've definitely shifted their attitude. But if you want to understand good comedy, timeless comedy, look to people's old work, see if it stands the test of time.
Bill Burr is having a rant. This is towards who? This is towards Elon Musk. Is this the one that you?
Musk, I don't know if he's on a podcast, but I don't know what.
Yes.
Is this the one?
Oh, they're so mad at Bill. Oh, they're so mad at Bilbo. Neurotic Toast says, do we know if Bill Burr has changed his trans takes? He was pretty anti-trans women in sports. He has even a bit about special from 2015. I know he can't be perfect, but it'd be nice for him to grow in that area. I don't know. And I don't remember his takes on trans women in sports or anything like that. But you know, there's always going to be some shit. It's not appropriate. I'm not saying that it's like allowed or whatever. But there's going to be imperfect allies in general. But a guy that has like empathy baked into their commentary, a guy who has like a very well-established worldview that revolves around helping others, probably could be easily convinced not to be transphobic. Also, I'm looking at your comments, and you talked about that whole issue with the Asman calling you schizo when the subject of destiny comes up. He's acting like you haven't dealt with 7-year harassment campaigns, which you were silent on until recently. Asman admitting to using the subreddit and knowing it brigades, by the way. Yeah, Asmongold knows that the Destiny community actively hunts me. He knows it so well because he has DM'd me about it in the past. He's just acting brand new on camera now. He's acting like he didn't know about it. He has personally talked to me about this before. He has also, I think, admitted in the past about the insane ways in which the Destiny community fucking tries to brigade everything that I appear on. So it's really weird that he's changed his stance on the matter now. I'm fairly certain he's like even publicly talked about it in the past. After all, it's Asmongold who once said, if Hasan is so wrong in the ways that you guys say he is, then why do you constantly have to lie? Why do you constantly have to lie about his positions if they're so bad? He recently shared he is on the Reddit himself. Yeah, I think he doesn't want, here, I'll tell you what I think is going on. Okay, I haven't talked to him about this personally, so I don't know. But I think he knows how fucking annoying the Diddy Gers are, how rabid they are. They're not like the biggest community, but they are basically cyber terrorists, right? They can actively brigade communities. They can like do a lot of bad PR and slander propaganda. And they openly do it. They do it in a fairly sophisticated way. I mean, there's a fucking entire Bloomberg article dedicated to the defamation, slander, and the deplatforming campaign that they engaged in. Asmongold knows all of that because most streamers know all of that, right? Like, most streamers are familiar with other streamers that are making a living off of creating drama and like actively harassing other content creators. Streamers talk to one another, and that's part of the reason why no one ever talks about Destiny, is because they're truly afraid, understandably so, that they don't want to get the smoke from Destiny's insane fan base, who actively harasses journalists and actively harasses anyone and everyone, even when they can't get to me, people in my group of friends. And Asmon knows this, and I think he just doesn't want the smoke from him, despite the fact that if Destiny was even a little bit honest about his liberalism, he would spend probably 700 times more time focusing on the largest content creator, who is a right-winger, Asmongold, rather than someone like myself. But the reason why Destiny doesn't do that is because he likes that Asmongold is attacking me all the time. So he every now and then will push back on some of his takes, but overall will stand back and stand by. It's an interesting allegiance built around coming after someone like myself, rather than actively undermining a very large right-wing community. That's it. Like, think about how many videos someone like Sex Destiny has done on a person like myself, who is supposedly very close to me in our worldview, right? He's a liberal, I'm a leftist. We should agree on more than we disagree on, right? Now, compare that to the largest right-wing content creator and how much he talks about the largest content creator in the same vein, in the same, with the same exact angles of attack. And you realize that it's almost quiet. You know? If 20% of your output is directly on someone who you have ideological closeness to, and it reaches nowhere near that standard when you're talking about a dude who's much larger than me, then maybe you don't have any sort of real political dog in this fight, and you just simply are carrying out a personal vendetta against the person that you are upset with, and you're using politics as a weapon to wield in the process to actively recruit larger people, actively recruit a larger audience, to make it seem like this is a political battle that you're fighting, to normalize common sense liberalism. Me too, I hate this bullshit drain. It's not up to Hasan anymore. He's getting it from more than 7 people at this point. Yeah, it's there are a lot of people online who I think spend a good deal of time claiming that they're liberal or centrist and apolitical, that focus all of their efforts on being like, this is a bad guy, watch this guy. They never have that same critical lens for others, interestingly enough. And yeah, it's just weird. I don't know. Even when they have very clear ideological differences in opinion with others, they sometimes align. Sooner or later, though, Those people often show their cards, show their worldview. Anyway, what is Bill Burr built? Bill Burr torched over Elon Musk Nazi comparison. Let's take a look.
One, Rob?
Yes, it's from his podcast, Monday Morning Podcast.
Okay, how long is this clip, Rob?
This is about 1 minute and 37 seconds. And just so you know, this just broke news yesterday and today, but this clip actually came out on the 17th of February. So this has been out there, just nobody reported on it, which goes to show nobody's listening to Bill Burr.
I'll tell you what's funny. I made fun of the fucking Twitter guy for fucking Sieg Heiling not once but twice, and I never look at my emails. I was scrolling through my emails, and it said my Twitter account had been flagged for I don't even tweet anymore. It had been flagged for it. What a fucking baby. Just like Hitler. A fucking baby. How about the fact that the Twitter guy he's not even from here. He's from South Africa. He comes to this country and wants to turn it into a fucking dictatorship. He doesn't feel that we deserve democracy. Can you just imagine doing that? Going to another country and not...
Vinny?
And just...
He's not done. What happened, Rob?
I've decided.
What happened?
Yeah, he doesn't mind living under a dictatorship as long as he's on the good side of it. Fucking laminated face cunt. Because that's another thing. All of these people that are into fucking Hitler, you know what I mean? And like, look at this guy like he was some sort of fucking hero. The guy's one of the biggest fucking cowards ever. All the pain and all the suffering that guy's caused, and the war crimes the Allies had to commit, firebombing fucking cities to get that motherfucker. When it came time for him to pay the price for all the suffering he caused millions and millions and millions of people. Did he face the music? No, he gave himself a nice, quick, painless fucking death.
Vinny, I'm going to ask you the question teed up for you.
Well, what?
We had a poll. Is Bill Burr a top 10 comedian? You said yes. I was like, no way.
Yeah.
No way. Bro. I don't know. I wasn't around when George Carlin was obviously popping off in the 90s, but I wonder if there was a similar like right-wing movement against him. I know that he would sometimes appear on television shows where right-wing commentators would attack him, but of course now those same right-wingers will look back at George Carlin and be like, he's on our side, he's a right-winger, he's hated woke, he's totally on board with everything that we're saying. But I'm sure that there was a similar like the same group of people, like whoever these guys would be in the 70s, 80s, and 90s were actively yelling at him. But now they go back and claim George Carlin for themselves. My dumbass racist families used to watch his shows, not realizing he was making fun of them. Yeah, that also is the same principle behind Stephen Colbert. Not Colbert now, but Colbert during the Colbert Report was, doing incredible satire to such a degree where people didn't understand it. Like, conservatives would watch him and laugh, not realizing that everyone who got it were laughing at the conservatives. Colbert now is super lived up and awful, but Colbert Report back then was fucking fantastic.
Stop.
You realize
Stop.
he's not funny.
Stop for a second. Let him react. Don't change the topic because you're going comedy. Let him react to what he said about Musk. This is not a comedy topic. Go ahead.
This is not a comedy topic. Damn. Are the girlies fighting? Is there some internal drama at Patrick Bet-David? Are you value-tained? Did PPD invite you? No, he didn't. Which kind of makes me sad. because maybe I'm misremembering, but I feel like there was a time and place where PBD would have had me on, but Patrick actually posted, if you guys remember, Patrick posted about who do you want to have on the podcast next, and I responded, I think it's time, and I actually ratioed him, so there's no way that he didn't see it. Yeah, he said, who would you like to see on the podcast next? And I said, it's time, Patrick. 16,000 likes, no response. Ian Carroll, bring on Representative Thomas Massey to talk about America First. He's invited. So he responded to Ian Carroll saying, bring on Thomas Massey to talk about America First. But he didn't respond to me saying, it's time, Patrick. You called Vinny red and Patrick was mad? Yeah. I don't know. It makes me sad. I'm going to follow him. It makes me sad that he doesn't... He's afraid of having opinions. He's afraid of representing opinions that he might agree to, you know? Or maybe he's afraid that Vinny will have an aneurysm if I appear in their studio. Sorry, man, you just aren't valuetainment material. Didn't he literally say he would have Jeffrey Epstein on? Yeah, right here. This person says Jeffrey Epstein. He has an open invitation. This guy's like, I would love to have Jeffrey Epstein on. Hasan, bridge too far. You know? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Hasan, no thank you. You might make Vinny turn a shade of red nobody has ever seen before. I know.
The country is right now, and I know.
This one got 1.5 million views, man. Remember this?
Hasan said, you know, Trump is talking about the border and the illegals are the problem. They are the problem. They are. Kerry mentioned one story. There's been 4 this week. And people like that say, oh, it's not really a problem. You say that because it's not happening to you. It is a problem. And by the end of this 4 years, the number's probably going to be 18 million.
State of California. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a whole lot. Are you right? California is a show.
Look at
your
hands.
Oh, yeah, it's sinking. By the way, first of all, I don't respect any Nepo baby that thinks Twitch streaming is a job. And I want the audience to know, this guy, Hasan, has said in the past that America deserved 9/11. So don't even talk. Don't even open your mouth. You don't have no reason to talk. Just shut up.
I'm a big
Just
fan
do me a favor and shut up.
I'm a big fan of you. And,
okay, but hold on.
I'm a big fan of you, so I don't want you to... I feel like your heart pressure is going up. You're turning...
You're
turning red, Vinny.
Somebody like you shouldn't be on this panel. Sorry for my language, Pierce. He doesn't belong on your show.
I feel like maybe he's actively petitioning Patrick to not have me on. I bet he can't even reply to you because Vinny called you a bunch of different slurs while bitching about you initially after this happened. Yeah, he went back to Patrick and he was like, Patrick, I was on a show. I went on Piers Morgan's show and this fucking Nepo baby. And then beep, like a bunch of slurs, I assume. This fucking Nepo baby. He said, I'm turning red. I'm turning red again. Patrick, stop saying I'm turning red. Oh, God. I love this guy. I love him. I love Patrick Bet-David. I love Valuetainment. I wish they would notice me. I wish. Well, you know, Vinny has noticed me, but I'm saying. Yeah, also, oh, this guy says Twitch streaming is a job. It's like, bro, you're a podcaster. You're the second in command of a podcast. You're not even like the primary podcaster. You're part of the paid peanut gallery. Sundara Vinny got bashful when he saw you. Yeah. I'm the first mate of Valuetainment. I'm the sidekick. It's great. I love him. I really, really want to go on Patrick Bet-David now. I followed him. The ball's in your court, sir. Born in Iran, made in the U.S., half Armenian, half Assyrian. Anyway, in my headcanon, Patrick won't have me on because Vinny will die because of the aneurysm that he has if he sees me in the room alongside his goat Patrick. So for that reason, it's okay that I'm not, I don't want to give Vinny a stroke by appearing in the same room as him. So that's why it's like, for Vinny's safety, I'm fine not coming on the stream,
I personally don't know what happened to Bill Burr. Okay, maybe it's his wife.
Now, I'm glad that we started off this conversation by showing you what Bill Burr was saying in fucking 2012. The reason why I like that is because now you know these are fake fans, okay? Because old Billy Bitch Tits was saying exactly these same things even back then, okay? And Bill Burr also has been married to the lovely Nia for decades at this point, okay? For decades. So when they also try to say like, oh, he married the DI wife or whatever the fuck these dipshits say, which is like insanely racist to say about another human. Like, I cannot comprehend how you got, like, how do you, the audacity, just like the lack of shame when you just basically say like you have a DEI wife because your wife is black. Like, how do you not feel embarrassed when you just like substitute the N-word for 3 letters? Like all of a sudden it just like is appropriate. Like the audacity to just like say something so ruthlessly, so gross, so racist, so ruthless. But in any case, I'm not saying that that's what Vinny is going to say here. I'm just saying that this is what I've seen. This is what I have seen from conservatives who want to figure out why Bill Burr has changed, and they just like falsely assume that it's because he has a black wife. But real heads know old Billy Bitch Tits has been not only a Patrice O'Neal close friend, and also has been married to the lovely Nia for quite some time. So,
Wife, maybe she's in his ear, maybe it's something else, but the signs are...
Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. He did bring up the wife. Okay, got it.
There, funny story. So back in LA, the pandemic's over. Okay, one of my friends, Mark, is doing comedy shows outside in Hollywood behind like one of those nightclubs. Bill Burr walks in, tight ass. I'm talking about the mask was so tight, nobody else is wearing masks. He's the only one. Tight mask. This is how gone he is as a liberal.
Don't you lefties hate Patrice O'Neal? What? Incel for life? Dude, I need you to understand something, okay? I don't fucking hate any comedian for what they're saying for their comedy unless it's hack shit, okay? That's what I fucking hate. I can't stand hacks. That's it. I know that this breaks your previous understanding of what like leftists are supposed to be like or whatever. That's it. Most of the people, and are there actual lefties, socialist warriors, radlibs or whatever, who don't like any comedy whatsoever because they think it's reactionary across the board? Certainly. I'm just not one of them. This community is not one of those communities. I literally have fucking Cumtown hosts on this broadcast all the goddamn time. Shut the fuck up, okay? Now, having said that, I can't stand hacks. What do I mean by this? Bad comics who try to talk about race-related shit or touchy subject matter, if they're bad, will oftentimes flop spectacularly and will then rely on the shock value of the statements that they're making rather than being able to find and craft the humor in being able to broach subject matter that is otherwise delicate, okay? Subject matter that is hard to cover in a humorous way. That's it. There's no such thing. There is no issue that you can't talk about in a humorous way. I don't believe that there's any issue. It's just there are plenty of people who are not creative enough, smart enough, funny enough to be able to drive comedy out of issues that are delicate in nature. That's it. Yeah, comedy is at least a bit about getting away with shit. If you don't get away with it, you fail the comedy. Exactly. Exactly. The best comedian, the smartest comedian, and I think like Nick gets in his own way in a lot of instances, but Nick is a hilarious comic. And he has a lot of edgy moments, right? But the best comedian, like someone like Nick Mullen, okay, can make the wokest motherfucker laugh with shit that he's saying that if another person was repeating, someone like myself, for example, who's not as humorous, who's not as funny, who's not as clever, who's not as charismatic, everyone would yell at. That's the difference. That's the difference. The difference is Nick Mullen can get away with it despite being a, you know, self-sabotager and whatnot, but that's like totally irrelevant to this point here. Like when we're talking about raw talent, Nick is fucking hilarious. He's very funny. And you want to know why I know he's very funny? Because he can make you laugh while saying shit that's truly unhinged. Things that most people would literally look at and be like, oh, this is shocking. I can't believe he's saying it. That's it. Nick might have the greatest comedic mind in comedy ever. It's almost criminal how still unknown he is. No, he's fucking brilliant. He's very funny. It's obvious that he has raw, natural talent, okay? Having said that, there's also a lot of work that goes into comedy. People don't understand the background shit. People don't understand how many times you have to bomb until you put together a working set that can kill in front of any crowd. And especially with like podcasting, comedians doing podcasts, when they're testing bits, they're going to come across as reactionary. They're going to come across as crazy. Shane Gillis's like compilation of anti-Asian sentiment is a perfect demonstration of that. Shane Gillis is a very good comedian. He's a very funny comedy writer, and he's also a very good comedian. I don't give a fuck that people say he's a hack in this chat, okay? He is. Especially in the current field of comics, Shane Gillis is absolutely in the new generation of comedians. Shane Gillis is at, you know, he's in the top 20 easily. But if you know him only from his worst moments, where he's like very obviously bombing on his own podcast as he's like attempting to do humor and actually engaging in like hacky ass bits, then yeah, you're gonna think he's a reactionary person, he's a bad person, he's racist, blah blah blah. Okay? First time I've ever disagreed with you, Shane, is rough. Different strokes for different folks, everybody. I'm just telling you what my opinion is. Okay? Because comedy, just like every other fucking art form, has I mean, comedy, just like every other art form, is very subjective, okay? And a lot of people don't understand that because they think because comedy is like spoken word and dissecting social issues, that they think it actually is like philosophical or I don't know, it's political commentary technically. Like, it's not, okay? It's not. It's just the ultimate purpose of comedy is to make you fucking laugh. That's it. Wait, you're saying Shane Gillis is top 20 of all time? No, I'm saying Shane Gillis is top 20 in this generation of comics. In this generation. And I'm friends with, close friends with some of this generation of comedians. Like, I trust me, I'm telling you, I think that he is easily in the top 20 of this generation's comedians, best comedians. In terms of like someone etching their name into the halls of greats, I would say Bill Burr from the previous generation of comics. Bill Burr has, I think, reached George Carlin era greatness, in my opinion. Which is why it's kind of weird when people are fucking getting upset at him on this like stupid ass right-wing podcast.
Goes on stage, kind of, you know, away from everybody, doesn't want to go on anybody. Then he goes on stage. The stage is circular.
Staying in lame dog, you don't know comedy? Yeah, I know. I don't. You're right.
Then he takes off his mask and he proceeds to tell jokes, Rob, and now everybody's laughing, projectile spitting towards him. So the irony is just, it's hilarious. And the fact that he's saying he thinks Elon Musk, guys, and the fact that it came out, what, Rob?
Thoughts on pre-cancellation Louis C.K.? Yeah, Louis C.K. is also, regardless of his sex pest shit, Louis C.K. I think was also a very good comedian. Like, remove his real world actions out of the equation and just, if you were to separate the art from the artist, I guess, if you want to, and you look at his comedy as a standalone product, yes, he is also one of the best. The proof is how much you fucking laughed at his shit, okay? And honestly, ironically enough, before his understandable quote-unquote cancellation, that didn't really fucking, you know, cancel him, obviously, still, he won a Grammy after that shit. But, ironically enough, as a major former Louis C.K. fan at the time, when I saw him at, what is it, the Arena? Like the one in fucking, the one in like, the one near Compton. I remember seeing him live and thinking, damn, he kind of started sucking at that point. And I haven't really listened to his new stuff, so I have no idea. Maybe his, the Forum, thank you, not the Arena, the Forum. I would say that, like, he was actually fucking falling off spectacularly with his wit. Maybe he's a lot funnier now. I don't know. I haven't really heard his shit.
Last month, he still thinks you're so stupid and gullible. You think this guy is gonna do the Nazi salute twice? That just shows how stupid Bill Burr is. Okay, that's how gone he is. I guarantee you, he was one of the BLM posting the black squares and all that shit. He probably donated, even though they stole all the freaking money. But here's my question, Bill. What have you ever built? What have you built? We talked about this.
Wait, what is Vinny build? Is Vinny a builder? Damn, he's getting red again. I was about to comment on how, like, Vinny seems to be doing a lot better this time around. Like, he doesn't seem like he's seething. He doesn't seem like he's turning red. And boy, was I too fast. Boy, was I too fucking fast on that. I pulled the trigger too quick. He's going red mode.
Yesterday, your podcast studio, Elon Musk.
He's like, what have you built? What have you built? Why would you ever get mad at Henry Ford? He wants to build company towns. That's a good idea. What have you built? Oh, these guys run around saying they're anti-fascist. What are you talking about? I read the pamphlets. Henry Ford is not only industrious, he's built a lot, he did the assembly line, but also on top of that, let me tell you what else he did. He bought a newspaper in Dearborn, and he started talking about the truth. He loves writing. Why are you shitting on Henry Ford, calling him a Nazi? Read his pamphlets. He wrote a lot. 1,800 pages on Jews. These wokes. They're coming after my industrious entrepreneur, Henry Ford.
Zip2, PayPal, SpaceX, Tesla.
Bro, he didn't invent any of those things. What are you saying? It's so stupid. Yeah, it's awesome. Being a rich guy is awesome because you just get called an inventor of things you bought. You know what I mean? Like, ain't nobody thinks, bro, no one thinks, what's his face? Berkshire Hathaway, guy who drives a Subaru still and eats at McDonald's. He's a freak of a different kind, the billionaire. What was his name? I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. Oh my God. Warren Buffett. Nobody's like, oh, Warren Buffett, he invented Coca-Cola. No, he just bought into it. Okay? He's just like, it's so stupid. Listen, I invented housing. Okay? Why? Because I bought real estate. That means I invented the concept of a house. I invented the concept of shelter. Warren Buffett invented houses. He's the original founder of SpaceX? It doesn't matter, dude. What are you talking about? You think he's the one who's fucking designing the spaceships? What are you lost in the marketing? Really? It's all marketing. That's all it is. Do I have to go back to the Bill Burr bit from 2012 again about Steve Jobs? Is that what I have to do for you to understand? Like, it's just, you're not personal. These guys are not personally inventing shit, okay? They just sit there and go, invent this thing.
Solar City, OpenAI, Neuralink, helping people that can't move any of their freaking limbs talk and type on a fucking computer. All right, the Boring Company, XAI, and the list can keep going. Okay, and he bought Twitter so people like us can actually speak out, Bill, not like the one that had before that was actually treating it like Nazis, kicking people off the platform and censoring people, okay? Meanwhile, he's sitting over there and you're talking shit about a guy that's revolutionizing the world, changing the freaking game.
Oh my God, bro, I'm sorry. If Vinny was my dad and I saw my dad suck off a dude this hard, I don't know what I would do. Like, this is not on some no homo shit. Like, I'm not even saying like, oh, I'm homophobic. Like, this is like, you have reduced yourself to a degree where you are no longer human. You have become machine, a dick-sucking machine. Like, you literally are just like, I am no longer a man. I am but a mere vessel that inhales Elon's dick. I am but a mere vessel that needs Elon's dick to breathe. It's like oxygen to me. I need it. If I don't have it every waking moment, I will die. I will perish. Wow. He's like, I am literally a Tenga for Elon Musk. Sir, please.
And let's not forget who Bill Burr is. He was at some sneaker thing, Rob. You could look it up. A millionaire.
I hate him. He was on a sneaker thing. He made a joke. He said Luigi. I got so scared. I'm not gonna hold you, bro. This is what you do to Braun. I'm not gonna hold you. You do this with Braun? Yeah, okay. Elon Musk versus LeBron James. Did Elon Musk score 50,000 fucking points? Lifetime points in the NBA? No. Suck my dick. Yes. It is not glaze if it's worthy. It's not glaze if it's valid. Don't get me fucking started on LeBron James, dude. It's crazy to me that there are still, and I'll say it, white supremacists in this chat who have any kind of criticism against the GOAT, Lamau, okay? That is crazy, dude. That is crazy. Hey, you have a career that spans entire lifetimes of dominance, okay? You do that, and then we'll talk. LeBron James has never had a bad fucking day. He's never had a bad year. He's never had a bad season, okay? He invented basketball. Everybody stop playing! Put some respect on it, okay? Pour some honey on it, put some respect on it. It's not glaze when you talk about LeBron James. It's just the truth. Let's continue.
Multi-millionaire that use a capitalist...
I'm black. Why are you attacking black chatters? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize internalized white supremacy didn't exist in the black community. When black people make fun of LeBron James, they are basically also wearing the Klan robe. That's right. I'll fucking say it. I'll say it. Jordan was golfing at 37. LeBron was breaking the all-time scoring record. Thank you. Anyway, let's continue.
Country to become millionaire, talking shit about the system, and then says free Luigi. Okay, free Luigi. A guy.
Dude, he's mad about the free Luigi thing. It's like, bro, don't worry. You're not a healthcare CEO, okay? Like, he obviously also jokingly mentioned that when he's talking about fucking sneaker quality going down, but for the same price, if not more expensive. Because I remember the actual clip is from this, okay? I don't know where he actually says it, but let me see if I can find it.
This is cool. I mean, I can't pull off any of this stuff. Yeah. I feel like you gotta at least be able to put it between your legs.
What about this with this fit? I feel like these clothes.
With these clothes?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? This fit?
Yeah.
With these pajamas? No. Okay. I don't get what this cascading crest
function.
Yeah, what is that for? Do they really think I'm gonna go that hard at this? I know.
Break my ankles?
This is gonna get stuck in the linoleum in my kitchen, and it's gonna cause me to blow out my ACL. Going, wait, did I turn on the coffee machine? That's what's gonna happen.
I want to talk about your friend Paul Verzi, who was a big
Verzi. Get the fucking dog. I never take it to the track. It's like, why did you buy the car? So got me those. This King of State. Where's the? Is that plastic?
All legit.
That's legit.
All legit.
Are those your birthstones? What kind of a man wears a fucking multicolored bracelet?
Come on.
Are you an ally?
It's called the Fruity Pebbles. Sam from the Congress Archive.
Huh? Oh my God.
Do you know what these are?
Those tiny Archibalds?
No.
Kevin McHale?
1983.
Yeah. Oh my God.
1984, I think size 18 or something. From Sam from the Congress Archive.
Okay. What am I doing with these?
No, I'm just showing you. We pulled them because I think you tweeted at Paul that like these were your Jordans, no fast breaks.
Oh, okay. I'll hold this one. I can't hold two of these.
I haven't watched this special yet, but I might have skipped it. Watch this. It's short. What?
Why don't they push?
Dude, are you fucking serious? I'm looking for the free Luigi moment, and this motherfucker goes, hey man, watch this totally, like, irrelevant clip. Oh, fuck! I clicked. God damn it. Okay, so he's complaining right here about free Luigi. Let's go to the 3rd minute. You said he said it right here.
Green and white, one of your favorites, 2023, your favorite shoe.
They brought it back?
Yeah, they
brought it back a couple of times, and they went with cheaper leather.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because some corporate cunt had to give himself a fucking bonus check at the end of the year. What if we made it worse, but made it look the same?
Yeah.
Then could our pools be bigger? Free Luigi!
Like, it's obviously a fucking joke. This guy, on the other hand, is like, no, that's an active death threat to Nike corporate executives. Like, the fuck is wrong with you, man? These people have basically become what they despise. They constantly chirp about like how comedy is dead because woke's ruined it. You can't say anything no more. Only to fucking turn around and be like, wow, this comedian said free Luigi when talking about how corporate executives are oftentimes putting the interest of profit over making better product year over year. It's a joke. Who the fuck is killing comedy then? Jesus Christ.
Free Luigi, a guy that murdered. I don't give a shit how you feel.
Oh, you can't make a joke like that. You can't. You can't make a joke like that. Why are you doing this, Bill? You're making me so upset. Yeah, we got dark woke on the one hand, we got soy right on the other, dude. Holy shit. Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up. Holy moly, fucking snowflake, dude. Ah, I need to report you to the authorities. You said free Luigi. Oh no. Jesus, are you not value-tained? Exactly. According to his own bio, Vinny was later discovered at an open mic night by Damon Wayans' niece. Wayans subsequently cast him on a sketch comedy series, The Underground, on Showtime. Wait, this guy's a comedian? Vinny is a comic? Shut up. Someone sent me a... Oh my God. Give it to me right now. Give me one of his old... Give me one of his old fucking sets. Oh my God. Okay, I gotta go pee, and by the time I get back, I hope you guys have found one of his old sets.
About the guy praising a guy that murdered a guy in the middle of the street in cold blood, that's married and has children, just shows exactly what Hollywood does to these fucking liberals like Bill Burr. Bill Burr, still funny as hell, but something has shifted and is changing, and that's what Hollywood does to these people. It's freaking sad, bro. And you've admitted it. Bill Burr says, I'm just a comedian, and this is the game that they play. I'm just a comedian. Don't take me serious. No, you open your mouth and you talk shit, so people are gonna talk shit back to you. And he said this before. Bill knows this. He goes, I don't read. Maybe you should start reading, Bill. Start reading a book. Open up a book, because he sounds like a freaking idiot. Moron.
Tom, I think the last part of what Vinny just said really resonates with me. If you're going to be a comedian, there's a difference between satire and obvious humor and a rant. And when you make a rant, which is like you're publishing your opinion on the inside of the LA Times, when you make a rant like that, then you're going to face the music of the consequences of your rant, because people are going to say, wait a minute, that's not your comedy, that's your position. You're not making fun of something, you're taking a position here, and you need to hear from us. And now we're going to go back and we're going to talk to you about it. And people say, no, stop. The thing he said about Rachel Maddow, he was just making a joke. Nobody's saying that. People are looking at this guy going, wait a minute, dude. That's a position. That's an op-ed. That's an opinion page on your own personal newspaper. And you need to own up for these things you've said and back them up. Are you going to back him up with the facts? Are you really going to defend that position? Is that where you want to go? Is that the guy that you're going to have club owners saying, well, let's see if we can get Bill in here tonight? Is that the guy? You know, I don't know. I don't know if the audience is going to eat that dog food.
Yeah, club owners would hate to have Bill Burr show up at their fucking comedy club. Bill Burr, who is literally hailed by every fucking working comic as one of the all-time greats at this point. Like, Bill Burr is so respected that Joe Rogan will still have him on, despite the fact that they do not see the world in the same lens, okay? Joe Rogan, who despises people who disagree with him at this point, Joe Rogan would absolutely love to have Bill Burr on. Wait, what? Lamau, like he's doing clubs? Yes, Bill Burr still does clubs. Of course he does clubs. Every comic does clubs, no matter how big or small. You want to know why? Because that's how you make your material. You have to test out your bits in front of a live audience. You think You think he just like materializes this stuff? No, of course not. He goes to clubs. Of course he goes to clubs. Bill Burr, anytime, any place around the country, can just walk into any fucking comedy club. Hasan a comedy pro now? No, for years I have been a comedy fan, like a nerd, okay? A comedy nerd. That was the one thing I used to love doing. I had friends who worked the door at, I would literally go to the Belly Room to watch, I would go to the Belly Room to listen to the OG Brian Moses, before Comedy Central purchased it, like the roast, what do you call it? What the fuck was it called? My brain is not working at this point. I'm sorry. I've been on. No, Will worked at comedy clubs too, but that's not even who I'm talking about. So why aren't you funny? Because I know my limitations. Like, I'm just not a funny guy. I love comedy. You don't have to. Yeah, roast battle. Thank you. You can be a comedy nerd and not be funny personally. I'm just not good. I can't do comedy. I can be funny every now and then. But that's the difference between me and motherfuckers like Vinny, who I guess don't see that limitation. Let's see what he had to do.
Here, pretty sure Californians. Okay. From New York, we don't have that shit. It's the best burger I've ever had in my fucking life. There's 5 guys. You guys have all that shit. In and out. #1. And I love when you first step.
Okay, very good start. Praising the.
Wait, I don't want this guy to fucking. What? Vincent Oshana is one of the best comedians working today. No exaggeration. What? What is this video, bro? I don't want to hear this nerd. It's a joke. No, I want to just hear him. I want to hear him. I don't want to hear the bit that this guy is doing. Oh, Laugh Factory, instantly. Nothing good comes out of that background, okay? I don't like Laugh Factory in any, I'm not a Laugh Factory head. I don't like it. But let's hear what he had to do. Let's see his best moments in front of that fucking backdrop.
And I hit everybody. Remember when it first hit? Everybody had to cure. Somebody had to cure. People were like, who had that friend? I was like, hey, Sarah, with the H. Extra. Oh, those bitches are extra. Sarah, she's extra. Why do you need that, bitch? Your parents knew who the fuck you were gonna be.
Oh my God. This is the same guy? This is not that long ago, bro. Bro, this is the guy now talking about Bill Burr. Oh my God. Hey, yo, he's zesty as hell. Yo! What the fuck?
Ever had that friend like, hey, come here, come here. It was always like a remedy to like, listen. Take an avocado. Right? Cut it in half. I'm like, bitch, I'm broke. It's a fucking pandemic. Cut an onion, a red onion, not a fucking sweet onion. Duct tape it to your foot. Take a nap. That'll suck COVID out of your... Who the fuck told you that, bitch? Dr. Fauci? You guys... And you guys all heard this one. Be real. Boil water, hot water. Squeeze 4 lemons. Shove your fucking head in boiling water. COVID runs out of you. What about burns? Who gives a fuck? Do you want COVID? It's killing people. Tom Hanks has it. I got new ass. Who fucked a new person in the pandemic? That's hot. Gangster, gangster. Not you. I respect that. You kind of slow with it because you're like, I want somebody else to. And bro, I hope this girl, oh gorgeous shit. I met her online. I'm a gamer. I play on Twitch. Vinny O'Shawn. I'm playing. Met this fucking hot.
What? Yo! He was a Twitch streamer! What is going on? Yo! Oh my God. Oh my God. Now I know why Vinny fucking hates my ass so much. Oh my God. We need to find his fucking Twitch VODs. We need to find his, oh my God. This is a story that contains multitudes. This is getting better by the second. Holy moly. He's not bombing, at least good for him. I mean, he's not. Having said that, however, this isn't exactly great comedy, okay? This is the guy who said, this guy said Twitch streaming is a job. Yo, Vinny O'Shawn here. I'm a professional comedian and an unprofessional gamer, U.S. Air Force veteran. 800 followers. Currently a comedian and actor living in the City of Angels. Thank you all for following me and enjoying my content. For donations to help with LA rent. He had his PayPal. Wait, has he written stuff in here? Hold on. This is the final stage. No way, right? No shot. Oh, bummer. His top clip.
It's at 30 meters, 156, right outside this window.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, let me get some
people around. Run.
Plates.
Let's go around. Yeah, let's go
do some plates here.
I don't have any plates.
They're here.
Run. Right.
Follow me. I hear someone in here. Come here. Yeah, 20 meters to the right of us. Get ready. He's coming right behind us. Get ready. Yeah. Got him? He's at 30.
Wow. Wow.
What up, Queen? Batman.
You know what? Everybody that's new gets to see my little nip real quick. Yeah. Yeah. two different games. This is crazy, dude. What up, Queen? Oh, yeah, we're gonna go. Let's catch this dub. Let's go back to.
Yeah, it's like nobody, like, bro, people trip out over.
Trigger Tree Suckers duel with Vincent O'Shawn. Oh, I mean, this is Eric Griffin. He's a comedian as well. He's been on some shows.
Back. Hot nips. Oh, I was showing. What's her name? What? Look at that chat. Wait. Oh, and I'm getting shot. Yes. Nice.
Who does he follow? Damn, he got owned. Who does he follow? Huskers. Hitman Gaming. I think like all of his followers are like friends of his, right? And then Eric Griffin. This is sad. Vinny could have been normal. Nah. New Kaiser YouTube.
I am getting shot at. Todd is running out the door. Where the fuck is Eric? He's
Stalking on live, kind of mid, kind of wild. How is this stalking? He's literally a fucking... Not only is he a public figure, but we're looking at his fucking evolution as like a comic. At this point, he is a comedian trying to make it out the mud. We just went down the Vinny hole to try to understand where, like, what his evolution look like. And god damn it, let me tell you, okay? It's far better than my expectations. Wait, what? Yo, he IRL streams?
Do you see it? Guys, is the light better? It's a little bit better, like you think? So cheap, bro. Like now, look, now there's a little bit of hint of fucking color. Jesus.
to do the vlogs.
See, as a Twitch streamer, I also know what this looks like. You know what I mean? Jesus.
Yo, Arkham, I love you, bro. Thank you. And I will. This is my first time. Yo, let me see.
Amazing. Fucking amazing. Anyway. Yeah, well, I think I'm gonna, you know, I think it makes sense why he has this kind of smoke for Bill Burr now, you know? Because, like, if your career absolutely imploded and you failed in spectacular fashion in both Twitch streaming on your own and also in stand-up comedy on your own, and then now you have to play the role of, like, the right-wing guy who looks like a fucking used car salesman who took steroids and is, like, talking about how DEI is ruining America. If that's the role you have to fulfill, then yeah, you're gonna fucking fulfill that role, right? He was noticeably less red when he was zesty, you know?
Going, wait a minute, dude. That's a position. That's an op-ed. That's an opinion.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. History is fucking riddled with failed artists who become monstrous villains of society. It is kind of wild how consistent that shit is. It is mind-boggling.
Is that the guy? You know, I don't know. I don't know if the audience is going to eat that dog food. And there's a hell of a difference between, I was funny, I was a comedian. What happened to when he went on a rant like that in Philly? Michael Seinfeld.
Michael Richards.
Michael Richards. He lost it on stage and went on a rant. What did Jerry Seinfeld say? Sitting with Letterman 2 days later, they looked at the clip, they bleeped it, and Seinfeld turns to Letterman and said, you can't do that. That's not the act. You can't do that. And I think I'm quoting him exactly when he
It was
turned to Letterman and
such
says,
a
you
great
can't
way
do
he
that.
handled it. Yeah, that's a good point. I remember that. Adam, your thoughts?
Well, sorry to make you apologize, but I think we're on the same.
I'm not apologizing for anything. I think Bill Burr is still. Listen, him being hilarious. There's bits at him as a comedian. There's bits that will live forever. Bill Burr's specials were brilliant. Something shifted. He changed it. And like, for instance,
Bill Burr's attitude has, as we've shown already, you're a fake fan. You're a fake fan of comedy. Okay, you're a fake fan of comedy. By the way, Adam is another failed comedian. Shut up. That other guy is also a comedian. What is Patrick Bet-David doing? You know how, like, Mark Zuckerberg got hit with the Dominican rape? Patrick Bet-David hits these guys with, like, old creepy pastor or used car salesman rays. I just don't understand. How did these guys become these people?
To say Free Luigi, do you know how stupid and ignorant that is? The guy was shot. I don't give a fuck how you feel. He was shot and killed. The guy has a family. He has kids. They're gonna have to.
Yeah, dude, you suck at comedy. Okay, I'm sorry, but that much is clear to me. All right.
Be up fatherless, and for the rest of their lives, their father was. And that footage is out there of him getting murdered. And you're out there trying to be funny, saying Free Luigi. You're not just a comedian. So when you talk shit in this game, people are gonna talk shit back. It's stupid. So I'm not apologizing for anything that I've said or changing my stance. He's hilarious.
Okay.
He's hilarious.
So, and I'll be real quick. There's a difference between.
Didn't Vinny call you out for being a Twitch streamer on Piers? Yeah, he did. This guy thinks Twitch streaming is a job. Yeah, not for you, bitch. We saw your fucking Verdansk streams, okay?
Good, great, and the GOATs. So, in my opinion, he's a good comedian. He's had some good bits. He's not great, and he certainly ain't a GOAT, and he's certainly not in the top 10 of all time. Real quick, I'm just jotting down names that come to mind. Dave Chappelle, George Carlin, Richard Pryor, Seinfeld, Cat Williams, Chris Rock, Eddie Murphy, Rodney Dangerfield, Louis C.K., Patrice O'Neal, Andrew Schultz these days, Shane Gillis, Tom Segura. These guys.
Bro, I'm sorry. You can't say Andrew Schultz, who I know personally, okay, and even fucking Jerry Seinfeld. Like, who the fuck would agree to that? Well, and not say Bill Burr is not in the GOAT.
guys, and I'm just riffing.
You think Bill Burr's not better than Tom Segura? Than Tom Segura?
Yes.
I don't know. Louis C.K.
But the fact that that's even a conversation is my point.
Yeah.
Is that nobody would say Tom Segura is a top 10 comedian, maybe active, but of all time, Bill Burr ain't in that list,
what does that have to do with him saying, like an idiot, that Elon Musk took that opportunity at the inauguration to throw 2 Hitler salutes like he was dog whistling towards Nazis and white supremacists? That has nothing to do with his comedy. That's just pure brainwashed ignorance. Bill Burr is smarter than that, or at least I thought he was, but by his own admission, he doesn't read, okay? And then when people check you, for you to go, Adam, I've never done this. Well, I'm just a comedian. No, I use this mic, and when I speak from the freaking heart. And guess what? Check me, tear me apart, talk shit, and we can have that argument. But to be saying the shit that he's saying, Adam, something shifted. Somebody was in his ear, and now what? This place is a shitty place, and we should feel sorry for living in America. And by the way, you're talking about an African guy. This guy's not from this country and whatever, and that nails our point. This guy is revolutionizing the game, bro. NASA who? It's Elon Musk.
Oh my God. He's just like angry that Bill Burr's not demonstrating fealty to Elon Musk. Now that I know he like at least attempted to do comedy, it just puts Vinny in a totally different perspective for me. I will never be able to see him the same way ever again, dude. In my mind, he's this guy.
Venezuelan girl, and she's like, I have stage 4 cancer, and I was like, oh shit, come over. I don't give a Yeah, thank you. Who's on, bitch? What have you done for your community? I'm fucking giving back, all right? I'm like a one-man Make-A-Wish. She's leaving. I'm fucking hooking her up, all right? I swear to God, I can't make this shit up. So, yo, she walks in, mask. And I'm like, okay, I'm like, we're good. She's like, no, I can't. I have to, I'm like, you know, listen to me. I'm 42 years old. You need, I'm not just gonna, like 22-year-olds, y'all just, hey, no, it's not. I need like a.
Oh my God, is he about to fuck the stool? Oh my God, is he about to fuck the stool?
Nigga, you know what I'm saying? Like a lawnmower needs like a, you gotta, I need like a build-up. So she's naked, she's fucking gorgeous. I'm just standing there like, I'm like pinching my own nipples and shit. I'm like, what am I doing? She's like, my immune system. She goes, I can't. She's, I'm wearing my mask. I'm like, she goes, you have to wear your mask. I'm wearing a mask in my fucking apartment. I don't have COVID. So I'm hooking up with her. She no kissing, no nothing, bro. Yeah, bro. No, I had to. It's fucking pandemic, pussy. I have to fucking. So I swear to God, I'm hitting a doggy style, bro, and I can't fucking breathe. I hate masks. I don't know how he's doing it. I don't know how. I'm like, I'm trying to lower the mask, but she keeps trying to turn. And I'm like, I'm about to pass out. This bitch has the audacity to be like, harder, faster. I'm like, bitch, I'm gonna die. I don't have a fucking snorkel. Help! Faster, I'm gonna die. The only cool thing was, and you guys know, every guy here, when you hook up with a random and you want them to leave, I didn't have to say, all I had to do was go, she just ran. Bye. Bye. Oh, she left.
Now look at him.
Right now, bro, with Doge and everything like that. Comedy aside, what Bill Burr is doing, bro, is not in his like wheelhouse. He looks ill-informed. He looks stupid. And I just wish, and I hate to be the guy that says stick to comedy, bro. You were hilarious. You were hilarious. The specials were amazing. He's just getting more angrier and bitter, and I think somebody is in his ear, and I think we all know.
But they give him a pass because he's liberal, because the actors and actresses that step out and give opinions that are conservative get barbecued.
Thank you.
If you drink a lot of coffee, if you...
Chad is being Chad, but that could have been a lot worse. He's just a regular amateur comic. Yeah, I mean, it just like flopped. So he turned around and became this like angry little gremlin on the Patrick Bet David podcast, where he just like repeats right-wing talking points. Is usually that simple for a lot of these guys, because they probably see this as like another way of basically another way of entertaining people, you know? And if you're desperate to entertain and you can't do it by being funny, you'll do it by saying this shit. Don't play this?
Yeah, I'm not allowed to do that, but it's still socially acceptable to shoot a missile in the general direction of somebody you're upset with.
This is from his new special where he talks about Israel a little bit. Now, if you guys know already that Bill Burr is pro-Palestine, right? Because I feel like people are gonna...
You're like, dude, there was like kids over there. This is my favorite response. Well, you know, they're using kids as human shields. It's like, well, you gotta work around that. Jesus Christ, if I'm mad at my neighbor and I want to beat the shit out of him, but he's holding a baby, right? I wouldn't come in and try to punch him through the baby. Hey, you go in, you know?
Felix doesn't think this is really Louis C.K., by the way. He thinks this is like a fan. He thinks this is a fan account and not the real account. Or at least he's suspicious that it's not like actually Louis C.K.
No, you throw a hook. You sweep the legs. You do it on the lawn so the baby bounces off the grass, all right? There's fucking rules to this shit. I do think it's hilarious that college kids are all freaking out, you know, fucking supporting the Palestinians. How dare the Israelis do what our country has been doing for 20 years? What the fuck? You don't do that shit, we do. Oh, you didn't like that one, did you? That was a little too close to home. All right.
Last joke doesn't make any sense because the college kids protesting now weren't even born 20 years ago. Yeah, I know. He's trying to make a joke, dude. It's not his best, but you know, he's literally on the record saying like, yeah, I think I'm gonna fucking take the side of the college students. They have a historically good track record.
A couple weeks ago,
overzealous with a new video. He offended both sides. Lamont, only leftists get that joke. He also very quickly tries to recover because he recognizes that it didn't land. That's why he said, that one hurt, didn't it? Like, that's a classic way that a experienced comic will address something when it doesn't stick the landing. Hasan the Joke Explainer, yes, I enjoy comedy and also have at least a decent amount of autism in my body. So for me, oh, this is the lovely Nia. Bill Burr talks news stand-up special, Drop Dead Years. Bill's new special comes out tomorrow on Hulu, and he's currently on Broadway. So yeah, he's doing just fine. Nia, we beg you to give Bill his balls back. It's really hard to see him like this. Let the man be great again. These guys, dude, conservatives are so fucking one note. It's so goddamn annoying. They literally always are just like, they just can't comprehend it. Like, oh, my beloved comic is saying things that I don't agree with because I didn't understand his old material. So it must mean that his wife brainwashed him. Like, you're a fucking idiot, dude. Does socialism always cause disaster? Response to Ethan Klein. Let's see what Overzealous' new video is about.
Made a video where I responded to clips like this.
Any socialist country devolves into disaster.
Socialism is bad because socialism is tyranny.
What have I ever done except get hundreds of millions of people killed?
The whole point of that video was to refute the idea that socialism always leads to disaster and tyranny. I also went on to show how capitalism, due to its very design with its constant need for profits and expansion at the expense of human well-being, has led to dictatorship and catastrophe many, many times. So in this video, I want to do two things that I didn't have time for in the last one. One, talk a little more about past socialist projects that have a bad reputation among certain crowds like the USSR, China, and so on, and add a bit more context as to why some autocratic and undesirable deficiencies emerged in them, and two, go over some of the many socialist projects that didn't turn into what Mr. H3 could call a disaster. Unless, of course, the capitalist powers of the world overthrew them and installed or supported a right-wing dictatorship, but that has little to do with socialism and a lot more to do with protecting capital and Western business interests. So let's do that now. When you hear the term socialism, I doubt you immediately think of the definition, social ownership of the means of production, and what exactly that even means. Your mind probably just instinctively jumps to countries like Cuba, the USSR, China, and so forth. Now, the debate, even amongst leftists, on whether or not some of these countries constitute socialism rages on. We won't entertain that right now, but what we can say for certain is that all of these countries prior to their revolutions were much worse off. In Cuba, the US-backed right-wing dictatorship of Fulgencio Batista prioritized American business interests as his regime was responsible for wicked human rights abuses in the form of mass murders and torture. Tsarist Russia was a semi-feudal backwater filled with misery and destitution, and same goes for China. I'll let Dr. Parenti give you a glimpse into the state of China prior to the rise of the Communist Party.
When the communists liberated Shanghai from the U.S.-sponsored Kuomintang reactionary government in 1949, the communists found that about 20% of the population in Shanghai, 1.2 million people, were drug addicts. And every morning, special crews of street cleaners, quote, would gather up the corpses of children and adults who had been murdered during the night or died of disease, cold, and starvation.
Disaster, Ethan, is what these countries had prior to socialism. After each country had its revolution, the usage of the land, labor, and capital was reorganized in a way to suit the interests of the vast majority of the people, and not just a small elite. This doesn't mean that these societies shouldn't be criticized. They were far from perfect, and if you're familiar with my channel, you would know that I criticize them a lot, and I urge people not to glorify the more autocratic deficiencies that later emerged in them. But I also urge people to look at the entire picture and try to understand what happened instead of just brushing them off as either good or bad, as if forcing a country into that sort of reductive moral binary and then refusing to explore any further is productive in any way. There is a conversation to be had about how some of these societies went on to take a more authoritarian form. I personally am not a fan of hyper-centralized authority for prolonged periods of time because I think it could lead to some undesirable outcomes, but we need to examine why some of these socialist projects felt the need to centralize authority in such a way to begin with. In every socialist society, the one thing that was a constant, the thing they could all assure would be soon to greet them if their revolutions were successful, was attack and animosity from capitalist nations. This took the form of invasions, bombing, embargoes, sanctions, assassination attempts, and more. This constant bombardment from external threats breeds paranoia and autocracy. It causes power to centralize, dissent to be taken much more seriously, and sometimes viewed as an existential threat. This leads to unideal outcomes. But I have a hard time seeing how this has anything to do with socialism as a theory. It seems to be the result of being under constant...
I bet $100 that Asmin didn't know what a Houthi was if it wasn't for you. Now that's all he tries to talk about. So funny to watch. Asmin Gold tackling geopolitical issues such as the man-made famine implemented by Western-backed coalition forces like the UAE and Saudi Arabia on Yemen is fantastic. I'm sure he has a lot of good opinions on that. I'm sure he has a lot of, he's put a lot of thought, a lot of reading was done.
Attack. If we look at Russia post-revolution, when a multitude of Western nations invaded the country and sided with the White Army to fight against the communists in the Russian Civil War, we can start to understand why paranoia was rampant in the USSR right from the jump. If we shift our focus over to the different kinds of socialist experiments, ones that are often referred to as democratic socialist projects where leaders and parties...
He's saying Noah Samson should be sued. Amazing. Asmongold thinks that defeating the Ansar Allah, the Houthis, is simple. Just find them with satellites and kill them.
Oh boy. It's like, imagine you're in this fucking...
Yeah, fuck around and find out, am I right? It's like if he knew a thing or two about Operation Prosperity Guardian, he would have recognized that the NATO Andes did this exact same fucking posturing before, and it yielded not so great results. I read somewhere, maybe it's wrong, that they also get Chinese tech now for their drones, so I don't know.
In canoe. And you see this video, you're like, ah, shit. Fuck, man. Oh, come on, dude. Yeah, I'm cooked. I'm going home, man. Yeah, bomb Yemen, yeah.
Are the airstrikes in Yemen working? Well, when you say working, are they stopping the Houthis? No. Are they gonna continue?
This was awesome. Are they stopping the Houthis? No. Will we keep doing it? Yes.
Yes.
$1 billion in the pooper. $1 billion plus in the pooper for Operation Prosperity Guardian. Instead of getting Israel, our attack dog, to stop doing genocide, we were like, we're gonna go after the people who are trying to stop Israel from doing a genocide. And man, oh brother, did it fucking work spectacularly. Yeah, even the NATO Andes are mad. NATO Andes are mad that the American government is so inefficient in its wasteful expenditures to defend Israel's genocide. Like, which is true. I mean, this is literally true. Only if you have to realize, I think, that it's because America's consistent. They consistently want to be on the wrong side. That's why the Ukrainian stuff was living on borrowed time, where they were like, no, dude, you don't understand. We like being on the wrong side, even if we have the wrong purposes for being on the Ukraine side. It's just like, you don't understand. We want evil to succeed. Okay, we want evil to win. We misunderstood. We accidentally thought that we accidentally thought that Russia was on the right side, so we backed you guys, but it turns out they were on the wrong side, so we're backing them now. Fantastic. Yeah, the New York Times article is what I'm talking about. Houthi drones could become stealthier and fly farther because of hydrogen fuel cell components that have been smuggled in from China, is what they're saying. Will provide Houthi fighters a technological leap ahead. Does it piss you off at all that someone like Asmongold, who is not well read and lacks any critical thinking skills, can become so prominent and influential with such low quality commentary? No. It's not Asmongold's fault. He's taking advantage of the market. It totally makes sense. Okay, I get it. I understand it. What is frustrating about this process is that there is a market for it. That is what kills me a little bit. That's it. But also, Asmongold's not the first, nor will he be the last guy that does this shit, to be fair. History is riddled with people like this that milk dumbasses with the lowest common denominator takes, like, yeah, we're really gonna own these Houthis, yeah. Which America could, you know? It is an incredibly costly endeavor, however, you know? And at what cost? The question is, what cost? If there are two ways out of every conflict, which is escalation or de-escalation, your goal probably should be to manage it in the least violent ways possible. That's what a superpower is supposed to do, which is to go back to Israel and be like, dude, you got to cut it out. The fuck are you doing? What do you mean you're not going to send in humanitarian aid to Gaza? Like, there's supposed to be a quote-unquote ceasefire right now. You're fucking the bag up. Because the Houthis had stopped their blockade on the Red Sea and their pot shots against like ships that try to penetrate the blockade that they had implemented. They stopped it. They very openly stopped it. And then a couple days prior, they said, we're going to restart it now that Israel claims that they're going, now that Israel has stopped humanitarian aid from going into Gaza, we're gonna try and punish Israel to the best of our ability again. U.S. is bombing Yemen because that's easier to do than to get Israel to abide by the terms of the ceasefire they already agreed to. That is precisely the dynamic here. I hope everybody understands. Yeah. No, you don't get it, dude. We just got to keep bombing one of the world's poorest nations that just withstood a fucking genocide by our guys in the region, okay? It just a couple more bombs. Dude, a couple more lanes in this highway structure is gonna work out. Just one more lane, please. Please give me one more fucking lane. Please, please, please. One more bomb. One more bomb. If we bomb Sanaa one more time, I swear the Houthis are gonna stop. They're gonna fucking stop. We just got one more fucking bomb, dude. Come on. Come on. Who's with me? It's just like Americans. There's no solution.
Honestly, I think it's pretty easy to look at it. You figure out the people that are involved with the people that are involved with these terrorist groups. You identify them, you figure out where they live. You can do this through satellite imaging. You can do it with other types of intelligence. And you work with the government there. And if they don't want to work with you...
Bro, the DOD has to hire this guy. This is such good commentary. Well, boys. The problem was so simple. Why didn't the American government think of that, dude? That's crazy. Here I thought, you know, it's not complicated. People make it unnecessarily complicated. You just gotta use the satellites to find where they're at and kill them. Which is very different than the Biden administration and also very different than the Trump administration. It's just a totally different way to approach this this situation.
Then you just do it anyway and you kill them. That's it. Just capture Stalingrad immediately. Yeah, it reads like that one tweet. Yeah, if it were me, I would be doing things very differently, dude. Yeah. I don't think it's that complicated. Right? I mean, like, what? How is that complicated? To answer the question on everyone's minds, no, Asmongold does not have a doctorate in foreign affairs. He's just that fucking good. Yeah. Oh, dude, this is awesome. It's like a child. I'm fucking posting that. To answer the question on everybody's minds. Hold on. I'm stealing that. I'm tweeting that out, chatter. No one will. This is too much of an inside baseball, but it's our joke now. It's our joke now, comrade. Your joke has been reappropriated. To the original, yes, obviously everyone in this community knows exactly what this is Andrew Bates, who a part of the Biden administration said, to answer the question on everyone's minds, no, Joe Biden does not have a doctorate in foreign affairs. He's just that fucking good. Yeah. Our toothbrush, comrade. No, the deleted? This famous tweet is now deleted? This show has the most brain dead people, and I don't mean it because I disagree with their politics, but I think they have no understanding of the world. I remember watching them react to tariffs and Chess supported it, then Trump removed them, and they also supported it. That's awesome. How Hitler could have won. Don't terror bomb Britain. Focus on RF facilities. Demand Mussolini not be a R-word with the Balkans. Don't siege Leningrad. Take it immediately. Zerg rush Stalingrad to cut off Soviet oil. Ally with the Slavs against the commies. Ignore Africa. Don't siege Leningrad. Take it immediately. I mean, it's spectacular work, I think. Also, allying with the Slavs against the commies is kind of what Hitler tried to do, at least on certain fronts. He did do that a little bit. They also loved killing the Slavs at the same time, so I feel like there was a little bit of friction there. Sigma grind thinking, yeah. God. He forgot don't do so much math. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Parties rose to power through peaceful and electoral means while maintaining a free and open press as well as encouraging opposing political parties.
Asmongold's knowledge comes naturally to him. Truly impressive. Hasan's the stupid one, spending years to learn about these topics when he could have just played WoW. Also, spent years to learn about these topics to learn about it in a gay way, in a way that obviously is fucking so dumb when the situation is not complicated. The American government should be using satellites, dude. Famously, the way that they currently operate, they don't use that for some reason. They just,
which is what I advocate for, by the way. We can see how quickly they were infiltrated by the capitalist powers of the world, specifically the US. From Allende in Chile to Arbenz in Guatemala, both men were democratically elected, and it didn't take long for the US to spend millions of dollars infiltrating their media, supporting reactionary elements within their militaries, and ultimately overthrowing them both. We now begin to understand the unfortunate and undesirable decisions made by the likes of Fidel Castro when he decided that a free press, while being under attack by the US, would be a death wish. I don't even advocate for the specifics found in some of these past projects. I champion more of a bottom-up approach. But to paint these past societies as disasters without understanding what they were up against, what they replaced, and without mentioning the millions of lives that were improved because of them, is ahistorical. This leads me to the main point of this video. Why is it when the average apolitical person is confronted with the term socialism, they immediately think of states like the USSR and North Korea, but rarely Salvador Allende's Chile? And the reason for that is simple. The former, states like the USSR, came to power via revolution and were heavily propagandized for decades, partly due to the fact that they survived the initial attack by capitalist forces. The latter, states like Chile, implemented socialism democratically and through electoral means. They weren't hyper-militant, the Americans overthrew them quickly, and there was no need for the US to spend decades filling our heads with Red Scare propaganda about them. Put simply, it's survivorship bias. We remember the countries that survived being attacked by the West, but as a result of them surviving the onslaught, paranoia and autocracy began to rear their ugly heads within those countries. It's a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. So with that out of the way, and to show Ethan the range and variety of past socialist experiments, for the remainder of this video, we will quickly look at some socialist projects that improved the quality of life for the vast majority of people and did not turn into what he could consider a disaster. So let's do that. I put these examples of socialist projects in the honorable mentions category, not because they were unimpressive, but because I've already gone over them many times on this channel, so I want to quickly run through them for those who may be new to my videos. Starting with Salvador Allende of Chile. This topic in particular I've covered many times. If you want an in-depth video about Allende and the Chilean road to socialism, check out this video of mine. But to briefly recap, prior to Allende, much of Chile's industry and resources were owned by foreign corporations, from copper mines to the—
Oh my fucking god, this drama shit is beneath you, bro. We're literally watching a fucking video that goes through Salvador Allende's Chile or fucking Thomas Sankara and Evo Morales' Bolivia, and you're like, this drama shit, dog. How do you not understand that drama is the fucking drama is the sweetener on top of this? The video itself has basically nothing to do with fucking Ethan. He's just using Ethan's name as a way to explain to people with clickbait historical socialist attempts that were thwarted by American intervention and Western intervention. That's the entire point of this. It has nothing to do with fucking drama. Virtually every video I watch on stuff like this, whether it be Bad Empanada or Overzealots, is directly doing that.
Telecommunications industry, American businesses soaked up plenty of Chilean wealth while many Chileans lived in poverty. This was
Bro will be like, American intervention during the Cold War was just drama. Can we not talk about this?
Still is a common arrangement in many areas in the developed.
Salvador Allende, he was a big drama guy, loved the drama.
World. Rich Western corporations will buy up the natural resources, exploit the local labor forces, and if the people of the exploited nation decide to fight back, either through revolution or by electoralism, Western governments, acting in partnership with their business interests, will install a fascist dictator to protect their profits. This little arrangement tends to benefit two groups: the Western business interests, who siphon the wealth away from these poorer countries, and the local elite of these poorer countries, who make up a small percentage of the population and tend to benefit from their alliance with these Western capitalists. In 1970, Salvador Allende was legally and constitutionally elected, and he vowed to take back Chilean resources and industry to help develop the country and pull people out of poverty. He referred to his ambitions as the Chilean road to socialism, where he—
Big mistake. Can't do that. Not allowed.
Would bring about those ends by respecting the democratic and constitutional integrity of Chile. This immediately pissed off the Americans, who had spent years trying to convince people that socialism and democracy were mutually exclusive. By the end of Allende's first year, he had nationalized over 150 enterprises and loosened the Americans' grip over his country. He had an impressive first year and a half.
You see, silly socialists, this is why socialism never works, okay? Because it fails on the weight of its own contradictions, except it doesn't. We make sure it fails every single time by doing a bloody coup and then installing the worst fascist dictator you've ever seen and then rewriting the constitution of the country. You know, that's why. And that's the natural balance of things. Obviously, how dare you?
And to back up that statement, I will use—
And then decades later, we will literally openly reveal that we've done such things, but what are you supposed to do? You've already been so heavily propagandized against this position that you can't even fucking recognize that America was responsible for this.
This is my favorite Marxist source, the CIA. Allende's economy saw an 8.5% jump in GDP, a lower rate of inflation compared to his predecessor, the lowest unemployment rate in a decade, a sharp boost in real wages for Chile's lower classes, leading to a consumer buying spree that boosted manufacturing output by 12%, and an additional 12% boost in construction activity, leading to a decline of the unemployment rate in the Santiago area from 8.3% to 3.8%. Now, to you and I, this seems like a good thing. People are enjoying rising living standards, and foreign exploitation is screeching to a halt.
No, I don't, because that is happening at the that is happening against corporate profits, and I don't like that. And also, I am a industrious Chilean entrepreneur, and for me, I'm gonna go back and ask some Western allies, like, yo, these guys are fucking doing some crazy shit. You know, you want to come in and help us out a little bit?
But for the Americans and the Chilean conservative elite, this was really bad news. The CIA began funding right-wing opposition in Chile. They gave over $1 million to El Mercurio, an anti-Allende conservative media outlet. Nixon gave the order to make the economy scream when referring to what he wanted done to Allende's Chile. The Chilean right-wing and business owners engaged in attempts to sabotage the economy by withholding their goods and refusing to sell them, which led to artificial scarcity. The U.S. established an economic blockade. It used its—
This is where this is where the heavy hand comes in, okay? That's it. Like, if you want to have markets, that's fine. Okay? Great. Sure, you can have your markets. There is going to be heavy regulatory control over it, okay? The moment that you hit the artificial scarcity button, the moment where you limit supply when demand is still rising, I'm coming in and I'm saying, okay, well, it's really sad, but we're going to have to basically take over your company, at least for the interim period. Now, what's interesting about this is that I've actually advocated for the Biden administration to do this, and prior liberal administrations to do this in the past as well. Like, this isn't like dictatorial control or whatever. I mean, I guess Americans would consider that, but Americans would say that that is the case. But like, this was an issue with Chavez as well. This was a major issue with Chavez. People think like Chavez was this like ruthless autocrat, but it ironically was a major problem for him too, in the same exact sectors. Actually, it was the agricultural output in the grocery stores that refused to collaborate with the Chavez regime at the time, and the very same issue started in Venezuela as it did in Chile as well. And the issue, Chavez, sorry, not Chavez. English is my second language. I only speak Turkish. I don't speak any Spanish or Spanish adjacent, Portuguese. I don't speak any other language. Okay, give me a break. I'm saying it wrong. But anyway, point is, I've advocated for this in America as well. Okay, remember during the OPEC Plus induced oil crisis that was taking place, I said time and time again that we heavily subsidize the fossil fuel industry, and we must demand a significant level of control over the fossil fuel industry in the United States of America. Extraction should be nationalized across the board, but even if it's not going to be nationalized across the board, if our own oil and gas providers if our own oil and gas industry does not actually try to outcompete OPEC Plus by steadily increasing supply to the best of their ability for the time being, in an effort to adjust prices for the American markets, then yeah, you should take them over. You should either cut the fucking money faucet off or just take it over. I think that's perfectly valid, and there's already legal precedent for this. We have a Defense Production Act that Donald Trump utilized. You know, there are already existing legal precedent to be able to do such things in times of crisis. So this is not far-fetched even in the United States of America, and it certainly is not far-fetched in a place like Chile, where the moment that like a sector guided by sector leaders who don't align with you ideologically refuse to play ball and try to starve out the fucking population or induce hyperinflation, is a moment where you have to come in and be like, no, you have to do this. It's fucking ridiculous.
Influence to cut international and bilateral aid and private credit to Chile prevented Allende from being able to renegotiate the national debt that he had inherited from his predecessor, and so much more. Long story short, the right-wing Chilean military, taking advantage of the US's work in destabilizing Allende, bombed the presidential palace and overthrew the government. Allende lost his life that day, and Chile fell to the dictatorial rule of Augusto Pinochet, who spent the coming decades torturing, murdering, kidnapping, and terrorizing Chileans while protecting American business interests in the country. So I guess in a roundabout way, this did lead to disaster, but not because of socialism, but because of the overthrow of socialism and the replacement of Allende with a tyrant who would protect U.S. business interests. In addition to Allende's Chile, Thomas Sankara's legacy in Burkina Faso is worth looking at as well. And yes, I apologize, this image is computer generated, very cringe of me, but there are just 0 public domain images of my guy Thomas, so I guess this is what we're gonna have to do. Burkina Faso was originally a French colony called Upper Volta. Like many other colonized lands, it suffered the usual burdens of colonialism and exploitation. It was severely destitute, prone to famines, the labor force was exploited by France, gender discrimination was rampant, and the overall quality of life was horrendous. We should all know by now that colonialism is a form of violence that breeds resistance, and in the case of Upper Volta, the Marxist revolutionary Thomas Sankara is who it bred. He came to power in 1983 and immediately got to work. He fought against gender
I saw a fucking right-wing conspiracy Twitter account unironically post Sankara, not knowing that he was a very famous revolutionary Marxist, because he was talking about how like you have to control your own food production, like we shouldn't be expecting handouts, and the guy literally thought he was a fucking conservative and he was posting about him like, hell yeah, dude, based. It's awesome.
Discrimination by ending forced marriages and female genital mutilation. He launched healthcare, literacy, and vaccination campaigns, land reform and nationalization programs. He focused on infrastructure, combated desertification by planting millions of trees.
Here it is.
L'aide alimentaire.
Warpath, get up. There's work to do. This lady says, can you tell me, this Western Joe says, can you tell me why you said no to receiving food aid?
L'aide alimentaire. Pourquoi?
L'aide alimentaire qui nous a
They
reçus,
have not helped us to develop. They have instead created a beggar mentality.
nous a maintenus dans une mentalité d'assister. Chaque jour, on tend la main pour demander à manger.
We hold out our hands to receive food. That is not a good thing. Our farmers have stopped producing because they cannot sell what they produce.
Parce que
this is what USAID does, by the way. I mean, like it, hate it, it doesn't matter. This kind of USAID does play a destabilizing role like this, very famously. But that's besides the point. My based god, Donald Trump, JD Pondon, is putting an end to that. Except the deep state, the Supreme Court, brought it back because Amy Covid Barrett, who is a fake charlatan, who is also in the pocket of the CIA, wanted to restore USAID funding. Anyway, let's continue. Our farms stop producing. The surplus from farmers in other countries is brought in here. We want something else. Those who really want to help us can give us plows, tractors, fertilizer, insecticide, watering cans, drills, dams. That's how we would define food aid. Those who come with wheat, millet, corn, or milk, they are not helping us. Yeah, this account posted him. This is one of those like based right-wing accounts, and he posted this, not realizing Thomas Sankara's background. Anyway, let's keep going.
Dramatically lowered the infant mortality rate, and he fought effectively against hunger. So effectively that Gene Ziegler of the UN declared, Thomas Sankara has conquered hunger. Burkina Faso in 4 years has become food self-sufficient. This is notable considering Burkina Faso's history with famines and food scarcity. Sankara also refused to play ball.
Trump just gutted RFA, RFE, and Voice of America. Unlike USAID, this cannot be prevented by the neocons. No, he did that because Democrats in Congress gave him the power to do so. Like, that's what the... I mean, he also fucking gutted, like, a bunch of mental health programs, you know what I mean? Like, he's a fucking asshole. It is funny, though, that he has smoke for Voice of America for some reason. Someone probably told him it was woke. I don't know. Maybe it was Jackson Hinkle. Jackson Hinkeldink was in his ear being like, Mr. President, Voice of America's woke. Just kidding. He would never do that because I still think he's a federal agent. Anyway, let's continue.
With the IMF and Institute.
Remember, chat, this administration is fucking black bagging people who are objectively not doing any of the things that many of my naysayers say I do all the time in terms of like offering material support to Hamas or whatever, and they're black bagging them regardless. But Jackson Hinkle can go to the fucking Hassan Nasrallah funeral and then come back to the United States of America without even a scratch, okay?
That has a history of predatory lending practices known to worsen conditions of already poor countries and open up their economies for Western exploitation. All of this is not to say that Sankara never made mistakes or that he was some kind of god amongst men. He himself would hate that description, as he openly criticized personality cults, and he didn't allow for statues to be built in his image, but he absolutely sacrificed all he could for the people of his country. He even refused to take a presidential salary because his priority was helping the citizenry above all else. This completely contradicts the stereotypical socialist fat cat who lives in luxury while his people starve, the kind of Western caricature that we've been programmed to believe. Sankara, like Allende, shouldn't really be touched on as a footnote and deserves his own full video, but for the sake of brevity, he too was eventually overthrown in a coup, and Burkina Faso immediately began to regress in his absence. Bolivia, like other Latin American countries, still feels the burdens of colonialism even to this day. The way the land and resources are divided up in many of these countries largely continues colonial landholding practices where a small group of white elites, descendants of European colonizers, hold the majority of the land while indigenous populations live in poverty. In addition to land and resources being controlled by a small ruling elite, they are also bought up and hoarded by foreign corporations, further exacerbating inequality. These conditions gave rise to many leftist Latin American movements that aim to reclaim their land and resources from foreign influence, kick out the Western imperialists, and use their country's natural wealth to serve the vast majority of their populations, not just a small ruling class. In addition to all this, in the 80s and 90s, Bolivia was subjected to neoliberal policies as a result of them taking on World Bank and IMF loans. I've touched on this phenomenon earlier in this video, but the IMF, World Bank, and other international financial institutions push developing countries to take out predatory loans. The goal is to entrap these countries in debt. Once they're in debt, the IMF or the World Bank forces them to abide by specific loan conditionalities and adopt policies that serve to enrich Western capitalist interests at the expense of the poor, indebted nation. I have a whole video on this topic if you want to learn more. In the case of Bolivia, they were subjected to intense privatizations where Western interests bought up their shit and benefited from the wealth generated by it. The World Bank even forced Bolivia to privatize the goddamn water supply and sell it off to a consortium led by Bechtel, a U.S. corporation. This led to an increase in the price of water that many families couldn't afford, and since the private sector tends to follow profit and not human well-being, poorer areas were subjected to poor quality services. To quote Frederick Gordon's Freshwater Resources and Interstate Cooperation, the privatization of Bolivia's water supply eliminated any guarantee of water distribution to rural areas. This resulted in only half of Cochabamba's population being connected to the central water system. The law also prohibited the peasants from constructing collection tanks to gather rainwater. Law 2029 required people to ask the water superintendent for permission to collect rainwater. These goddamn capitalists think they own the fucking clouds. In addition to water, oil and other natural resources were also privatized and therefore could not be efficiently used to serve the Bolivian population. Something needed to change. This led to the rise of a man named Evo Morales and his movement towards socialism, or MAS, party. Morales assumed the presidency in 2006, and he was the first indigenous president of the country. This was a big deal considering Bolivia's history with racism. His ascension to the presidency reflected the end of a particular Andean form of apartheid that had marginalized the majority indigenous population since the Spanish conquest, as author Benjamin Cole put it. Morales quickly got to work writing a new Bolivian constitution that served everyone, not just the ruling class. In compliance with socialist principles of participatory democracy, he called on the indigenous population to help draft the constitution. As Arnold August said, people writing their own constitution and ratifying it in a popular referendum is one of the hallmarks of a democracy. Prior to Morales' presidency, foreign corporations had significant control over Bolivia's oil and gas, extracting hefty profits while the country didn't get to benefit from its own natural wealth. Morales changed this. He brought the hydrocarbon sector under state control and renegotiated contracts with the foreign companies, forcing them into positions where they had to strike a deal that would serve the Bolivian people or get kicked out of the country completely. This allowed for Morales to use Bolivian oil revenues to fund social programs, development, and improve the lives of the many, all while remaining firm in his critique of neoliberalism and his desire to shift towards socialism. He redistributed about 130 million acres of land from state or private ownership to indigenous families, many of whom had historically been forced into sharecropping or slavery. He grew the country's GDP by about 4.8% a year, halved the amount of people living in extreme poverty, leading to the World Bank changing Bolivia's classification from low income to lower middle income. He funded schools, hospitals, and infrastructure programs with the funds generated by the hydrocarbon sector that was now actually serving the people and not just the rich, raised the minimum wage, and much, much more. By 2012, Morales helped 1 million Bolivians escape poverty. Unfortunately, like the many other instances of democratically elected socialist governments, Morales' story doesn't have a happy ending. U.S. intervention paired with a growing right-wing movement in Bolivia made for hard times to come. As Morales was running again for his 4th term, which in my opinion he shouldn't have done, it would have made more sense to pass the reins off to a younger MAS member, the election results stopped updating. Once they resumed updating, Morales' lead had grown as rural votes were counted. This caused his opposition to accuse him of fraud, and the Organization of American States claimed that the election showed signs of irregularities. However, later independent studies, including by the Center for Economic and Policy Research, found no statistical evidence of fraud, and multiple experts accused the OAS of using flawed methodology and dishonesty. The OAS...
This is literally the reason OAS interference, unironically, is the reason why the last time Maduro pulled off some interesting inconsistencies in his election, even though the Carter the Carter Foundation found no irregularities as far as I understand in their reporting, and they're pretty consistent. Like, they have been consistent at tracking Venezuelan elections. The other countries, the other Latin American countries, actually were very critical of the last round of the Venezuelan elections. And then the OAS came in and the American government came in and they started chirping at Maduro, and every single Latin American country from fucking Lula all the way to AMLO were like, never mind. No, you're good. You're good, big dog. Maduro, keep doing your thing. Straight up. Not realizing that, like, these other Latin American countries, socialist or not socialist, are autonomous. Like, they fucking understand. They understand when something is fucked up. Like when Maduro says he's gonna go and invade Guyana because he just wants more. He realizes there might be oil in Guyana. He's like, oh, there's historically a reason for Venezuela to have ownership over Guyana. Like, when stuff like that happens, other Latin American countries are like, no, you can't do that. The fuck are you talking about? But every single time the American government decides to interfere in those affairs, every other Latin American country goes, never mind. Fuck it. YOLO mode. Okay? That is because they understandably recognize the OAS or America as a far greater evil than what any other fucking, like, autocrat could do in their own backyard. One must ask why they have this America bad mentality. Anyway, why doesn't Trump like Maduro? That's actually a really good question. I don't know. He likes every other authoritarian strongman, including those who are like homies with Maduro. So it's weird to me that he doesn't like Maduro. He has had the most amount of smoke for Venezuela from the start. Like, he has never not had it. Maybe he considers him to be weak, which in some respects he is. He really does hate, he hates Venezuela. He hates Venezuelans, and he fucking hates Maduro. Which is interesting because maybe the Floridians, I don't know, but like a lot of the fucking Venezuelans that came to Florida came under Trump because of Trump's sanctions. So I don't know.
Then went on to request that Morales redo the election, and he agreed, saying it was no problem. But before the election took place, the conservative military forced him to step down and flee the country.
Not exactly what happened. The area in the coast of Guyana was already disputed. When oil was found, Maduro just pressed more, even because Guyana made a highly prejudicial deal with Exxon for its exploitation. Yeah, you can't. Come on, dude. Come on. No, that's fucking bullshit. Look, I like Chavez. People will get mad at me for even saying that. Maduro cannot even hold a fucking candle, and has consistently used the popular momentum of Chavez to basically hold everything together. He has also been consistently under attack and undermined by Western powers, certainly in the same way that Chavez was as well. But he's not. You know, I'm not the biggest Maduro head. Maybe Trump doesn't like him because he thinks he's weak. I don't know. Maybe he sees him as like a Assad style person. Someone in the chat said like the Assad of Latin America. And he's just like, I hate him. I hate him. He's not good.
Make no mistake, this was a military coup.
Maduro's not the problem. USA sanctions is? Yes, no shit. That is always the case. I mean, here, an objectively more authoritarian regime would be the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. What's the greater evil there? The actual administration, the administrative state, which is fairly authoritarian, or the fucking sanctions? It's always the sanctions. Yes, America is always technically responsible for more harm than no matter how brutal the fucking admin is. Sanctions are collective punishment with the hopes of like creating some sort of coup or some sort of revolution. I think it's because he's Latino. No, Trump likes Lula. I mean, not Lula, fucking no. I was gonna say Bolsonaro, but like obviously Bolsonaro's a fascist.
He was replaced by Janine Áñez,
And he likes Claudia. Trump likes Claudia. Claudia Sheinbaum, beautiful, powerful women. Beautiful, powerful women's. She's controlling Mexico with an iron fist. I love her. She's so good.
Power unconstitutionally. Áñez was a deranged right-winger who went on to massacre Morales supporters in the aftermath of his overthrow, leading Bolivia to charge her with genocide. So again, I guess there was a bit of a disaster that took place here, but it wasn't socialism. It was getting rid of...
Fairly authoritarian is a bit of an understatement when talking about North Korea law. There's literally no country that is more authoritarian on this planet. Probably. Israel's pretty bad. Saudi Arabia, a lot of the Gulf states are pretty bad. I would say Saudi Arabia is probably worse than, I mean, it's not a competition. It's just there are a lot of awful dictatorial regimes. Lately, Bolsonaro was saying we are importing nukes from China and begging Trump to coup us, nationalists, by the way.
Socialism. Aside from the projects mentioned so far in this video, it is worth highlighting a few other socialist projects whose achievements seem to get swept under the rug. From the success of Slovenia, which came from very humble beginnings only to become a wealthy nation while maintaining its unique market.
What is the answer besides sanctions then? We sanctioned Russia for what? The invasion? A way of saying you're being punished without going to war? Great question. It's an understandable mechanism against a fully established nation state that is a foreign adversary. What are the crimes of Venezuela for the sanctions when they initially started? What are the crimes for example, like what crime did the Cuban government commit? Oh, that's right. They had a successful revolution against their fucking fascist leadership that was aligned with the United States of America. We offered them arms, we offered them training, it didn't work, and then we punished the Cuban leadership and the Cuban population afterwards. Like, I think sanctions across the board only fucking work against foreign allies. They don't work against foreign adversaries in general, especially because of I mean, Jeff Stein did really good work on this at the Washington Post, and I've covered that extensively on here, but the American sanctions regime is so easy to conduct because it's done through the Treasury, and you don't need a lot of research or a lot of evidence to basically go and sanction a country or a sector in a country or even like one industry leader. And that is precisely why we've been hitting that sanction button so fucking hard that we've basically created a secondary market of global trade now. Like a seriously robust network of trade around the globe because we fucking sanctioned everyone. It's an interesting phenomena, and it's partially the reason why, like, for example, with Russia, it didn't really work. I mean, it made things more costly, certainly, but it wasn't enough of an economic shock, especially for a foreign adversary, that they were still clearly able to overcome those problems and continue pummeling Ukraine. Sanctions on a country like Israel, on the other hand, would be unimaginably effective, like incredibly effective. Sanctions historically have worked in, even the mere threat of sanctions have worked historically in apartheid South Africa, because apartheid South Africa was aligned, was in the Western sphere of influence. I would say that it's the same for a country like Israel, rather than our adversaries.
Socialist model to the Indian state of Kerala, which of course is still forced to work within the confines of the Indian constitution, but nonetheless has done their best to build a democratic socialist project that ushered the state into an era of high human development, a thriving worker cooperative sector, near universal literacy, an increased lifespan, one of the lowest mortality rates in India, and an overall improvement in the quality of life. We begin to see that it's unfair to brush off socialism as an ideology that only ever leads to misery. It erases the stories of the millions of people whose lives were improved because of it. Alright, well, it would be nice for Mr.
It's a good video.
H3 to stumble across this video, and if he has any questions, I'm always down to chat. But that's all I got for now. Thanks.
The Trump administration has opened up the faucet of the torrent of pain against Yemen once again, and I saw on my timeline from people in Yemen that some of those bombing campaigns actually impacted the civilian population, unsurprisingly. Let's take a look at how the American government is. Let's see how the American government is covering
Lucas
it.
Tomlinson is at the White House for us with the latest on those strikes. Lucas.
John, these are the most significant airstrikes since President Trump returned to the White House, and the first time U.S. jets have struck these Iranian-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen since President Trump returned to the White House. U.S. officials say F-18 Super Hornets from the flight deck of the USS Harry S. Truman were the vanguard of the strikes, along with Air Force fighter jets and drones. President Trump announcing the strikes just a few minutes ago on his Truth Social, saying, quote, today I have ordered the United States military to launch decisive and powerful military action against the Houthi terrorists in Yemen. They have waged an unrelenting campaign of piracy, violence.
I heard it was a message to Iran. Makes sense, because apparently there's talks. Dude, the Trump administration is fucking crazy, okay? Like, if you think the Biden admin was cucked by Israel, holy moly, okay? Let me tell you something. First of all, they fired the guy who talked to Hamas, who was like Jared Kushner's college buddy or whatever, because he went on television and was like, these guys they're humans, you know, we can deal with them. We're not fucking cucked by Israel. We can do whatever we want. And then the next week he was like, nah, you're out. The fuck do you mean we can do whatever we want? No, we can't. Yeah, remember the guy that we watched? What was his name? Baylor or whatever? Yeah, they kicked him out. He got the Trotsky ice pick from the Trump regime. They moved him around. They didn't fire him, but they just moved him away from Israel. Okay. He's no longer doing Israel related talks. So there's that, and also they're simultaneously talking about potentially striking Iranian targets again. The Houthis literally have music videos about how even if America kills them, oh, I know, they'll tank it. Oh, I know. And that was before Operation Amazon Prime. This will suck for Yemen, but they withhold worse from the same people. Oh, I know. Trust me, I know very well how musical of a people the Yemeni population is in general. I've made the mistake of showing some of those musicals, and people constantly love bringing it up as though this is like a shameful act. I don't give a fuck. If it wasn't banned, if Twitch, which is the only platform where showing that is not allowed, if that wasn't in place, if that rule wasn't in place, I'd be fucking blasting that shit all day, every day. The go ahead, send us your bombs. Yeah, they are a musically gifted people. I know people think that I'm like ashamed of that or something. I'm not ashamed of showing that to Nick. I don't give a fuck. You can suck my dick. Anyway, Can we watch some American propaganda military ads? We do every day, my friend. Yeah. The Pentagon has been drafting new military plans against the Houthis since Trump's decision to redesignate them as terrorist organizations several weeks after he assumed office. According to the U.S. official, after the Houthis downed a U.S. military drone 2 weeks ago, the preparations for the strikes accelerated. And in recent days, the main question became about best operational timing for the strikes. Trump approved the plan on Friday, and Saturday he gave the final order to carry it out. The Trump admin had informed a small number of key allies in advance, Saudi Arabia and Israel. The official said other relevant allies and senior members of Congress were informed after the strikes began. Wait, what? Shalom Houthis. We are attacking the Houthis. Biden, we will attack the Houthis. Wait, what? They both did the same thing. What are you, what? I guess Biden did it wokely? Like, when Biden deployed $1 billion worth of munitions on on Yemeni soil, he did it in a woke and gay kind of way. Whereas when Trump is doing it, he's doing it in like a big dick kind of way. You know what I mean? Like a strong, muscular guy that I would really like to suck off. Wonder if showing U.S. terrorist propaganda would get you the same pushback? No, of course not. Also, my tax dollars funded this, so... Can you explain how one of the poorest countries on Earth somehow threatens the security of the American people? Can you tell us how American tax dollars transform into bombs, missiles, and warships only to be used against a country that has never threatened them? Yeah. So attacking shipping traffic to and from the U.S. isn't a threat? Yes, dude. It's called a blockade, okay? Many countries do it. America does it all the time. And for no good reason, as a matter of fact. An OSINT defender, of course. Please stop. I have a peer adversary. Stand by for TLM coordinates. Oh, hell yeah. Ugh, I'm jerking off to the thought of our tax dollars going to fucking blow up children in Yemen. It's so sick. It's so sick. How dare they fucking say that we have a coastline and we're going to actually use that coastline to strategically try and economically harm the state that's doing a genocide. Oh, how dare they do that? Oh, they can't do that. You can't do that. Send in the dogs. Yeah, sick.
Violence and terrorism against American and other ships, aircraft, and drones. Joe Biden's response was pathetically weak, so the unrestrained Houthis just kept.
Awful reminder to chat that each one of those missiles like 2 to 4 years wages of an average shatter. Yeah, can someone send me that TikTok? Can someone send me that TikTok of the cost of like each deployed munition? There's a bunch of them. It's great. I love watching those TikToks. It's like, oh hell yeah, this is the best use of my tax funds, honestly. My tax dollars, baby. I love it. I love sending like a bunch of autistic teenagers who are 18 years old on a fucking multi-billion-dollar aircraft carrier into the fucking Red Sea so we can deploy munitions that cost multiple people's tuitions, like one munition that costs like multiple people's yearly fucking wages. These aren't even the big boys, remember. It's okay, we'll fire more federal wage employees to fucking pay for it, baby. I love being a peaceful dove. Woo! Hell yeah, brother, I love the peaceful dove. All hail the peaceful dove. Yep. Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. That's what I'm talking about. I'm so hard right now. I'm a pathetic fucking scrub who has nothing to look forward to. So the only way that I can feel like everything that I'm doing on God's green earth as I fucking as I jerk off and cry myself to sleep every night is thinking about the mighty long dick of the American military. What is the American military doing? That's right, dominating one of the poorest countries on the planet. Why are they doing that? Because one of the poorest countries on the planet decided to use its own coastline to try and put an economic penalty to our other imperial vestige in the region doing a genocide, to stop them from doing that genocide, which, by the way, also we're paying for. We're paying for that genocide as well. Anyway, yes, this is unironically the Yemeni "We Don't Care" song to the U.S. is literally the reason why I got banned, or not banned, but the reason why everybody fucking yells at me, and I got a warning from Twitch for playing it. Yeah. Does that change my my opinion? Not even this much, okay? It doesn't. You can try to deplatform me however you like, but
This is 500.
oh yeah, this was a great take as well. But I mean, it's just, this is irrelevant right now. Let's continue.
Going. And John, recall, it's just days after taking office, one of President Trump's first executive orders was redesignating the Houthis a foreign terrorist organization after the Biden administration removed them. The State Department made it official.
Wait, what? The Biden administration removed them? Yeah, they put it back on. Trump just escalated the terror watch list severity again. That's it. Biden literally put it back on. Don't worry. So we could do Operation Prosperity Guardian. Operation Save Amazon Prime 1. This is Operation Save Amazon Prime 2.
Earlier this month, marking Houthi leaders ripe for assassination. The targets of today's strikes include air defense systems and missile and drone factories, and also include a strike against one of the Houthis' top missile officers. The Houthis are backed by Iran. Many consider them modern-day Barbary pirates. Since the October 7th massacre, they have launched over a...
Many consider them modern-day Barbary pirates. Fuck. Yeah. Listen, these guys are real bad guys. They're just doing pirate shit for the sake of piracy, okay? Please don't look into why these dudes are doing this, okay? I beg you. Please. After all, they've never communicated why they did it. Also, please don't ask the question, why did they stop doing this when Israel did a ceasefire? Nah, they're just fucking pirates, dude. Please, they're modern-day Barbary pirates.
100 attacks against commercial shipping. U.S. warships also came into the crosshairs of the Houthis. Dozens of times in recent years, the Houthis launched anti-ship ballistic missiles and crewed drones at the American warships. None were successful and all were shot down. And just a few days ago, Houthis leader said attacks would resume against shipping in the Red Sea, including Israeli ships. Now, General Kurilla, the head of U.S. forces in the Middle East, has been itching to launch these strikes to reopen.
Yeah, they've been itching.
In those vital shipping lanes and destroy Iran's proxy force in Yemen. Kurilla ordered Truman, the U.S. Navy aircraft carrier, back to the Red Sea late last month to be prepared.
Will all the liberals now get mad at Trump doing this because they hate Trump? Just kidding. Of course not. Are you kidding me? All the liberals are too busy fucking yelling at leftists. Oh, man.
Prepared to launch these strikes, and those Super Hornets, as you can see there. Now, last month, the Houthis launched surface-to-air missiles at an Air Force F-16 orbiting overhead, as well as an American Reaper drone. And John, it's not just in Yemen where U.S. forces have been engaged. Last night, President Trump announced the #2 leader in ISIS had been killed in an American drone strike. We have some video footage, as you can see there. That happened in western Iraq yesterday. And John, these airstrikes against the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels were meant to send a message to Tehran as well to stop their support the Houthi rebels. Of course, that's where these missiles and drones that the Houthis fire at commercial ships and U.S. warships come from. I'll also read a little more from President Trump's lengthy statement on Truth Social. He had a message to the Houthis. It says, quote, "Your time is up and your attacks must stop starting today. If they don't, hell will rain down upon you like never before. And to Iran, support for the Houthi terrorists must end immediately." And President Trump said,
how is this not considered an act of war? Seriously, how the government is not spending this? Dog, Biden did it too. I asked the same question back then. It just kind of happens. Okay? It just kind of is a thing. And you just get to do that because Yemen is one of the poorest nations on the fucking planet. That's it. Let's see what the Houthi statement was on the strikes, by the way. Houthi spokesman responded to renewed American airstrikes on the Yemeni capital. In a world governed by greed, interest, and fears, Yemen has emerged to act... Dude. I'm not going to say anything. Yemen has emerged to act on the basis of moral and humanitarian values. Therefore, the war we are waging against America and its allies is a war between good and evil, between truth and falsehood. Thus, the people of this world are faced with two choices, with no third, either to stand with that truth or with that falsehood. Houthi Don LaFontaine. Yeah, it's global war on terror laws. They're also Arabs, so we don't need declarations of war. Based on this coverage, what percentage of Americans would know that the Houthis are the government of Yemen? They cover them as if they're rebels hiding in caves. It doesn't matter. Even if they were the government of Yemen, do you think America gives a fuck about bombing Yemen? Americans are stupid. They thought that Iraq, Saddam Hussein did 9/11. Like, Americans will literally watch the TV and go, yeah, that makes sense. Give me the burger now. Also, how many McDonald's exist in Yemen? 0. Okay, there you go. That's how it works. No McDonald's means that's a territory you can bomb. Unless they have nukes, in which case then you can't bomb them. Hey, Hasan, can you explain why USA can't attack Iran directly? Because Iran has a tremendous arsenal in comparison to these other countries. And America, much like Israel, can only attack countries that have less retaliatory measures. And even then, it's usually a failure regardless. But yeah, it's going to be really funny when all these, like... I mean, I responded to Chris Cappy on this as well. I don't know why. He's just been showing up on my fucking timeline a lot more, so I've just been responding to him. But earlier, while I think the stream was going, while I was taking a little piss break. Yeah. He said, in order to stop the Houthis from threatening ships, we might need boots on the ground in Yemen. So far, evidence suggests airstrikes haven't been enough. Not saying we should do that, just saying if that's the goal, that might be the pill we need to swallow. I said they stopped when the ceasefire was implemented, only the restart when Israel stopped humanitarian aid from going in to Gaza. Maybe that's another solution that doesn't require 18-year-olds from Arkansas getting their dick shot off so that Israel can continue doing a genocide. I'm always hoping for a peaceful solution, Hassan. My point was that the current bombing campaign being conducted by Washington likely won't defeat the Houthis. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, because that is the reality. Like, Ryan, good news then. A truce in Gaza and you get peace from Yemen. I mean, under Biden, we allowed Israel to bomb the airport in Yemen when the top World Health Organization fellow was there. That's true. We did do that. We let Israel bomb the fucking airport in Sana'a that is the civilian airport, and the fucking leader of the World Health Organization was there while they bombed it. It's on video. It is straight up on video where he like has to run away. That's how little America and Israel gives a single fuck about international rules, okay? It is psychotic. Yeah. The Houthis' response, we will meet escalation with escalation, and the one who starts it is the most unjust. Looks like the Trump admin will continue the Biden admin's legacy of failure in deterring the Houthis, and the Yemeni civilians will continue to pay the price. Yeah. Drop sites, Shuaib Al-Musawa. I'm saying that so poorly. I'm sorry. I've never seen this name before. Shuaib. Reports from Sana'a, where U.S. strikes on Yemen's capital have killed 9 civilians and wounded 9 others, according to a health ministry spokesperson who spoke with him. Most casualties appear to have resulted from a strike targeting the Shuaib, a densely populated area where residential buildings are primarily made of mud bricks. Shoaib. Okay, I don't speak Arabic, all right? God, you are so white. I'm Turkish, dumbass. I don't speak Arabic. How are you Turkish? Turkish and Arabic are different languages, you dumb Amerifats. Shut the fuck up. We have some loan words from Arabic in Turkish, but it's an entirely different alphabet. We use the Latin alphabet, for example. And also, we have loan words from French and English as well, but I can't speak French. Shoaib. Anyway. Yeah, this was Trump's big bold move right here. Also, Trump, funnily enough, looked like absolute fucking garbage in this photo. Commander-in-chief, baby. Like, this motherfucker was golfing, dude. Oh, God. Oh. Why is he wearing... Yeah, low optics rent is right. You have to be out of your mind to see these photos of Trump overseeing airstrikes against Yemen and think he looks like a leader. Deeply low rent optics. Yeah, it is. Also, why is he wearing his own hat that is signed by him? That's so weird. He signed his own hat? Like, what is happening here? God. It's got to be weird, though, for all the NATO Andes who loved when Biden did this but hate Donald Trump because of the way he's dealing with Ukraine, to now turn around and have to say, like, nah, Mr. President, you're doing great. Please keep killing children in Yemen. That is awesome. Because that's all this is. That's what this is. Do not let a single person try to move the conversation away to some other fucking dumbass reason. The Ansar Allah movement, okay, the de facto government of Yemen, started a blockade openly after Israel did a genocide in Gaza, after Israel started a genocide in Gaza. They said, we will stop when Israel stops its genocide. This is a moral position to take. No matter what people say, oh, their banner says curse the Jews or this or that. It doesn't matter, okay? They didn't do it because of anti-Semitism. They did it because Israel was doing a genocide. And guess what? Lo and behold, they literally stopped the blockade after the ceasefire was implemented. If they are doing this at the behest of anti-Semitism, they probably wouldn't have stopped. But they did. They stopped the blockade when the ceasefire started. And then a couple days prior, one of the spokespersons from the Ansar Allah movement came out and said, after Israel declared that they were stopping humanitarian aid from going into Gaza, which is, again, a human rights violation, a war crime, and totally a continuation of Israel's genocidal actions in Gaza, they said, we're going to put the blockade back on. We're going to put the blockade back on. We covered it here. You might not have heard about it in mainstream news because they don't give a shit about stuff like that. Okay? And that's why they said that they were going to implement a blockade. In that process, they shot down a drone, an American drone. What is this? I don't want people to falsely fucking hit me with they're gonna say I'm watching terrorist propaganda. It's really stupid because it's newsworthy to watch, but I don't want to get in trouble. Anyway, sorry, no music, guys. We can't. It's very fucking stupid, but I just don't want to risk it. So where was I? Yeah, so they shot down a drone, an American drone, and basically in the process, America was already gearing up clearly to bomb Yemen again, and now they have started. And now all the Republicans have to sit around and be like, it's so sick when Trump does it. Mr. Peaceful Dove, by the way. Can't wait. Can't wait to send some fucking American troops to Yemen. All right, we got to put boots on the ground, baby. Got to put those boots on the fucking ground. There's a bunch of kids who want to get a communications major after getting fucked up. We got to put those guys in Yemen. We got to put our boys in action. Why? For Israel, of course. God forbid we stop Israel from doing a materially and morally costly genocide. We can't do that. No more wars, remember.
He won't be nice about it, John.
You're a Navy veteran, Lucas. I know that during the Biden administration, the Navy said it was basically more engaged in seaborne operations than at any time since, I think, World War II. Do I have that right? And is this
That's correct,
kind of intended to put an end to that kind of thing on the part of the Houthis?
That's right, John. Multiple times U.S. warships came under ballistic missile attack in the Red Sea and off the coast of Yemen in the Gulf of Aden. And just for context, that has never happened in world history. Ballistic missiles have never been launched at U.S. warships before. Thankfully, they were all shot down. But that was always a concern in the Pentagon. What if those missiles gets through? It was notable in President Biden, in his farewell address, he talked about U.S. forces not being engaged in combat. And if you looked at the Navy press release when the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower strike group returned from the Red Sea, they talked about hundreds of bombs being dropped against the Houthis, dozens of surface-to-air missiles from those Super Hornets shooting down those crew drones that are flying overhead. There was also an issue of cost. You know, these interceptor missiles launched from the guided missile destroyers and cruisers in the strike group, John, those missiles cost millions of dollars, shooting down what were, in essence, flying lawnmowers launched from the Houthis, very crude drones, just, $50,000 or so in cost. And the fact that these shipping lanes, vital shipping lanes that are needed for commerce, for the oil trade, have been essentially shut down since the October 7th massacre.
Dude, oh man, I'm so sad. I can't believe it. Guys, I just need you to remember there's no other way out of this. Okay? God forbid we tell Israel, pack it up. It's over. God forbid. Can't do that. Nope. Nope. Can't do that. Gotta use more money. Gotta use more weapons. Fuck this country, man. So fucking stupid. And all these absolute morons that have to fucking pay, 50 grand for a hospital visit, sit around and basically clap like seals whenever the American government's like, hell yeah, baby. We gotta do it. We gotta give him hell. It's so stupid. Ugh. It's so dumb. Yeah, there goes your food stamps, baby. There goes your health care. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you got too many fucking potholes? Can't fix it. Can't fix the fucking potholes. Sorry. We got to go blow up children in Yemen. You understand? Why do we have to do that? Because, well, they have implemented a blockade. Why are they implementing a blockade? Well, because Israel's doing a genocide and it's their coastline. You worried your friends might get vaporized or, to blow up terrorists? Dude, honestly, when I hear stuff like this, I'm like, yeah, you deserve it. Like, you deserve not having health care. You deserve making $35,000 a year for the rest of your life. Like, if you're this excited at the prospect of blowing up terrorists, like directly as I'm explaining, the cost of that is coming out of your fucking pockets. Yeah, what can I say? We all collectively deserve it. We do. This comes from a place of weakness. It's not bloodlust. Chatters will look at this and go, oh, that's bloodlust. He's bloodthirsty. No. He's weak, and he recognizes that he's weak. He knows he is utterly powerless in the face of American empire. America will do whatever the fuck it wants to do. Right? And he knows that, so he's like, oh, please make this please make this be worth it for me. If he thinks that we're blowing up terrorists, if he thinks that like we're giving it to people that deserve it because they're evil people, they're bad people, then maybe that's, maybe then it's all right that the American government is deploying, 7 generations worth of wealth at one go to kill 9 children in Yemen overnight, which most likely will not even stop the blockade implemented by Yemen. Do you see what I'm saying? You're an insufferable cunt. You'll get what you deserve one day, Hasan. Okay. I'm an insufferable cunt. Why am I an insufferable cunt? Because I keep telling you over and over again that there's a cost. There's a cost to all the bullets. There's a cost to all the munitions. And that cost is coming out of your pockets. That is $1 that could be spent on bricks for your local school. That is $1 that could be spent on the roads. There's $1 that could be spent on improving broadband. There's $1 that could be spent on healthcare. Your healthcare. You're an American. You live in this fucking country. How does this not piss you off? How can you be so stupid not to see this reality? We got a fucking tornado season that's ripping through Mississippi. 15 people have died, and Trump gutted FEMA. Look to where they spend the money. Look to where they cut the money. They're cutting money from initiatives that would help you, okay? That would help you survive, because that's how little they give a fuck about you. And every single time you come out and you agitate, every single time you come out and openly defend American empire that is done at the cost of your fucking tax dollars not going back to you, they hear that, they see that, and they go, ha, look at these fucking morons. Yeah, hell yeah, baby. Keep doing genocide Israel with our weapons, with more of our tax dollars. That's it. You got peasant brain. It's so stupid. Trump cut NWS and NOAA right before fucking tornado season. Trump cut FEMA, which will help in the recovery and the aid. You think that's not going to help you? You think that you'll be fine? Can you survive a fucking tornado? Stupid. Ay, ay, ay. You know what Trump didn't cut? The defense budget. But like I said, I think deep down inside, a lot of these people who think I'm their enemy have a fear. They feel in their hearts that I might be right. And if I'm right, oh my God, then everything they know is fucking wrong. Then what good was all of this project for? That's it. That's why they get so fucking angry and so resentful and lash out and say, you're a fucking terrorist, your terrorist buddies are gonna die, dude. That's why you're mad. No, man. I mean, I am mad that we're just killing random people. Like, have you thought about how insane that is? You can't, because you live in America, so you think you're free. You think you're free of any sort of like intervention, foreign intervention. And to a certain degree, you're correct. We are, right? You think they're randos? What do you mean? No, I don't think the child I saw that was blown up is a commander of the Ansar Allah movement. No, they killed 9 civilians. Let's continue.
Commercial ships having to take that long journey around Africa, certainly adding to the cost. So certainly there's an economic message here with these strikes against the Houthis today. And by the way, John, these strikes could go on for a number of days. That's not immediately clear.
Right, because I read that one of the goals is to target their weapons storage facilities, which are reportedly deep underground. So they're going to be using those bunker busters and probably repeatedly to try to get to those warehouses that are essentially buried.
Right, and it's notable, John, those Super Hornets carry 2,000-pound JDAM satellite guided bombs. Those are not bunker busters, so if you needed those, you probably have to call in something heavier, some B-52 bombers, perhaps a B-2 bombers. We saw that one time during the Biden administration, B-2s launching from Whiten Air Force Base in Missouri. But certainly this is a powerful message being sent. You know, you also have Tomahawk cruise missiles aboard those guided missile destroyers in the Truman Strike Group. We didn't hear about any Tomahawk strikes today. But certainly there's more firepower in the area if called upon.
A powerful message being sent not only to the Houthis, but as you say, to Iran as well, Lucas.
There's no question, John. You know, President Trump recently sent a letter to the Ayatollah saying Iran needs to end its nuclear enrichment program, stop in this path toward what many in the intelligence community say is a path to a nuclear bomb. The Israelis have been itching.
Yemenis are some of the crazy motherfuckers, dude. Like, Yemenis with a Twitter account is the most deadly weapon out there. Okay, when I see the average Yemeni citizen respond to like a bombing campaign that happened in their fucking neighborhood, I understand what Mao said, or was it Lin Bao said about the spiritual atom bomb. Like, literally, these guys will just be like, "Oh, this is sick. Please keep bombing me." Like that. I don't know why it's like that. I don't know how it happened to be like that. Maybe it's because of the fucking insane amounts of maybe it's because they just like have experienced this so much, but it doesn't shake them. I don't know what it is.
To strike the Iranians so far, while the Trump administration has voiced its support for such an operation. President Trump has said he wants to end this diplomatically. That's why he sent that letter, but it was rejected from the Ayatollah. But the Iranians support these Houthi rebels, and so there's no question this is a message being sent to Tehran as well in Sana'a in Yemen.
All right, Lucas Tomlinson at the White House. If you get more.
This is what the head of the media office of Ansar Allah said. "I swear if you burn Sana'a and all of us there will not leave Gaza to die of hunger." That's what he said. "By God, even if you burn Sana'a and burn us all, we will not let Gaza die of hunger." Not like they've gone through a famine or anything. No, I think that's what it is. They just they're like, yeah, you've done it all. It's crazy that is like the normal position of the average person in Yemen is like, yeah, they just keep bombing us. Who cares?
Today,
What is this? Trump did what? He killed the... Wait, what is this?
Fugitive leader of ISIS in Iraq was killed. He was relentlessly hunted down by our intrepid warfighters. His miserable life was terminated along with another member of ISIS in coordination with the Iraqi government and the Kurdish regional government. Peace through strength.
This guy is a real centrist head here. Centrist heads rise up.
His miserable life was terminated. Oh my God. Ordered the United States military launch divisive military action against Houthi terrorists. Oh no! Luffy's in trouble. Oh no! Oh shit! This is horrible! Today, I've ordered the United States military to launch decisive and powerful military action against Houthi terrorists in Yemen. They've waged an unrelenting campaign of piracy, violence, and terrorism against American and other ships.
No, Luffy's in trouble. I'm so edgy and funny. Not Hassan's boy band. Oh, man. Look, Asman is at least rich enough that it don't matter to him that, you know, I don't think he takes advantage of the healthcare he can fucking purchase right now. So I don't think he gives a shit about all that stuff. But I know his audience is like probably kind of on board with healthcare. Like they probably would like it. Probably aren't going to have such a great time when the Trump admin cuts their parents' Medicare. You know, lol, you're so mad. Am I? Does it seem like it, or does that make you feel like the commentary is based because you can't just like enjoy it for what it is? You have to assume that the person, some lib is owned somewhere. You are, though. Guy is seething. Yeah, I'm seething. I'm so mad. Oh man. Oh, you got me deaf mad. We're winning. We're winning. My brother has cancer and Trump cut cancer grants, but we're winning. Hey, it's all good. It's going to a good place. It's going to a good place to kill people in Yemen, to kill children. Oh, we're winning so hard. You must be mad. Why you always talk about Asman? Dog, this is literally, he's directly making fun of me, and his chat is talking about me in this video. I know Asmongold fans are not like the smartest people, okay? But this is a video that he made about why so emotional. What? Are people responding to what they're seeing on screen, or are they just like fantasizing about an alternative reality? Hello? would it be more entertaining if I was like, oh my god, I'm so upset. What an upsetting sequence of words coming from Asmongold. I'm seething. I'm so mad. Yeah. In a normal world, you would probably be embarrassed to, you know, admit that you watch Asmongold for political commentary, but unfortunately, this is the world that we live in, so we've moved way past beyond that point, where not only are you not afraid to openly admit that this is where you get your political commentary from, you also simultaneously are coming in here to fight his battles, I guess. Anyway, let's continue.
Aircraft and drones. Joe Biden's response was pathetically weak, so the unrestrained Houthis just kept going. It's been over a year since the U.S. flagged commercial ship sailed safely through the Suez Canal, the Red Sea, or the Gulf of Aden. The last American warship to go through the Red Sea 4 months ago was attacked by the Houthis over a dozen times.
This guy, look at this. What does intifada mean? The world decided they are terrorists. It feels like trolls are trying to trigger you. A couple days later, did you see the Asmongold response? I have a game. Take a shot each time you say genocide. Why you always talk about Asmongold? Thanks, man. You know we can see your other comments. Hey, talk about Asmongold. Why do you always talk about Asmongold?
Funded by Iran, the Houthi thugs have fired missiles at U.S. aircraft and targeted our troops and allies. These relentless assaults have cost the U.S. and world economy many billions of dollars, while at the same time putting innocent lives at risk. The Houthi attack on the American vessels will not be tolerated. We'll be using overwhelming lethal force until we have achieved... Bro, this sentence. We will use overwhelming lethal force until we have achieved our objective. The Houthis have choked off shipping in one of the most...
Kamala says we're gonna have the most lethal military. They're like, yeah, that's woke and gay. Trump says we're gonna have the most lethal military. They're like, oh, so based. Oh, man.
Most important waterways of the world, grinding vast swaths of global commerce to a halt and attacking the core principle of freedom of navigation upon which our international trade commerce depends.
That got bro pussy wet. True.
If warfighters right now are carrying out aerial attacks on terrorist bases, leaders, and missile defenses to protect American shipping, air, and naval assets to restore navigational freedom, no terrorist force will stop American commercial ships. To all Houthi terrorists, your time is up and your attacks must stop, starting today. If they don't, hell will rain down upon you like nothing you have ever seen before.
This is so fucking... I mean, yeah, no, this is good. This is good stuff. Why is this making him come so hard? He has to. I think he's faking it, first of all. I think this is the fakest orgasm I've ever seen, okay? And I watch Brazzers, and this is way faker than that. I think he has a role to play, so he's just like, oh, so sick. Oh, I love that he's doing it to the Houthis. Like, motherfucker, you don't know what the Houthis were or are. You don't know where the fuck Yemen is. You don't know any of this shit. can't wait for him to be like, Hasan, here's a video where you can't find Yemen on a map. Got him.
Oh my God. Holy shit. He's cooking. Yeah.
Why does Hasan and Asmongold be with each other anyway? I mean, listen to his words here. This is the exact same like sweaty loser shit that I made fun of when the libtard NATO guys were doing this exact same thing under the Biden administration. You know? This to me is no different because the outcome is the same. It's just exchanged ownership from the woke libtard Biden administration to the based Trump administration. That's what it is. It's gross. It's gross. It's pathetic. Like celebrating bombing Yemen, one of the poorest countries on the planet, that withstood a U.S. coalition-backed force-induced genocide and man-made famine until recently, makes you feel like a big, strong guy in the United States of America. But to me, it's just like loser shit.
Yeah. Did he write that? Guaranteed he wrote this. Absolutely. You know he wrote this. Yep, this is what I voted for. Yep. To Iran, support for the Houthi terrorists must end immediately. Do not threaten the American people, their president, who has received one of the largest mandates in
This is okay. Trump is so funny. Like telling the Yemeni population that he has received one of the largest mandates in presidential history. Guess what? I'm bombing you. And make no mistake, I received one of the largest mandates in presidential history. Oh, sick.
Presidential history or worldwide shipping lanes. If you do, beware, because America will hold you fully accountable and we won't be nice about it. Hell will rain down upon you like nothing you have ever seen before. Man.
I really do appreciate the role that Asmongold plays in this space of political commentary for a multitude of different reasons. But one of the most important ones is like, I always wonder like what people are responding to with like Trump's, like who's this for is a question I always ask myself whenever I read like a Trump Truth Social, where I'm like, who's reading this and fucking nutting? And then I see Asmongold faking this orgasm because he wants to play this role for his chat. And then I realize like, oh, okay, it's for those guys. Like they think this is like cool. he's so muscular and manly for bombing Yemen so that Israel can keep doing a genocide. Like, it's awesome.
Man. That's a lot. Content president? Yeah, I guess so, right? Oh my God, base my president, I guess so. And Trump got bumped with the microphone. I saw that already. Yeah, what happened to yeah, thank God. I mean, this is a great thing. I mean, they're fucking terrorists. Yeah, kill them. Like, what are we talking about? Obviously. Yeah, it's not even a question. They're attacking our ships. What the fuck do we spend $1 trillion a year on the military if we can't go kill people that are attacking our ships? Well, I want my fucking money back. That's how I see it. Yeah, if we're not going and doing this, then yeah.
I do love that he just like, I mean, this is my commentary. This is what I say, where I say the opposite of this, where basically I'm like, we're spending $1 trillion fucking dollars going around the world to show how strong our dicks are. We should use that here in America. Like, take it one step further. Take that thought to its logical conclusion, which is like, why the fuck are we bombing Yemen? Why? It's an insanely stupid thing to do, And the Biden admin literally tried it and failed and spent like $1 billion doing so. And now we're just doing it again. Why are we doing this? The solution here is to just stop Israel from doing a genocide.
Give me my fucking money back. That's it. Actually true. Yeah. What? It's not even a question. Kill all terrorists. I guess so. Yeah, exactly. We signed a budget and Trump threatens to drop the sun. Yeah, they're attacking your ships because you support Israel? Well, I guess they should stop attacking our ships or we're going to kill them.
Wait, did someone in the question ask?
Trump threatens to drop the sun. Yeah, they're attacking your ships because you support Israel?
Yeah, someone in the chat was like, yeah, they're attacking the ships because you support Israel. And his retort to that is,
well, I guess they should stop attacking our ships or we're going to kill them.
Is this not him calling for violence against political figures? Dude, are you insane? What are you guys talking about? Yes, there's a double standard. Hello? Yes, if you're an American, you can advocate to fucking nuke Tehran and it doesn't matter. You will never get banned for that. Advocate to nuke Tel Aviv, however, and things change for, dramatically. Yes, there is a double standard there. Hello? The entire structure revolves around consistently thinking that countries with a civilian population that is our foreign fucking adversaries are not real humans. What do you think he's saying here? He's like, oh, they're terrorists. Kill them. That's it.
It's pretty simple.
Also, he's apolitical.
They don't get to decide who we support. If they think they do, then they're dead. It's that simple. Yep.
I like the way he reframed it, though. He's like, no, you don't understand. We're not cucks to Israel in this regard. Actually, we're super cool. Yeah, we're super strong. That was quick. I will hand it to him. The way he reframed that to make it seem like America's insane, unconditional loyalty to Israel conducting its genocide is actually an act of bold bravery, especially when Trump does it. Because when he does it cool style. He tweets about how he's gonna, kill them all dead.
Peace through strength. And by the way, if there's an option to, I will vote for that every single time. And that's it. Yeah, I don't care what you think your moral authority is or whatever. If you're attacking our ships, I will vote for the person who will kill the people attacking.
Dude, I'm not kidding. Just like, obviously, I can't say half of the things that Asman says about my own country. Otherwise, I would get fucking banned. Asman can say whatever he wants about foreign adversaries and be as bloodthirsty as he possibly wants to be in this process. And obviously, there will never be a penalty for that sort of thing. But like, show this video to any person in the third world. Actually, don't do that. Never mind. I take it back. They don't need to get punished further. They don't need to be tortured. I think Asmongold is a very good default for the rabid, I support America unconditionally guy. Okay? I just like, this is the default coworker position. Maybe not to this degree. Maybe not this actively salivating, because he is an entertainer, so he has to present himself as though the subject matter is like way more entertaining than it actually is. 35 plus Gamergate ex-Muslims love this motherfucker. My coworker ain't this stupid, and I work from home. Okay.
Our ships. Full stop. No restrictions. Absolutely. Thank God. That's how I see it. Absolutely. Sith for president? No, it's not being Sith. It's being common sense. It's reasonable. Very reasonable. Extremely reasonable. As we go tell Daily News to justify America killing innocent folk because you support genocide of ship thieves. Genocide of ship thieves. That's a good one. And anyway, so yeah, this is amazing, and I can't wait to see this happen. I hope they post more videos of it, and I think watching the videos of this would be fucking amazing. And I think this is something like, bro,
watching videos of this would be fucking amazing.
This is like, if they start posting these on the news, people are gonna love it. Absolutely. And so Americans are the only ones that that cause that can.
No, they wouldn't. I know for a fact that they wouldn't, and the reason why I know that is because they did during Afghanistan, and then they had to stop because people were like, "Oh my God, that's what we're doing? That's horrible." So they stopped. Especially when the coffins came back. Especially when you started seeing the American flag draped coffins, and people started associating the toll of America's seemingly endless bloodlust of empire. All of a sudden, people's attitudes changed very quickly. That's why I always say, like, Americans can think that they're not bloodthirsty while still actively advocating for the empire to continue. Things have changed, Hasan, and there won't be coffins. It's all drone strikes. It's not 2004 anymore. Yeah, but historically speaking, endless war is not favorable to Americans because sooner rather than later, they start realizing that the money is being spent there rather than back home. And then they start getting mad. No matter how hard Donald Trump tries to be like, no, this is awesome this time. $0 to Ukraine, but also endless dollars to Israel can only go on for so long until Americans are like, the fuck do you mean? Like, what are we doing here? Because that is a serious question. Like, what are we doing? The fuck? So these dudes are saying that they're going to do a blockade on their own coastline into the Red Sea and disrupt shipping routes because Israel's doing a genocide with, again, American weapons and American dollars. And America's response is not to tell Israel to, like, dial it fucking back, but instead is to go and attack the guys who are trying to stop a genocide from happening. And we're the bad guys. It's a very costly endeavor. It was also objectively a failure last time that they fucking did this. So you can endlessly post about this and posture some sort of, try to, like, create some sort of strength, some sort of position of strength. But the reality of the matter is, it's just not, you know, eventually people are going to get mad. They should get mad. You know?
Determined violence should be used or not? Yeah, pretty much, because we've got bigger weapons, and if they don't like it, then that's too bad. That's right. Cry about it. Yep. Yep, that's right. Absolutely. You don't like it? Too bad. Stop being a terrorist. That's it. It's so easy. Yeah, it's so easy to not be a terrorist. I don't know why so many people have a problem with it, honestly. And they're just ship protesters. Are you against free speech now?
Like, ask Asmongold about his opinion on invading Iraq or Afghanistan, and you'll hear a very different attitude. Why? Because those were in the past, okay? Now it's appropriate. Now we know what the cost that we incurred looked like, okay? That's it. He is anti that. Yeah, that's what I mean. No, that's it. These guys never demonstrate foresight and only talk about hindsight. They are liberals in that regard. If Asmongold was like a fascist through and through, he would probably still maintain the position that like, no, those wars are good and this one is good too. It's always good to do empire shit. This is a guy who in the past has agreed with me on my statements on 9/11, you know? I'm sure his new audience would not like to hear that, but he understands the concept of blowback, or at least did. But then again, there was another guy who understood the concept of blowback when I described it to him after I got interviewed by him when I got banned and canceled for my statements on America Deserved 9/11, and that man's name was Ethan Klein, and he seemingly doesn't understand that concept at all any longer, so I guess people change.
I am, apparently. I actually saw this recently on Twitter. So this has been a very popular tweet. Now, this is an example. Obviously, this is what happens when you disagree with people that, again, this is how disingenuous people like this are. Asmongold's hypocrite doesn't actually care about free speech. So we're going to play the clip. This is a popular clip. It's been going around, and it's critical of me, and it's implying that I have two separate standards for censorship in Europe and America. So let's watch the clip. So the government decides what's hateful or not, and whenever they make that decision, they decide to censor you arbitrarily. And people in Europe are okay with this? Man. Y'all need to throw some TNT into the water or some shit. Like, man. Y'all need to throw some TNT into the water or some shit. Like,
y'all need to throw some TNT into the water? Does he mean like T, like testosterone?
You can't let this happen. Yeah, bro, you gonna let these clowns boss you?
Oh, T into the water, like the Boston. Okay, yeah.
Go around.
Yeah, those guys were terrorists, by the way. Ironically, the Boston Tea Party terrorists. But you know, that's besides the point. Let's continue.
No, we're not. Well, then organize and get rid of them. It's hard to say whether he committed a crime, but there's a higher standard of conduct for people that are green card holders than people who are natural.
It's objectively untrue. Something that Asmongold himself also had to reckon with when I DM'd him what the correct position was, which he backed away from, but seemingly has forgotten that he backed away from it. Interesting. So what happened? He folded. He did the Asmon fold, but then he went back to and refolded it, I guess. He went back to his original position.
Naturalized citizens. And he wasn't meeting that conduct, so he's getting deported, hopefully. And there should be? Yeah, they should be. And I support this completely. I hope they do this to more of them. We have enough troublemakers in the country already.
Or he just lied to you? No, he didn't respond to me. He responded publicly on his stream.
Out importing new ones on green cards to start even more trouble. A lot of people were unhappy about this. 26,000 retards were unhappy about this. Let me make sure that I'm completely clear. I think that in Europe...
Dude, he's so cool. He's so cool, dude. He's so edgy. He's sick. I'm a 36-year-old stevedore, let me tell you, okay? I watch Asmongold every day, and I love when he says gamer words. He's such an edgy man. He's Mr. Nonchalant. He's like the Duke Dennis of racism, okay? I love it. He's like the, you know, what's that content creator people watch, Duke Dennis? It's like he's so cool, just like Duke Dennis.
If somebody isn't a citizen of the European country that they're in, and they're promoting terrorism, or they're siding with people who promote terrorism, I think Europe should kick them out too. And yes, I have two different standards. I have the standards for naturalized citizens, and I have the standards for guests.
Dude, but that's not the standard in America. In America, we have a free speech standard. Okay? It doesn't matter if you have a green card or not. Okay? It doesn't matter. You can't. citizens and non-citizens alike. Okay? If there is no crime, you cannot go after someone for simply speech that you don't like. That statement inherently is contradictory. You can't just be like, well, I've decided you can deport people who are legal permanent residents because I don't like their speech. Okay, then you're not for free speech. Then you're not. You don't like the current existing American free speech protections. You don't want non-citizens to have free speech protections. Maybe that's what you're trying to say. Okay, I guess that's what the statement is here. Which is still ridiculous. Because the standard of free speech isn't just like what you've chosen that you don't like. It's across the board, at least in America. There are some exceptions to it, but it's like Mahmoud Khalil did not violate any of those standards. He's like, nah, when I said I want free speech, I meant free speech for some.
And if you are a guest in a country and you are celebrating and promoting terrorism, I think you should be removed. There is no hypocrisy. There is no inconsistency. There is only obvious, uncompromising common sense.
Yeah, he said it. He said it. That's right, baby. Common sense. Not so common anymore, though. Common sense. Not so common. His chat. Based common sense. Based citizenship enjoyer. Fight, fight, fight.
Sorry, guys.
Stop making sense, bro. They won't understand. That's reasonable. There's only power. Based. These guys I don't think can understand why, like, the current American government violating free speech standards in this like incredibly obvious fashion will inevitably hurt them. They can't comprehend why. That's a dangerous future for themselves as well.
Nice. Better luck next time. Disingenuous implications and lies,
No, that's once again, Asmongold is not the legality enjoyer that he claims to be, because he's like, I'm a rule abider. If I go somewhere and they have rules, I will follow them. Okay, Europe has hate speech restrictions. Okay, so you don't like Europe's hate speech restrictions. Okay, you don't like it. You say it's ridiculous. But then you simultaneously say, no, actually, free speech restrictions, like hate speech restrictions or claiming something is offering support to terrorism when the American government unilaterally decides that it is the case, is actually good, especially when it's done towards a non-citizen, especially when it means revoking the legal permanent status of a non-citizen. Now, currently, there are, luckily enough, there are restrictions on the federal government from taking actions such as this one. So he can't claim that he is Mr. Legal here, because on the one hand, he's criticizing the European laws, and that's fair, right? He doesn't like the European lack of free speech, but also simultaneously advocating for a clear-cut violation of the pre-existing free speech standards here in the United States of America. It doesn't make any sense. Getting this worked up over a viral tweet, not emotional or mad. By the way, don't ever print in the newspapers he's emotional or mad. No, you don't understand. He had a mic drop take. Asmon's gonna fold again. Just say their next flowchart argument that Rubio has the power to deport anyone against foreign policy and gonna end up gonna be up to the Supreme Court. Yeah, it's common sense.
Representations and just in general stupid comments like this, they're not sending their best, and that's why we're sending them back. Too bad, isn't it?
A lot of I think conservative vendetta does actually come from being a fucking loser. Like, you feel in your heart that there's a lot that you desire that you can't reach. And I'm not talking about Asmongold, because I think he's living his best life. but like people in his audience are genuinely fucking losers, right? So they're like, at least we're hurting someone else. It's playground bully shit, you know? I'm hurting every day, but at least I'm better off than like some guy that I've imagined in my head is getting even worse, getting a worse deal overall from the government. I think that's where it comes from. That's gotta be it, right? Because like, what else? What other reason could you ever be on board with like bombing Yemen, one of the poorest countries on the fucking planet, and feel like champion that and feel like you're doing something good? It's like, oh, it's because I hate terrorists, dog. It's like, okay, well, I don't see you advocating to bomb fucking any other country. I'm not gonna say which one, okay? They're doing a metric ton more terrorism. I don't think that's your standard, you know?
What a shame. And the sign of a failed and decaying society is that more people listening to this unkempt idiot than actually...
Yo, why did he read that? That dude cooked. That's crazy.
Actual experts who spent decades studying these topics. And then we have, how many flags does he have in his profile picture?
Oh,
White
dude.
woman enjoyer.
Yeah, it's a joke, man. That's a joke.
I mean, same, but damn. Would I put that on my... I mean, I don't know if I put that on my bio. Like, damn, appeal to authority? Well, I mean...
Appeal to authority? Come on, dude. Yeah, he's not disputing. He's not disputing anything. He's waiting for a comeback from chat.
I mean, somebody's an expert. You can... There's plenty of people that are experts that are fucking retarded. Like, it doesn't matter.
That's right. He's right. Asmon's like, I'm mentally disabled too, but there's other people who are also mentally disabled. Like, he's not even addressing the point. He's like, listen, I'm fucking dumb. But you know, a lot of experts are dumb too.
Matter? What is this? These two things have nothing to do with one another. Yeah, nothing to do with it. Yeah, Asmongold's a grifter with no real morals. Who would have guessed? Okay, Midas, why don't we deport all the terrorists to your house instead? Why don't you deal with them then?
Fucking own, dude. Oh no, that would be so devastating. Yeah, no, give me Mahmoud Khalil. Okay, I'll take this terrorist. Yeah, deport him to my house. I got space. That's the funny. That was the thing. That was the meta when people were like, on Twitter there was like a pro-Israel account that was like, oh, what would you do if Hamas came to your house or whatever, right? And it was like this incredibly funny viral Twitter thread of people being like, I would cook them food. I would welcome them. I would serve them tea. I would learn how to like everyone from all around. It was mostly non-Americans. Like, I'm gonna be so for real, dude. I'm gonna be 100% honest right now. I would welcome, give or take, 50 Mahmoud Khalils into my house, then one Asmongold. Okay? I can't handle the bioweapon that is Asmongold in my home. For no other reason. Because, like, I'm sure we could have an entertaining conversation off camera or whatever. That's not the problem. Like, I mean, that's not really an issue to worry about anyway, because it's not like he fucking leaves his house.
You know what? If you like them so much, why don't we just send them over to they can live with you, and then we won't have any problems, right? I feel like this is an easy solution. Yeah, how am I a grifter? I'm a grifter because
I sometimes forget Hasan is white because he doesn't understand his classic white American bigotry. Asmongold is par for the American core. What? It's why he's so popular. He's a direct representation of people who don't wash their legs but still think minorities are dirty. No, I guess. Considering that I still don't believe that Asmongold is like saying his genuine perspective but simply playing a role because he knows it gives him clout, and he doesn't do it for money, and I've mentioned this many times over, he does it for relevance, because that's what he cares about. And I know this because the big difference between me and Asmongold, I think, in this regard, is that I also have like an ideological conviction. Like I have a worldview, and I believe that the more people hear it in a charitable manner, and the more people internalize what I'm saying, the better things will be. Like there is a real vision there, and there's a real genuine ideological motivation for why I do what I do. The only difference between him and I is that he doesn't have that, where he just will, you know, do everything in his power to just operate off of clout and maintain relevancy. And I think that's the reason why he's very successful in this field. But he certainly doesn't care about money. I will say that over and over again. People don't understand that. When I say it, they're like, what do you mean? Of course he cares about money. Like, no, he's good. He thinks you're the dishonest one? Yeah, I know. Well, it's an easy way to disparage your enemies. Why are you watching Asmongold? Every time I click on, you look obsessed. Dog, he's like mentioned me subtly in this video multiple times, and the video has nothing to do with me at all. It's just about like Trump's actions. He's also posting a fan account. He's also covering a fan account, Hasanabi Productions, right now in this video. I don't understand it. Yeah, it's sneak dissing. Also, normally in this circumstance, I would cover Ben Shapiro's takes on, you know, Trump's actions of bombing Yemen, right? But I find that to be irrelevant because Ben Shapiro is now irrelevant. Ben Shapiro will never get 747,000 views on a YouTube video defending Trump's actions over the course of a couple hours. Asmon does. Asmon is more reflective of the broader conservative sentiment in at least online than Ben Shapiro is. So I treat it in the same way that I treat Ben Shapiro. That's the way I see it.
Saying things that they disagree with. So instead of attacking the substance of my argument, they create a false dichotomy.
So do you not think he's getting paid by the RNC? No, I don't think he's getting. Dude, what are you guys talking about? He doesn't even fucking run. He doesn't even run ads on his stream. What do you mean? No, I'm telling you, he already has made enough money. He doesn't give a shit, bro. His overhead is like $3.50. What are you talking about? You're talking about a dude who eats $1 steak. I'm telling you, this is not to like shelter him from criticism or whatever. I'm telling you how he operates. He does not care. When I did his podcast, his fucking car broke down. He had like a Mustang from 2001 or some shit, and his car broke down. I had to walk to the podcast studio. Like, it's not even that he's frugal. He just doesn't give a shit. I at least like spend. I at least spend more than he does in terms of like my finances. But his motivations are not about making money. His motivations are entirely around clout and relevance. That's what it is. It's status, being well liked, and generating relevancy. He likes the attention. He likes the views and clicks. And to be fair, I do too. But I see it as it serving a higher purpose than just simply being well liked, because I'm also very hated as well. And so is he. You literally said he doesn't care about the money though. Getting prepped by various right-wing elements to be relevant still fits the bill. Yes, it's not about money. It's about relevancy. 100%. Then why are you feeding the troll? Brother, there is no way for me to feed or starve this troll. I'm going to repeat this one more time. When you get 1 million views on your video, on your 11-minute video where you didn't really say anything, you just said, yeah, we got to kill terrorists. That was the heart of this argument. Was basically, yeah, we got to kill the terrorists, of course. And that reaches 1 million people in a matter of hours. That means this person the troll has already been fed. I think you guys don't understand. I don't watch Asmongold because he's a content creator on Twitch. I watch him now, at least, because he is the largest right-wing political commentator. He is multiple times larger than Tim Pool and Ben Shapiro combined. It's important to understand why Asmongold is the most popular right-wing commentator. You know what I mean?
Me and attack my credibility, because the obvious nuance between this is lost on these people. They're totally emotional. They don't think about what they're saying at all, and I just think it's funny. It really is. Grifter is just the most reaction content? Yeah, I guess so. Well, they use the term grifter to attack a person's credibility.
Secret fascist watches Asmongold. What happened to you? What? Secret fascist? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm confused.
I'm not grifting. If anything, if you want to think I'm a grifter, I don't know why you'd say that. You could disagree with me, but I'm committed to...
I do disagree with Asmongold. I think that if he were to ever talk to me on stream, I would only address the disagreements. I wouldn't entertain the notion that he is grifting for relevancy. I want you both to stay even. That's so funny. Dude, we gotta open up your brain like a CTE victim after after you pass away to see what happened. My man, the top scientists need to figure out how that works. True centrists, both sides. It is hilarious that the well-read and intellectual conservatives are blown out the water by... Yeah, no, for sure. That's what I mean. It's like, imagine spending your whole life, you go to fucking Yale Law School or Harvard Law School and you go through all the think tanks, right? You work for the Manhattan Institute. You get these like subsidies. You finally are able to open up shop for your own media franchise, okay? And this dude who has not washed himself since 9/11 comes in and is like, yeah, titties in video games. Clearly a double standard here. Korean titties are much larger. That's why they're based. And then all of a sudden he's like, Leroy fucking Jenkins, baby. I'm coming in, putting my dick down, doing political commentary. And every single fucking well-read and well-sourced, like, conservatives who care about at least cherry-picking data are just like sitting around going, how the fuck, how did this happen? I don't think they care about it too much, because I would feel this way. Like, I wouldn't feel jealousy or envy or even anger if Asmongold had this exact same style of commentary but was like advocating for socialism, because I'm on board with that. You know what I mean? I would think fuck yeah, it's awesome. I love that. So I don't think that like Ben Shapiro and the others that see stuff like this, I don't think they get super mad. I don't think they might feel a little bit of envy, but an Asmonhead says that he's fun and funny and not fake. the likes of Tim Pool do though, since they're 1000% grifting?
To being retarded then. I'm not being retarded as a joke. I'm being retarded as a lifestyle.
Brilliant.
Tonight,
okay. Oh my
From
God,
Mediaite,
more conservatives are
Bill
mad.
Burr.
More conservatives are mad at fucking Bill Burr, dude. More conservatives are mad at Bill Burr. Do you think Asman will start collabing with more right-wingers? Probably not. Central Committee says the fact that he is a viable political influencer for the right shows that they are literally degenerate incels. I don't disagree with that statement. I don't disagree with that statement at all. Yes. Conservative lifestylists have actively changed what they care about. You went from 20K to 35K and leftists are not popular. Right wing has always dominated the algo. What do you mean? What do you mean I went from 20K to 35K? Then you say Tim Pool has 60K views. That's sad. The student who self-deported was not an activist. She liked pro-Palestine tweets and signed on to the letter. Wait, what? Bro, this is straight Israel shit. ICE relentlessly pursued this Fulbright scholar and forced her to flee the country because she had liked some pro-Palestine posts and signed on to a letter calling for Palestinian liberation. Even the most basic expressions of popular support for Palestinian human rights or critique of Israel can make you a target of destruction by the Trump regime. Unlike Mr. Khalil, Miss Srini Vasan says she was not an activist or a member of any group that organized demonstrations on campus. Oh my God. Aren't likes hidden? Not on Instagram. Miss Srini Vasan says she was an architect who came into the United States from India as a part of the Fulbright program. Dude, I can't wait for Asmo to pop off on this one. He's yeah, based. I don't like it. You don't get to like Instagram posts in my country as a guest. Yeah. Holy fuck, this is crazy. She said that her activity on social media had mostly been limited to liking and sharing posts that highlighted human rights violations in the war in Gaza. And she said that she has signed several open letters related to the war, including one by architecture scholars that call for Palestinian liberation. I'm just surprised that I'm a person of interest, she said. I'm kind of a rando, like absolute rando, she said, using slang for random. This is straight up Israel shit. That's it. No more retweets for you, brother. Yeah, no, dude, don't be a fucking pussy. The entire purpose of these kinds of actions is to directly stop you from showing support. Come on. Practice good OPSEC, sure, but this should never discourage you from participating in a protest. The entire purpose of this is to get you to stop participating and stop showing support. If you hear the message and you go, oh man, you know, I must obey in advance, then they won. The entire point of this is to stop you from protesting. Yeah. Also, according to the DOJ, they're not even arguing about any like terrorism restrictions. They're saying the DOJ is arguing that the president can unilaterally deport anyone he wants without any statutory authority, just on his inherent authority as president over national security. That is a terrifying claim to make and has never been recognized before in U.S. history. DOJ asked the DC Circuit to halt the district court in response to the TRO blocking temporary restraining order, blocking the Trump administration from immediately deporting 5 men without any process. DOJ asked for an immediate administrative stay allowing the deportations. Rhode Island doctor prevented from returning to the U.S. after visiting her parents in Lebanon. Dr. Rasha Alaway works at Brown Medicine in Rhode Island Hospital, and she had secured an H-1B visa, her lawyer said. What the hell? The U.S. consulate in Lebanon had issued her an H-1B visa, which is given to people in specialty occupations requiring expertise. The visa was valid through mid-2027. Alaway was detained when she returned to Logan Airport, and family members are afraid that she's about to be deported to Lebanon. We're at a loss as to why this happened. Great stuff, man. Great stuff. Yeah, I saw this one as well. German national with green card detained by ICE after arriving at Logan Airport. And they tortured him. How the frick do I turn off this fucking thing? What? Trump's DHS deported a surgeon from Brown University's medical school who was here legally on an H-1B visa that doesn't expire until 2027 and has committed no crimes. Trained in the U.S. at Ohio State, University of Washington, and Yale as a transplant surgeon, one of the most difficult surgical fields in all of medicine. She is a highly trained doctor on kidney transplants, which cannot be easily replaced. Her phone was seized at the border. A federal judge handed down an injunction against her deportation, but she was already deported on a plane en route to Paris. Brown's kidney transplant clinic is now strained by her deportation. What the fuck is going on in Rhode Island, dude? New Hampshire interrogated at Logan Airport. This guy was denied like water. Senior described Schmidt being violently interrogated at Logan Airport for hours and being stripped naked, put in a cold shower by 2 officials, and being put back onto a chair. She says Schmidt told her immigration agents pressured him to give up his green card. She said he was placed on a mat in a bright room with other people at the airport with little food or water, suffered sleep deprivation, and was denied access to his medication for anxiety or depression. I do legitimately believe that the next time I fucking travel out of this country, I feel like I'm cooked. I feel like it's just, I mean, they're just doing it to everybody. You know, they got to do it to an American citizen at some point. It's coming. He hardly got anything to drink, and he wasn't feeling very well, and he collapsed because he was placed. She said he was placed on a mat in a bright room with other people at the airport with little food or water, suffered sleep deprivation, and was denied access to his medication for anxiety or depression. He hardly got anything to drink, and then he wasn't feeling very well, and he collapsed. He was transported by ambulance to Mass General Hospital. He didn't know it at the time, but he also had influenza. On Tuesday, Schmidt was transported to the regional headquarters for ICE in Burlington, Massachusetts, and then transferred to the Wyatt facility. The family, including his partner who's a cardiologist in Nashua, have acquired attorneys and have been working with the German consulate in hopes of having him released on bail. Bro, they're coming after white people, bro, and German whites too. God damn. What the hell is going on? Yeah. Schmidt has a misdemeanor charge for having marijuana in his car in 2015, which his mother said was dismissed after laws changed in California around marijuana possession. He missed a hearing about the case in 2022 since a notice was never forwarded to his new address. Senior mentioned that Schmidt is successfully recovering from alcoholism and had a DUI that he's completely worked through and paid off from around 10 years ago. Damn, we got Germans. We're revoking the white status of Germans, dude. Yeah, ICE also arrested a British tourist, Rebecca Burke, 28, and is detained at the Northwest ICE Processing Center related to the violation of the terms of conditions of her admission. An ICE spokesperson said in a statement, ICE did not detail what terms and conditions she allegedly violated. Yeah, Canadian woman detained by ICE being used as an example, immigration experts warn. This comes after a Canadian woman was detained. Jasmine Mooney, originally from Vancouver, tried to enter the U.S. from Mexico at the San Diego border. I was reapplying for my work visa and what the fuck? My fucking monitor went off. My monitor turned off and then on. That was weird. I was reapplying for my work visa, and with no warning about what was about to happen, I was taken by ICE, Mooney told ABC News 10 San Diego reporter from the detention center. This is... DHS is denying the report about the German green card holder abused by immigration. I will say the story sounds false. Lots of red flags. ICE tortured a German green card holder living in New Hampshire in an attempt to make him give up his green card. Okay, we'll wait for more information to come out. But that would be a real abdication of responsibility from the fucking Boston Globe, dude. Are you kidding me? This isn't some random blog. Like, holy fuck. A German tattoo artist came into the U.S. for a 3-week trip. She's now been in ICE detention for over a month. What? Ryan had an update? What's his update? How dare a guest in our great country, the United States of America, press like... No, that's a different one. That one is real, the Fulbright Scholar one. Tricia McLaughlin, spokesperson for the DHS, with a statement on the German green card holder who was alleged to have been abused. This is blatantly false. When an individual is found with drug-related charges and tries to re-enter the country, officers will take proper action. Oh, so they did do it. Okay, never mind. They're just... they're just saying that they didn't torture him. Okay. So what they're saying is blatantly false, is like they're disputing his accounts. Yeah, also the marijuana charges were dropped and it's from 2015. It's 10 years ago. And I know for a fucking fact that the Department of Homeland Security also literally does not care about charges from a decade prior, especially if it's something that they dropped. He has a fucking green... Like, what are we talking about? He has a green card. Clearly, they didn't care. Notice how, because of the Mahmoud Khalil situation, though, the arguments that revolve around this kind of thing are like we're focusing on a person who didn't do anything, but the reality of the matter is that doesn't mean that if someone were to have actually said like that they love Hamas, okay, like they said like long live Hamas or whatever, that would be warranted for deportation. I don't believe that either, okay? You can suck my dick. That's also protected speech. Get the fuck out of here. I just want to keep reiterating that when the inevitable happens, when the government also comes after someone that they finally catch that actually has said something that would be considered edgy, you know, or scary by like the soft as baby shit liberals and bloodthirsty cackling hyenas in the conservative movement alike. It's just understand that this is a stress test. This doesn't sound completely false about them harassing him on weed charges. When I got global entry, I got interrogated about traffic tickets I had 15 years ago. No, I know. I talked about my story with the Department of Homeland Security as well. Yeah. Dude, trying to deport someone for liking a tweet is so heinous. Like, I don't even, this is thought crime shit, you know? It quite literally is what these dumbass Republicans kept claiming was happening to them. It's, I don't know. I feel like America's over. All right. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, that'll be all for today. My mom's gonna be here soon, and I'm gonna watch a movie with her. So I'm gonna go hang out with some family, and that's it. But tomorrow I will not be. Tomorrow I won't be live because I'll be shooting a podcast in the middle of the day. You can get mad at the Fear and people for that one, but I'll be back on Monday. Love you all, and peace.
Yeah.